Hello. How we doing? Is everybody ready? Are we ready for this flight? It is time. It is time.
How's it going, passengers? This is your captain speaking. We're going to be flying from LAX on our way to Tokyo. It's going to be a long flight, so get your snacks. We didn't pack any snacks on board. No in-flight meal. There's no movies either. There's a big DMCA problem happening on the airline currently, and that's we can't be doing that at the moment. So buckle up. Don't move around too much. I don't really know what I'm doing up here. So if you're horsing around in the bag too much, it might throw me off. And there's a good chance we end up in the middle of the ocean. Okay, so just everybody try your best to not move. Yeah, have a great time. Ideally, just pass out. Take some Dramamine or what. Take some drugs. I hope you filled up on some edibles before we got here. Ideally, you'll be passed out for the next 10.5 hours. Good luck.
All right. Right. Time to do this. Do I remember how to do this? Main thrust. Buckle up. That's a parking brake. Speed brake. Where was it? Rudder trim. It was down here somewhere. Where's the fucking brake again? Engine start selector. Oh, there it is. Here we go.
Oh shit, get ready for takeoff. We're taking off. Buckle up.
Oh god, are we going fast enough? Oh. We're airborne. Is that another plane underneath me? This is not safe. Who allowed that plane to take off down there? All right, we got a quick turnaround. Oh, that we got to do before we're on path. Oh no, that's not. How do I change the view? There we go. Look at that. Oh wait. Shit. Where were the landing gear? I don't know where the landing gear is again. Shit. Ecam. No. Okay, we got a big turn coming up. Hold on. We'll worry about the landing gear here in a second. Fuel still 36%. I tried my best to up that as much as possible. I guess it didn't work out. So we'll see. Oh my god. What kind of turn is this? Hold on. Hold on, passengers. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. All right. Nope, wrong one. I gotta stop doing that. That's gonna take time off of our... Okay. We need this to... 40... 50. We need this at 180. If I remember correctly. Whoa. How do I exit this? Oh god, we got to turn. There it is. If you
If you look out to your right side of your window here soon, you're going to see Santa Monica College, Malibu campus. Beautiful campus. Great campus. We're actually not passing over it for a while, so I can see it right now, but you actually won't see it for probably another couple minutes. You know what? Never mind.
Okay. We have to go to 282 at... Wait, what's the... I don't know what height I'm supposed to be at. That's altitude. Which one's the heading? Where's landing gear? Is this the official flight? This is the official flight. Okay, so we want to be at 282 on this then? I should have gone the other way, huh? 2, 50, 60, 282. Okay. And then landing gear. Anybody remember where the landing gear button was? Aha! Okay. Now we just need the correct height. I don't know. I don't know what our target height is. 10,000 maybe? Oh, we're cruising now. This is going way better than last time that I didn't fuck with like a bunch of settings. I know our altitude's set to 10K. I just don't know what we're supposed to be at. Okay, we got another turn coming up. We
cannot be doing any pit stops. We will not be stopping. This is a passenger aircraft. No.
Okay, we got to slow down a little bit. Reverse? Nope. CLB? What do you think that means? Toga? Oh. Manual thrusters? Is that what that means? Oh, no. I don't know. Oh. $30K to $42K for international flights seems high. That's definitely not right. I'm pretty sure we cruise at like around 12,000. I looked at the flight path. I went over the flight path. All right, we should. It said like around 12K. Okay, let's try and get this equal. Oh my God. Why is that so aggressively? Hold on. It moves so aggressive with the controller. Okay, what? We're still going really fast. Okay, our CRS is now saying 292. Do 92, and then let's try and put this at 12K. And then let's see if we put these on, what happens. Oh God. Wait. Oh, it's this. AP1. What's turn that off. That would. Whoa. That's just shit turning off. I think that's just the sound of shit turning off. Why was it turning me so heavily? 291 is where we got it. Why was it turning me? What height are we at? We're at 10, 10.5, still climbing. Okay, will this turn me again? It is. Why is it turning me so aggressively? What the fuck? I was gonna let it like settle for a second, but it's straight up turning me. Okay, we gotta figure out this autopilot situation, or we're gonna be in trouble. Oh my god, we're going way too fast. Okay, can we at least get auto thrusters on so we can slow down a little bit? Okay. Okay. Relax. Okay, how do we... Shut up. Is that slowing us? That's slowing us pretty good, I think. Why lie? Shut the hell up, man. Okay. Does anybody know why this, because our HDG matches the CRS, but if I hit the AP1, if I hit AP1, what does HDVS mean? Anybody? Co-pilot, any clue? Listen, once we get situated, everything's gonna be fine. We just gotta get situated first. Okay, we were heading down a little bit, so I think that was causing us to speed up a little bit more than we should. We should slow down again while we're here. I don't love that I'm already 2% down on my fuel. There better be a way to add more fuel. Because that was something I could not, no matter what I did, I could not figure out. Okay. Speed Mach. Selector knob. Anybody know that what the fuck we're supposed to be doing here? Altitude 12,000. Because if I do this, it'll... It's going to turn me again. Hard. Like, look at this. Why? We're at 291. Track. TRKFPA. That sounds like tracking flight plan. In which case it should auto adjust, but it's still pulling me. Okay, we're at the right speed now. Shit. We're doing good on speed. Our altitude's all right. I wonder if I bring down this altitude, if that might help. If we set this to 10K, I don't know if this, I doubt this is going to do anything. It's still going to turn me. I don't understand why it's turning me. What? What does AP2 do? It's also turning me. What do we got fucked up here? AP lock. I didn't touch that last time. No, we haven't crashed yet. We had a perfect takeoff. We're currently on heading. The heading, yeah, I know. Here's the thing. Our CRS is what our flight path has us at, which is at 291 degrees. And our current heading is we're at 290 right now. The middle one on the top left is what we're currently heading. And then HDG is what this is set to. Track latitude. HDG. So everything's at 291. So, but for whatever reason, if I hit that, it starts turning me. It starts turning me off course. Anybody, any idea what we got going on here or what we got going wrong? AP. I don't understand. I almost want to hit the autopilot button just to see where it takes me. But we're going to be so far off. Using controller. Yeah, I'm using controller to fly right now. I'll swap to keyboard mouse to like adjust controls, because adjusting the throttle on controller is fucking dog shit. It is so sensitive. But I want this to be on autopilot, like fully right now, so we can set up our in-flight entertainment. Clearly, we have a setting wrong here that we have to fuck with. I just don't know what. This is great. Our engines are in the green. Now that we're up, I think we're burning fuel less aggressively. Maintaining our airspeed. Everything's cool. What is FD? What is this? Captain FD. CPT FD. No clue. HDG track selector knob. God damn it. Airspeed 180, fuel 33. Jesus Christ, we've already gone through 3% of fuel. Yeah, this definitely isn't going to last. Well, hopefully there's a way to add fuel mid-flight. Hold on. Is there? Is there a way to... Flight interference. Okay. Someone also tell me if there's a way we can add... It's called a layover. We don't have that. That's not in the flight plan, man. I'm talking about... I tried adding more fuel to the actual plane before we took off, but it just nothing that I did changed how much fuel we started with. So... Bro, that's not possible. Well, we're gonna have... Listen, somebody said that we could do it through the settings, so we have to do that. We're gonna have to do that. There's no way around it. That's cheating. Well, the flight's literally impossible otherwise. Can you turn off limited fuel in settings? Let's see. Global settings, airport markers, display, show pre-flight plans. Piloting assistance. Unlimited fuel. There we go. I don't know if now it just won't go down. We'll see. Okay, now the only thing we have to worry about is figuring out how to get the fucking Yeah, the speed is working. We have that figured out. We just need to figure out how we get the heading working properly. We need to figure out the autopilot heading. I still don't understand how this isn't right. Wait, do we have a turn coming up, or am I just off center? We should have like heading adjustments every like 40-ish minutes. Intermittently. Am I just gonna have to wait until we have somebody that knows who fucking what the fuck is happening here to walk me through how to get this fucking autopilot working properly? Should I look it up on my phone? Did you push the button in to set the heading? Oh god. I mean, isn't it set at the top? Doesn't it? It says 291. Tried looking it up. This game's really complicated. Yeah, it's flying a plane. Okay, let me... Hold on, let's center up here for a second. Maybe we're not. Maybe it wasn't confirmed by pressing in. Oh my god. I put down my controller and I think I hit a trigger. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think pushing the knob might be something. But hold on. I keep trying to do this. The top is where you're selecting. You pull the button to send it to AP. Yeah. Push, pull. Oh. Oh. Let's go. Let's fucking go. We do have a turn coming up soon, though. Oh my god, that's sick. We're flying, baby. We're a little bit on the edge. I think that's just because we have a turn coming up. Hold on. I'm going to pull off autopilot. We're going to wait until we're on this new heading, and we're going to set that now that we can have that figured out. I just don't know what the altitude is supposed to be. Before, it was showing me like what our altitude was supposed to be on the flight plan, and now there isn't that. I think we're good at like around 10K for a bit, and then I think once we get to a certain point, then we got to be at like 12. and then we can we could sit back and relax for a bit while we're on this heading. Okay, here we go. GLJ. I think the unlimited fuel worked. We haven't gone down. Are we there yet, bro? We're still above California. That is, we are San Maria, Cadden, Allen, Hancock Field. Why are we flying so slow? This is the speed. I actually don't know what is. We're only going 180 based off of what that guy said. I don't know how fast. I guess we could be going faster. That we have unlimited fuel. Okay, let's go 200. Okay. Now we set this to 298. Manage. Set. Crank it up all the way. I don't know about cranking it all the way. I mean, we could crank. Okay, 220. All right. Airbus cruising speed is 450 knots. There's no way we're supposed to be going 450. $450 at 35,000 feet. Okay. I don't think we're going 35,000 feet at all during this flight. I don't think we're going anywhere near that height. This flight plan does not have us anywhere near that. We're at like 10, 12K. Here, you got, shut the hell up with this live air traffic data. I gotta look this up now. Hold on. Okay, 40, like the 41,000. Okay. Cruise out of the field, or 10,000 meters, or 6,000. Oh, wait, is this in meters then? This is probably in meters. I think we're dealing with meters here. And I'll be honest, I don't think. Also, are you was 450? We're our airspeed's in knots right now. Airplane speed knots. Roughly 450 to 520. Okay, I'm gonna get real tired of seeing that. Hold on. 475 knots, but look at like our engine percentage. I mean, I could try and up it, but whenever I had like airspeed that was like 300, it was like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh shit. Let's try 250 and see what our engine speeds are at. Wait, the fuel is going down. What the fuck? Why is the fuel going down? Hold on. Advanced options. Wait, where was it? Flight interface. It was assistances. Realism. Unlimited fuel. Just what we want. Unlimited fuel during free flight. Note that some activities will restrict the number of supported assistant features. It's on. Maybe when it gets to 0, it'll. Maybe we just won't run out. It's a little worrying. It's a little worrying. Oh god, I just realized this whole time I forgot I had this muted. That's probably for the best because hold on, I gotta stop going into the settings. I gotta turn this down a little bit. I had it muted because I didn't want you guys to hear while we were in the intro screen. Bro, okay, you listen. The whole time you'd be listening to this. You missed that. Okay, we're getting a little off. There's a key binding to add fuel if needed. What's the key? Do I have to bind it myself? Or Or is it auto-binded? Let's get back in the middle of this and then hit that. I think you gotta bind it. God damn it. Okay, this is gonna be the last time we go into these settings. Controls. Keyboard. Autopilot, landing gear, tools. Tools, maybe? Do we know what it's in? Developer mode? Flight assistance? No. Quick trim. So okay. All right. We're just not gonna worry about it for now. And if somebody most watched streamers over 1,000 out, damn. I think I looked at my streamer thing and it was like, I think I streamed like 1,500 hours. Okay, the engines actually aren't too bad when we're at 250, so we're gonna actually, oh shit. Doesn't like that, doesn't like that, doesn't like that, doesn't like that. What? What's it freaking out about? Auto lift AP off. Oh. Shut the hell up. Shut up. You're freaking me out. You're making me think that my airspeed was fucked up. Now let's try 300 and see what happens. I think we just have to slowly increase. Oh, I didn't select. Did I not confirm it? Manage speed, select speed. 240 is max at this height. Oh. We'll go up to 12. $30K. That we're in meters, man. We're not going to 30K meters. That does not what it does not support that. Okay, our engines seem all right. Everything should be fine as long as we don't need to follow that exactly. Let's just get rid of that. As long as we're on the line, we should be good. CRS is now 297. Manage. Oh shit. 290. Oh shit. 297. Select. Oh shit. Manage. Select. Hit that. There we go. Okay, we're nearly at 12K. I don't know what the speed is at 12K. should level off here. We good? Airspeed still 239. We're leveled off. That might not be high enough to go faster. Okay, fuel is definitely going down. Before we're in in-flight entertainment, I really got to figure out this fuel situation. Okay. Microsoft. Light. Sim. Add fuel. Refuel your aircraft without having to go to the weight and balance menu in MFS. Search repair and refuel in the key assignment search box and bind it.
Well done.
Offload the 10 months. So. Thank you. Yeah, we're definitely not going faster at this speed. How? Is there a way to just search it up? I really hate having to go into the pause menu because then every time we're losing time. We're not flying while we're doing this. Okay, controls. Okay, we can search fuel. Toggle set fuel dump, fuel selector, isolate fuel. Add fuel quantity. Request fuel. Repair and refuel. Fully repair and refuel user aircraft ignored if flight realism is enforced. Okay. Ah! I did it. Wait, no, I didn't. Uh-oh. Why? I guess flight realism is being enforced? That's why nothing's working. Uh-oh. How do we undo that?
Well done.
Oh, 9 months. Thank you. Thank you. How do we undo that? How do we undo? We're in free mode. How do we undo? Oh, God. How do we undo the... Oh, no. I don't know how to turn realistic off. I don't think we can add fuel. We got to be able to. We have to be able to add fuel. Oh my god. That's a later problem. It's gonna be. It's not gonna be a later problem. I don't know. This is bad though, because I'm not perfectly following the flight plan, so we might be using more fuel. Oh no. This isn't good, guys. This is not good. Okay. Well, I guess we can get in some in-flight entertainment. You guys got any related videos? Japan-related? Yeah, really anything. We can throw on the flight entertainment. Are you changing modern to something else? Cancel. Oh. Generals, crash realism, P factor, torque. Okay, intermediate maybe. It's still not. Still goes up, then right back down. This is bad. Try add fuel quantity instead. Oh my gosh. I don't know what's not going to be bound. That's not going to like fuck with anything. Shift. Shift control? I don't know. Oh. Block fuel. I don't see. I added all this, and it's just no on the pause menu now. It says next waypoint is 3,048 feet. I don't know. That's not working. That. Oh, fuck. Controls. Shift numpad 9. Not doing anything. The problem is that fuel's 100, right? And then I let go and it's back. So clearly... Flight model, crash realism. We're not on realistic, so it should be adding it. I just don't know why it's like going, it's like reverting. Repair and refuel. Fully repair and refuel to use aircraft. Ignored if flight realism is enforced. How would I know if flight realism is enforced? Remaining on your flight. 16, this is a 10-hour flight. What do you mean 1622? I don't know what the fuck is happening. None of this seems right. Why? This is going to be a big problem. We're already down to 30%. We've gone through 6% fuel. Limited fuel not working. How the fuck? There's like nothing on this. Okay. All right. Whatever. Let's get some in-flight entertainment going. What do we want to watch? I almost want to climb. even higher, and one of those 10-hour videos. Well, we're not gonna put on one 10-hour video. It says feet. Oh my god, it does say feet. How are we at? How is this feet? Why is it? Oh, why is it? Why did it path us at 12,000 feet? Oh shit. That makes no sense. Okay, then we're going to 20,000. Why not on a 10? Because no one. I don't want to watch that. I want to watch something I actually want to watch, man. Why are we not climbing? Manage. Oh shit. 21. Select. Hit that. Not climbing. We're like maxing out. Oh. What just happened? Payload applied. What does that mean? Oh, wait, what? It did not change fuel at all. It went from 30 to 0 back to 30. We're not climbing at all. Cabin lights. What do we do here? Payload applied. Oh, 100% fuel. There we go. That solved that problem. Oh, shit. Okay, but why are we not... We can't climb any higher? And we can't go any faster. Why is that? Now we got this issue to worry about. You set your vertical speed. If it's 0, it won't climb. Oh. Oh. Probably not that aggressive. It was doing it before, though. When I had the altitude, like, just set, it was just doing it. 70, 80, 90, okay, it's going. Let's go a little bit more aggressive than that. All right, I feel way better now. We have 100% fuel. We're climbing. Once we're up there, we can get a little bit faster. TRS has changed to 96. Manage. Select. Nice. Okay. We are going. What's a good height? 30,000? Yeah, we'll try and get to 30,000 then. Select. Okay, and then turn that off. Give me 2,000 feet per minute. 40, 30, 20. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh. Wait, why is it going down? Why is it going down? Where are we going down? Did I pick the wrong way? Six. 5. Why is it going down? Wait. Why is autopilot not engaging? Okay. Autopilot won't engage. Whoa, what happened? What happened? It won't turn on. I think you were stalling? Oh. Wait, why? Ah. Okay, the throttle fucked up somewhere along the way. What the fuck happened there? Airspeed's going up. Okay. We're gonna have to bring this puppy up on our own, I think. Oh, engines are at 110%. Hold on, that's probably not good. Hold on, let's bring that back a little bit. Oh, god damn it. Okay, when I hit B, B is the same button to like quit. God damn. That is a dangerous button, dude. Okay. You're not colorblind, right? What? No. Let's bring this down a little bit more. The engines are still overworking a little bit. CLB sounds like climb. Okay, we're at 100. Going in the wrong direction a little bit. It's all right. Our airspeed's a little low. We just got to get up so that we can speed up a little bit. I don't know why it has us, like the pathing on this has us all the way down there. We're not doing that shit. We don't listen to ATC. Ooh, let's try and level off a little bit. Climb a little bit slower. I don't know when we started flying over the ocean. I'll be honest, I missed that. Yeah, we're going about 450 feet per minute. That seems to be a safe one. We're still kind of going in the wrong direction. Let's get back on track. Ooh. Flying manual right now. Our VS a little high, but our speed's maintaining, so we're okay. Burning through a good amount of fuel, but once we're up here, I think we cruise a little bit good. A little bit better. A little bit more gooder. Yeah. You tell the air's getting thinner, our speed's going up, and we're at a pretty substantial incline. Adjust his heading just slightly. Ever so slightly. Doing great. We'll see how long this is. I mean, the flight thing is telling me an amount of hours where that doesn't seem realistic. So that's why we're ignoring what it's telling me to do, and instead climbing an extra 20,000 feet and going an extra 200 knots. But once we're up, then we can do in-flight entertainment, okay? If you have enough fuel, we've addressed this. Oh, we can still see land. Okay. What does AOA mean? $21,000. relative angle compared to the air. I see. We are getting there. Speed. Slightly. Okay, so at 12K, we were at like what? We were capped at 240 knots. So hopefully, when we're up there, we level off, we lay off the engines a little bit, we can re-engage autopilot and be all right. The higher you are, the faster you travel. Yeah. Come on. Just a little bit more. There it is. Level off. You are not helping whatsoever. I mean, this doesn't really matter right now because we're not engaging autopilot. We're auto thrusters at the moment. Oh, okay. Dude, I don't know why the B button just like turns, like fucking fully shuts off my throttle. That shit could have killed us. That's okay though, we're still kind of cruising over the line. We've been going back and forth. I just want to get up to height. Just whistling, that's a damn song, man. Relaxing beats. 25,000, 5K more to go. I'm gonna pull up a little bit more. We should. Oh, our airspeed's a little low, actually. on auto throttle. Is that gonna... like speed. Kind of slowing us a little bit, putting us on that. I'll be real. We're a little off course. This is taking me way longer than I thought to like get us to a place of like balance where we can just kind of relax for a fucking second. I've had to pay attention this whole fucking time. We had 26,000. Our airspeed's okay. I'm gonna shut this off because this is not doing well. Throttle lock, is that what that says? Oh god. We are climbing very slowly. I'm not stoked about this. We are no longer climbing. Our airspeed is very slow. We're gonna have to engage throttles again. Low? Are we maxed? No, we're not. Why is our airspeed so slow? Our AOA is 11%. Maybe that's why. We go a little off course to do it. AOA is how much you point up or down. Uh-oh. Okay, so are we pointing down? Whoa. Our airspeed is... I don't understand why our airspeed's so fucking weird. Okay. We're at 25,000. Just give me up to 30,000, please. This airspeed is making me panic. Oh, whoa. We are falling. Is your plane super heavy with all the fuel you added? I don't know. Should I take it when we get up there? Should I take out a bunch of fuel? Stop dropping. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Let's assess. Oh no, we're going down right now. Pull up. Payload, fuel. Apply. Instant. $66. Oh my god. Yeah, that made a huge difference, I think. Maybe? Oh. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Hold! What is happening? What is happening? 17. What happened? Oh my god, the throttles again. The throttles. Why is it? It's just going straight down. What is happening? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. It's... What is happening? You flew too slow, so you stalled? What? But I can't recover. Restart? You... I'm not restarting. We can't restart. Point nose a little down, gain speed, and then pull up. That's what I mean, it's literally forcing my nose down. And then I'm pulling up. I am fully pulling up. Nothing. Fully pulling up. Slow up or you overstress infra. I don't know what the fuck. My altitude now is 2,000 feet. They just start me lower every fucking time. After all that time of going up.
1,500.
I can't.
500.
Might be out of height though. Then what the fuck do I do? Then what do I do? I'd restart. We can't. Dude, I can't restart every time this happens. Otherwise, we can't do it. This is a 10-hour flight. We can't restart 2 hours in. That's not an option. I've tried turning realism down. It's like a checkpoint? No, it's literally, I mean, it's starting me at the checkpoint, which the checkpoint is you've stalled out.
500.
And every single time it like puts me down like another fucking... I don't know why it puts me down more feet every single time. Is there a way I can like set my height? Select altitude bug. Control 4. It's not working. What do I do? What do I do? This ain't good, man. This is how far I made it. Is 0-0 on the remain? Yeah, because we're fucking dead. You don't have more saves? What do you mean more saves? There are no, that's not, that's not how this works. Do you see a place to select a save? What do we do? I didn't see this as a foreseeable issue of constantly. I didn't think it would just constantly put us in a fucking death loop. We can't restart. I don't know what to tell you guys. We can't restart 2 hours in. It's a 10 hour. It's 10 hours. It's not a fact of armed with information, man. What's the issue? The issue is that every time that it crashes, it's dropping us down another like 1,000 feet, 500,000 feet. Right now, I am like 600 feet above the ocean. And the engines start being off and they don't engage, and it takes some time to engage, which means that we just straight up fall out of the sky and I cannot pull up in time for the engines to actually engage enough to pull up. So unless I can like set my altitude, which I've looked for it on here. Airbus 330. I don't think that should matter if we're trying to like spawn ourselves higher up. I don't think if you're looking at something for specifically the Airbus A330, I think you're looking at the wrong thing. There's nothing that this plane can do to save us 600 feet from the ground with engines starting off. I understand. I'm telling you, if you have to look up the Airbus that we're on, that's not gonna be helpful. That's not gonna be information that's gonna benefit us right now. Seems like they need to fix the game. I don't know if that's the issue. Fuck, dude. What do we do? For slew mode. The plane can be moved anywhere without bothering the physics. Oh God. Oh God. I don't know how to... What is happening? Oh no. I turned off engines again. This fucking B button. Okay. Okay. I guess it did it. I think that did it. Our issue now is that we're now at 5,000 feet. Thank you, Speedermans. Saved us on that one. Yeah, I'm just not gonna mess with anything for a second while we just rapidly go up. Yeah, we're saved for now. We got to get ourselves back up. Looks like everything is reset as far as like heading and everything. We just gotta altitude target. This is gonna, we know. Select that 32,000, our airspeed. We gotta, let's keep a closer eye on airspeed. Holy shit, man. I thought it was all over for a second. Okay, everybody relax, breathe. Everything's cool, everything's chill. We're back climbing 15K. I don't know what happened back there. This controller is nice for steering, but the B button just being throttle just goes off is terrifying. Because if I don't notice in time, we die. Okay, our airspeed, we want that to keep going up, so let's bring down our VS a little bit. Yeah, before our AOA was in the red as well. I don't know what caused that. Our airspeed looks pretty good. This is looking better. I don't know if it was just the height that we got to, if something just went wrong. I don't know why the routing has us so low. It makes me think that we're wrong about how high I'm trying to get here. And we want to try and get to 300. The other thing is that B is how you back out of these too. So if I hit B like on accident twice on that, then I just shut off the fucking thrusters. We have auto thruster on still. I'm scared to turn that off. $20,000 feet. We're getting there faster this time. Our airspeed's looking good. Everything seems okay. CRS 295, let's get that sorted as well while we climb. Wait, what? Why is it going down when I select that? Speed is good. Speed is constant. Master warning. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. Okay. I just want to get to a point of cruising. So we can stop panicking. Try and keep speed above 190. While we ascend 5,000 more feet. Oh my god. We're close. I don't know what went so wrong last time. I think messing with like the VS shit actually really fucked with me. I don't know what happened there, but we're not touching that again. If we have to ascend or descend, I'll do it on my own. Looking good. $26,000. Do we even have land in sight anymore? A little bit on the horizon. You taking my card so I can buy alcohol? Listen, man. You don't want it. You don't want alcohol on this flight, trust me. Pilot would be in a little too deep. After the stress I had. Nearly at 30,000. Come on. Ooh, let's bring it down a little bit more. We don't want to go below 190. Perfectly. Well, we were perfectly on 294. This is the closest I've gotten to 30,000. Last time it went horribly wrong. But we should be okay. Problem is, I'm gonna have to hit some buttons once we're up here. And it could go horribly wrong again. Plane gonna stall? No, not this time. I've kept my speeds up. I've watched my AOA. I've kept my speeds above 190. Okay. I'm gonna hit autopilot. No. Why is it doing this? Select. Why does it go down when I select? Stop. Manage. 94. Select. Autopilot. Still going up. I want to see if it levels itself off when we get to 30,000. And then hopefully we can get up to speed. It's really not leveling off right now. Should be leveling off. Yeah, we're at 30,000. This should be leveling. I'm gonna level it. I'll level it here. VS 0. Oh. Oh. Flap lever not 0. What is that? Flap lever not 0. Flap lever not 0. Right. Still going up. Select. Oh. What's happening? Okay, leveled off, I think. I think it leveled itself off. Huh. The airspeed is going down, though. We'll just give it a second. I don't love the look of this at the moment. Oh, it's dropping a lot. Why is it doing that? 650. 700. Why is it doing that? Why is our airspeed dropping? I don't understand. Engine's idle. They should be. Select speed. Manage speed. Select. Auto thrusters. Flap lever not 0. Okay, I think our flap lever needs to be 0, whatever the fuck that means. How do we adjust our flaps? And if I hit that... Auto throttle limited. Why is the auto throttle limited? Fucking shit, dude. Airspeed's 177. That's way slower. I went up here to go faster. let's just try and find the flaps first. Flaps are below the throttle. I don't know how to tell you this. I'm not seeing... any flap selectors below the throttle. Video button. Oh. Zero. Flap 0. Okay. Okay. Now, why isn't our airspeed faster? If I hit that, it goes down. If I hit... We went up here to go faster, and we're not going faster. If anything, we're going slower. We were going 240 at the where it wanted us at. When we were at like 12,000 feet, we were going 240, no problem. Okay, it is going up. Our heading is not currently correct. Why is that? Manage. Whoops. Set. Oh, fuck. Back on. Level off, please. At negative 200, negative 150. Okay, I think it's leveling off. 94. Stop. Okay, manage. 294. Set. What? Manage. Set. It goes back. Why is it going back? Okay, now it needs to be at 93. I think it's saying auto throttle is limited due to lever position. Where does this have to be at? Manual? CLB? Idle? Not idle, surely. Just all the way? CLB for, I mean, it's on there. Or are we climbing again? Our airspeed is increasing, our engines are... Is the wheel on? Yeah. What wheel are you talking about? Okay, why... So why can't I adjust this? Why does this keep going back? I try to go down to 293 and I set and it goes back to 295. Set. And it's not auto adjusting. And right now we're increasing altitude. What is happening? Everything was going so smoothly earlier. I don't understand. It's auto shooting to 290. Alt button is no longer. Auto throttle off. Limited. Looks like it's still following the GPS. No, it's not, because I have the heading. We're at 295 right now is what we're actually pointing at. I'm trying to set it to 293. The only reason why it still says that is because I haven't pushed it in to confirm or pull it. I pull it and it goes back to 295. I adjust it 293. It does not set. I'm supposed to hit X in order to do it. If I hit A first and then X, that doesn't work. X. Then A doesn't work. I don't know why it is not working, and it's select. Why is this now in mock? What did I do to change the fuck? Why are we in mock? What happened? Speed mock selector knob. God. Turn your warning light off. Co-pilot, come on. Oh. Wait, why is it down to 250 now? Did I set it to 250? Select speed. We're not going any faster, and we're going down. I don't know why we're going down. It won't stay at the altitude I choose. And it won't. Oh. You still have slew mode on? No, I don't think so. Now dropping 1,000. At 32. We don't want that at 32. We want it at 30,000. We're only at 216. What is happening? AP1. Starter levels. CLB. It doesn't like CLB. This stay on. Wait. Auto throttle. Okay, maybe that's why we were dropping. At some point, I turned that off again, so that's good. I caught that. But why is this not allowing me to go the right direction? It just keeps resetting. It won't change. It won't let me change it. Why? Now off and back on to make sure that's working. AP1, AP2, that's that button. I don't know. Track, that's not it either. Just went to 308. Yeah, that one's resetting as well. What? We're about to change again. Why will it not change for me? This was working before. It was working. What the fuck happened? Or oh my god. Switching to nav will help. Ah. Where the fuck is that? Now we want to be at 294. Now it's at 291. Maybe it's just auto locking onto what I'm on. So yeah, that's it. So what do I do about that? How do I get it to set? How do I get it to lock onto what I want it to lock on and not what I'm... AP lock. Maybe it was locked. 289. Why is it going 289 now? Because that's what I'm on. You're setting it to the direction you're facing. Cool. What? Yeah, when I hit it. So I should just get it to 294 and then hit it again and then just forget about this issue? There. 294. Gonna adjust it. But the problem is I'm still climbing altitude wise. I want to watch YouTube. Yeah, I still want to do that, but it's becoming a fucking issue right now. Okay, this isn't adjusting, so there is something wrong here. There's an AI button under altitude. Huh? An AP button under altitude. I'm not 80 APPR. I don't know what that means. It's dropping us pretty rapidly. Autopilot PR. And for approach. Oh, that's approach. We don't want that. Right? The OE to the left. What? AP lock? That? That doesn't even turn on. The AP lock is not turning on. Still not on the right heading. It says Alt. I've hit that one as well. That one doesn't turn on either. I've hit all of these buttons over here. None of those are doing anything right now. I thought that would control Altitude? Yeah, you'd think. You'd think that would autopilot altitude, but it is not doing it. It like turns on, it's like about to turn on. You can see it pop up on the screen over here for like a second. Oh shit. Where it's like wanting to turn on, and then it, like if I spam it, you can see it's trying to, but then it doesn't. If I turn autopilot off, altitude, no. Auto throttle off. Turn on, nope, doesn't work. What the fuck do we do? Shit. 293 and then try and level. Level off. Master caution, that keeps going on. DLS. Was it working so perfect earlier? I don't know. I think it was probably because I was following the actual like flight plan. And then I decided that we had to go higher because we weren't going fast enough. And even now we're not going fast enough. The throttle's back here again. Oh shit. Want it on CLB. Where's CLB? There it is. CLB. Auto thrusters. Shit. Autopilot. And then it's just returning to my position. Why is it going off of where I'm facing? Why are we dropping so rapidly? Airspeed's back down again. Why, dude? Stop climbing. Just level off. It all started when we started fucking with the VS, dude. Wait, now... Now I can't even turn on autopilot. What? What is happening? Why can we not just maintain? I'm losing my fucking mind here. Altitude's now at 33,000. Why is it now at 33,000? Select 30,000. It can't maintain altitude. Is the flight plan altitude different? Yes. Yes, it is. Flight plan is like 12,000 feet. It like auto went at like 12,000 feet, and then everyone was like, why are we flying at 12,000 feet? That's so low. And I was like, I don't know. That's what it automatically wanted me to do. Is way too low. What the fuck do what am I supposed the engines are at 103%. I don't know why the speed's so low now. We're about to go back over there.
Passengers, please hang on. We're about to readjust to our original flight plan. That's going to involve dropping about 20,000 feet rapidly, so hold on.
Just got to get parallel to this. Might be programmed for original altitude. Wait, I can change the original altitude? Oh. I think we went too fast. Hold on. Okay, let's just leave that for a second. Fucking, where's the... How do I bring up the flight plan again? Oh my god. Dashboard. Shit, we gotta adjust the plane a little bit. We're going at the wrong angle. Hold on. Okay, so how would we... Where the fuck is the flight plan? Okay. Cruise altitude. There we go. Okay, cruise altitude. Can I change this? Oh. File plan. Oh, there we go. Now it's up there. Why would they default me at 10K? Just get inside of those boxes for a second. Okay, now we are where we should be, apparently. So now that we're here, oh my god, zoom out. Oh, altitude works. Autopilot, kind of functioning. Maybe it was just freaking out because we were too high up. It is kind of fucking with us, but I'm gonna trust it for a second. And this needs to be at 292. Nope, it's still not letting me adjust this. Oh, there we go. Success! Why would you approve a flight plan at 10K? I don't know how to fly a fucking plane. Okay? I gave them the takeoff and the destination, and I said, get me there. And they said, all right. You got it. Why does it say 37,000? I'm not going to worry about that. Right now, we're flying next to where we need to be. We're going to call that good. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have figured out how the plane works. We should be pretty good here, cruising at 30,000 feet. Go ahead and roll out the snack and drink carts. Drink to your heart's content. You're gonna need it. Thank you.
Oh my god. Wait, what does this say? Hold on, there's a thing on here. Flap not zero. Why is the flap not zero again? There we go. I don't love that we're at 291 and we're supposed to be at 292. Our airspeed is better. Our engines are crazy. It's toga lock. I'm just gonna wait. What is? Speed is not what we want here. We want. I think we're okay. HDG might be adjusting for wind if that's enabled. Okay, alright. I'm gonna assume we're good for right now. What do we want to watch? I think we're good now. I think we're good to relax for a minute. We may have a fuel problem later on with how everything's going, but I'm gonna worry about that later. GMM, no. We want to like. We want some like Japan, like travel stuff, I think. They just walk silently. I don't think that's gonna be good. I don't think that's gonna be. I don't think we want walking silently. I want some information, man. Food. What about abroad in Japan? 12 must-try Japanese foods in Tokyo.
From succulent buttery cuts of wagyu beef to rich, hearty bowls of ramen. I've always said that one of the best ways to base your trip to
Here we go.
Japan is around food, given how hard it can be to find the authentic good stuff back home. And with over 137,000 restaurants in Tokyo alone, almost 600 of which hold Michelin stars, it's a daunting task to try and find the best places to eat. I mean, what dishes are even worth trying? Well, the short answer is all of them. But with most travelers visiting Japan for just 2 weeks, we need to make each
This
and
is
every
what
count.
this is what we're
And
here.
so today, in this epic journey, we're going in search of the 12
I'm gonna grab a
must-try
Cliff Bar
dishes
because I'm gonna be
that
starving. This is gonna
Japan
make me
has to offer.
starve.
We'll hear the stories and the history behind each and every dish, and meet the incredible skilled chefs behind the scenes to learn the secrets of the trade. And we're not doing it alone either. Along our journey, we'll be joined by an array of amazing guests and Ryotaro as we enjoy every dish imaginable. From
Alright.
crispy and golden tonkatsu to juicy, delectable yakitori chicken, and perhaps the very best sushi that I've ever had in my entire 12 years spent living in Japan. So sit back, relax, grab some cup noodles, and prepare to become an expert on all things Japanese cuisine. Now, when
Let's
it
do
comes
it.
to dining out in Japan, particularly in cities, it is essential to make your restaurant reservation in advance. It'd be a real shame, if you came here for 2 weeks and missed out on the best thing about the country, i.e. the food. But I also realise if you don't speak Japanese, picking up the phone and making that reservation is a pretty stressful and nerve-wracking situation that often doesn't end well.
They don't do it online?
Table for two, please.
日本語話せますか
Oh. And so I'm delighted to say for this episode we're partnering up with Japan's #1 restaurant listing and reservation service,
Oh.
Travelog. With over
Oh, that was just
860,000
it was just a fucking
restaurants
segue.
and 65 million user reviews, Tabelog has become the gold standard for discovering the best restaurants in the country. Now, thankfully,
Got my ass.
it's easy to use in English. But most importantly, what makes Tabelog so damn popular in Japan is its iconic rating system, where the scores aren't simple averages, but are calculated by taking into account the influence of the users. As of now, the highest restaurant is about 4.66 out of 5. And in fact, a score
That's
of
it?
3.5 is exceptional. Just 3% of the restaurants on Tabelog have over 3.5, and just 0.07% have surpassed 4 stars. 5 stars is essentially an unattainable godlike level. Best of all, Tabelog has its own award system, Hyakumeite, literally 100 famous restaurants, showcasing the best of the best in each category. For example, for yakiniku, you'll find a list of the top 100 yakiniku restaurants. Or for
Is this just a
tonkatsu,
sponsorship
top 100
thing, or is
pork
this,
cutlet
is this actually
restaurants.
fucking
This time,
news?
let's search for an upscale tempura restaurant in Ginza for 2 people this Friday at 7 p.m. Tempura Ginza Onodera comes in. You can take a quick look at the restaurant details, view the interior, course menu photos, and even reviews. Once you've found your dream restaurant, pick a day, party size and time, and off you go. But thanks to Tabelog for sponsoring this epic food-filled edition of Abroad Japan. And now, let's go and check out the best goddamn restaurants in all of Japan. Ramen was introduced to Japan from China in the late 19th century.
Oh,
It
history
became
lesson.
popular as a cheap and filling meal. By the mid-20th century, it had evolved into a uniquely Japanese
Dude, there's
dish
some
in its
bomb,
own right, with regional
ramen
variations
places out
emerging
here.
across the country. Meanwhile, instant ramen, invented in 1958 by Momofuku Ando, revolutionized the dish's accessibility, turning it into a staple food for millions. The 3 best-known variations are Hakata-style pork bone tonkotsu broth, Tokyo's soy sauce broth, and Hokkaido's rich, flavorful miso stock. Still, it is an oversimplification to say you can only find 3 types of ramen in Japan. Every single region has its own style of noodles, but this widespread popularity is sometimes a double-edged sword, as finding a ramen that can live up to expectations can be an undertaking. Sometimes a poor bowl of ramen can end up salty, greasy, and generally unfulfilling. Just like our first guest, Sido Pie, who joins us for our first dish at Menya Nishikawa, a shop specialising in a rather special ramen topped with tender slices of roast beef instead of the typical braised pork.
I missed all of that. I was jumping in Discord in case anybody wanted to chat while we're cruising. Also, scream if there's like. Oh, we're gonna have to change heading here in a second.
見て楽しんでもらう、食べて楽しんでもらうっていう思いを僕も作らせてもらってます。
Are you ready for some rich umami flavors, Mr. Don?
Well, when you say it like that, I feel like I'm going to be tortured.
No, it's going to be good. How often do you have ramen?
Once every 2 months. Out of all the Japanese foods, probably the one I eat least.
Why is that?
Because it's the one that kills you least. Oh,
And he grilled that, like flame grilled that.
I think you can go. How can I go faster? The engines are at 108%.
Whoa, you went for the extraordinaire. What is that?
This is called the ultimate beef special.
Shit, that
And
was
it's got,
crazy.
beef, pork, eggs, more braised beef, more pork, mushrooms. My gosh.
This is marinated as well. This is everything I've ever wanted in life.
Just gonna taste it.
Ooh, that's really lighter than I thought it was going to be.
It's supposed to cruise at 450. What am I supposed to do then?
This is, it's quite a light broth here, right? Asari style.
I feel like whenever we go on the countryside and we're like cycling, we stop at like the only ramen spot in town. It's like just like DEFCON 5 level salt. It's just we pulled the whole thing in.
Well, I
How are
think
we
you've
supposed to
got
get to 450? We have not been anywhere near 450 this whole
It's
time.
nice to have a broth that kind of complements that, right? The noodles here, quite thin. Almost like, what's that, Hakata, Fukuoka style, right?
Give it a shot.
The broth's got a lot of pork in it, right? It's gives it a rich umami flavour, despite being
You can't say that. It's illegal, sorry.
rich umami flavour.
Alright, I'm going for a little pork. Let's do it. Oh my god. Oh.
Pork.
I'm so happy right now.
Man, that beef is so
Shit,
juicy.
man.
Oh, beautiful, pink, just to the right amount, right? There's a perfect point when it comes to roast beef. It's got to be slightly pink.
I must be the worst
You have
person
too
on the
much
planet right now,
fuel.
so I just can't think. I can only eat. I'm just a
I have
vessel for eating.
50%
Would you
fuel.
like a bit of beef as well?
Oh, God, I want, yeah, I want.
Extremely
You
juicy.
need like 5%.
Truly,
So where
this,
is it?
That's
Become more
okay.
benevolent.
Let me know when there's like a real suggestion.
I learned from King Charles.
That's the best chassis I think I've ever had.
I will say, like, when I lived in the countryside, I used to eat ramen once a week because
There's just so much more.
Okay, we're actually gonna have to hold on. the short stint of in-flight entertainment. We're gonna have to change heading here. Listen, if we're at 5, we're gonna run through the entirety of our fuel instantly. Currently going 328. That seems pretty good. On CLB. The engines are like going crazy fast. I'll set it to 400. It doesn't even go all the way. That's okay. 450 is not even obtainable. 286 is where we gotta head towards now. $330 is your current max, but if you look at the speed thing that I can set to, it literally does not even go to 400. You're cooking the engines. What am I supposed to do about... Guys, you're telling me I need to go faster. And then I'm like, okay, how do I go faster? And then you're like, well, no, you can't go faster. This is your max. Okay. Well, I'm going as fast as I can. Well, you shouldn't be going that fast because you're cooking your engines. Okay, then what the fuck do I do? Gotta go higher. You want me to go even higher? Is that even gonna... Okay. You want to go higher? We can go higher. Fine. How high? How high are we cruising? $36,000. God. Okay. File plan. Send route. Could go all the way up to 40,000.
Tray tables up, seatbelts on. We are climbing rapidly.
Okay.
This is a fucking hijacking.
Jesus Christ! Whoa! Whoa!
This plane is going somewhere else.
What the fuck? Chill out, man.
You need to land this in Hawaii right now.
What the fuck do you mean?
All right, I have the hostess.
Whoa! What the hostess?
The steward is tied up. I was told the 2 for $20 was served here, and I was lied to.
Why would you want to go to Hawaii? How much did you pay for this flight?
I bought it on Kayak as like one of those like raffle things.
What the
Didn't
fuck?
really. cost me like $500. I don't know where I'm going.
People
to be
still
honest.
use that. Just go to Japan, man. You want to go? You want to
Oh, this is
stop
going
in
to
Hawaii?
Japan?
Yeah, man.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. I should probably. This is fine. We can go. We can keep going. I'm sorry.
The seatbelt sign is on. Okay.
Oh, I didn't see that on the way up here. I'll be honest. It's kind of hard to see when I put the fucking like balaclava on.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet.
Do I need to fix this door?
Yeah, please.
Please,
Please, I don't know. Use some of the tape or something. Put that back
I'll
up.
tape it together. How far are we from Hawaii or Japan? I'm sorry.
We're close.
Oh, okay. Everything's going fine up here?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's going smooth.
Could I bring you like a bottle of water or like I tied up the stewardess on the way up here. So I should probably undo that.
Yeah, you should probably undo that.
All right. Well, I'll. This is a little awkward. Hey, you're co-pilot, all right? He's just kind of like sitting there.
Yeah. He hasn't been doing much. He hasn't been doing much all day. I don't know what his problem is.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'll just
Jesus Christ.
Hey, this isn't gonna look bad for my frequent flyer miles, right?
This probably would affect your miles a little bit.
Oh fuck. Is it all right? Like, hey, if they're using my miles up, is it all right if I just instead of going back to economy, I sit in first class?
I honestly don't give a shit what you do back there. That's not my business.
Oh, okay. I'll leave you to it then, man.
All right.
All right. I'll see you later, Captain.
Later. Oh fuck. Okay. This is not helping with engines or speed or anything. Our engines are still at 105%. I've decreased the amount of fuel, so we have much less weight. I don't know what FD is. I think we're now cruising at 36,000. We could go higher, but every time I go higher, I'll be honest, it's not changing much as far as anything is concerned. I'll go to 40, just so that stops being a suggestion. File plan, send route, request. Oh shit, wrong. His flight director, it shows he had to manually follow the flight plan. Oh. Yeah, we don't need that. Okay, let's turn that off for a second. Okay, or leave it on, I guess. Select. Still at 286. Let's hit that, and let's hit that. That has brought down our engines by 1%. So unless we have something else going on here that's like increasing drag somehow. I see no flaps up. I don't see anything that would be causing issues. Let's, in fact, we're going, oh, we're slowly speeding up. Engines will ramp down as you increase speed. Okay, so once we get to 300, then it'll probably chill. All right. All right, back to the in-flight entertainment then.
Places to do it, right?
There's a lot of great mom and pop style shops. The area I used to live in, Yamagata, is quite famous for its ramen. And then when I moved to Tokyo, I haven't really had ramen much because I haven't found like.
There's a lot of really bad places, I think.
There's a lot of bad places in Tokyo. I haven't found somewhere that gets me excited.
260 zoom out. Should I turn down the
It's my new favorite ramen shop in Tokyo.
So this entire video, you just
max?
Yeah.
Should I turn the thing down to the max so that engines don't overload trying to get to 300?
Chris, when will we pop like a Mario Mini How many restaurants do we have to go
We're
to?
going to need another bloody cyclethon at the end of this to see me through.
Wait, hold on. Okay, one last time of going out of this. Because I want to check. Wait, this is at 286. Shit. Good thing I did that because we would have been off. Sorry. Listen. sorry. There's there's a lot we got to pay attention to here. Okay. I want to see maybe there's something on here that's adjusting. It's like making it so we're maxing out, or maybe that's just what our max flight speed is. I don't know. I'm willing to bet it's actually our max flight speed, considering we can only go to 300. Or 399 is like the overall max selector. So let's bring this to 260. So that when we get to 260, the engines will hopefully chill out. Okay. Everything good? 40,000. Airspeed 259. Fuel 32. AOA, I don't know, whatever. Back to it. We're good. Sorry.
And so our first dish complete and stuffed full of mouth-watering ramen topped with roast beef, we head to our second restaurant to be joined by none other than my fourth best American friend.
Is he actually doing this in one day?
Ton literally meaning pork, and katsu
That's the
being an
same shirt.
abbreviation of the word cutlet in Japanese. Tonkatsu is another example of a Japanese take on a Western cuisine. Delicious, juicy cuts of pork battered in panko breadcrumbs and then deep fried. Tonkatsu might just be Japan's most calorific dish for folks on the go. And like most dishes on today's hit list, tonkatsu isn't quite as simple as it would first appear, with different cuts unleashing a variety of flavors.
Hold
and
on.
to guide us through all the deep fried pork.
Hold on. I gotta change it. It keeps changing headings on me. Why am I at 284? God damn it. Okay, whatever. As long as we're near the line, I don't give a shit
As to
anymore.
offer, we're heading to tonkatsu.jp, where the restaurant offers the practice of allowing diners to choose which part of the country the pork is sourced from. The first time
Whoa.
I've ever seen this in any tonkatsu restaurant.
いらっしゃいませ。
夫婦でとんかつ .jp さんとんかつ屋さんを
We run Tonkatsu
北
JP.
海道から島までのさまざまな個人農家からですね、豚肉を仕入れて選んで召し上がっていただけるように揃えております。
鹿児島県のサドルバックのロースカツと静岡県天城黒豚のヒレカツを召し上がっていただきます。
日本のいただきますという精神、ここで体感していただきたくてオープンキッチンで調理をさせて提供しております。
Are you ready?
Yes.
For one of the best tonkatsu restaurants in Japan, one of the top 100 restaurants.
Yes, I'm ready.
It's rated 3.69
Nice.
on Tabelog, right? Putting
Yeah.
it in the
That
top
doesn't-
3% of restaurants in the country.
Top
What I love about
3%
tonkatsu
at
restaurants
3
is walking,
point-
It just smells like butter. Because the pork is
Was it
kind of
3.69?
deep fried in lard.
You may be the only person in history who loves the smell of deep fried
It's
lard,
so good.
pork and butter. What are you talking
This is
about?
amazing. And check this out, right?
We'll get you that for your cologne for your birthday. Monsieur
lard.
Tonkatsu of lard.
This is incredible. I've never seen this before. Right? This is
No.
a menu. The different cuts of pork. So you've got pork, loin, ribeye, whatnot. But also different
That's
places
insane.
pork is sourced from. You can choose where it comes from. They've got like the finest Kurobunta black pork from Kagoshima, pork from Hokkaido. Like there's different farms around the country where they specialize in raising. Like,
And then this little cool chart right here, this shows us how many of each pig are currently available. So they're really small dots.
Yeah.
There's like 10 pigs
Yeah.
of that
What the
entire
fuck?
flock. I wouldn't be say flock.
2 of them are at the bar today.
You're right. It says right here. There's two fat lardos. That's weird.
Horse right? Yeah, I heard that, but I was like, but I figured it would be like it'd be at least a 4.
Right, saddleback, right as to Gondor. Look at that, the thin, beautiful layer of fat on top.
That looks
This is
fucking
unlike
crazy.
any tonkatsu I've ever seen. It's much bigger and thicker.
Yeah, you've got different cuts here.
That
This
is
one's got
thick as hell.
Shizuoka's
That's
black
a
pork.
lot of fucking
and
pork.
it's saddleback.
Wow, this is an experience. I'm looking forward to this.
Look how thick it is, though.
Do I have this in
That's
one bite?
juicy as hell.
No, you're choked to death. That's the difference between like regular tonkatsu restaurants and this place, though. The size of the cut, right? That thick, very decadent cut of pork, and it looks absolutely perfect. Oh my god.
You all right?
I mean, you're the expert. You have
There's like a
once
black
week.
bar. There we go.
It's going to be quite interesting to hear.
They're two different dishes. I
Right.
cannot compare this to regular tonkatsu.
Right.
It's impossible. This is so good. The quality of the pork
Where's
is
this
without
place?
question significantly better. I think with like a regular tonkatsu, you have your rice, you have your mustard, you have your tonkatsu sauce, and it's kind of like okonomiyaki in the sense that the sauce kind of covers the pork's low quality, and it's just a fun, quick meal. This, with just a touch of salt, or just as is, lets the pork do the talking.
Let the pork speak for itself.
Yeah.
It's so tender and juicy. It sort of, you know, jewels of fat in your mouth. Just makes you
Man.
salivate.
I really lucked out today. I was expecting the worst.
How dare you?
This is excellent.
Good ingredients.
Why would he
the best
expect-
pork you can have.
We eat so much. Yeah,
How did you
dude.
think you could eat that in one bite?
Normally with tonkatsu, it's cut in a way that you
We're gonna
have
be
to,
at
because
4
it's so
meals a
chewy.
day.
But this one, it's such
4 or
a
5 meals a day.
soft piece of pork that you can bite into it and still
6
separate.
meals a day.
I don't know what you eat in Kansas, but that's not a mouth.
In Kansas, this would be considered a small, quite frankly.
This is
That's probably. I just want to
some
eat,
of the
dude.
best
That's
pork
probably
I've
the
hands
main
down.
thing
Don't
I
let them
care
show
about
off.
doing.
They've done a good job at this pig.
1 meal every hour. Hell
A
yeah.
full saddleback pig heavier. We move on to our next restaurant, and with a different guest. Yakiniku, literally the characters for grill and meat. You can't get any simpler than that. Most yakiniku barbecue restaurants deliver the uncooked meat right to your table for you to grill yourself.
We gotta
But
get
given
Wagyu and
today's
Wagyu.
Special guest, it's probably a good thing we're heading to one of the few Natsuki-proof restaurants in Tokyo. Ebisu Yoroniku not only boasts one of the highest ratings for any yakiniku restaurant in the country, but they'll meticulously grill the exquisite cuts of A5 Wagyu for you. And today we're joined by Chef Seki-san, the only man in Tokyo who can stop Natsuki from burning down an entire restaurant. Ebisu Yoroniku is one of the few restaurants today with a coveted 4.36 star rating. on Tabelog, and we'll be trying their famed taster menu. A course so special that our chef won't even tell us what cuts of meat we'll be tasting.
So first we have our signature dish, silky loin.
Silky loin.
We just call it
My
our
engines
special
are still at
sauce.
105.
So we don't really actually point out the cut, where precisely the cut is from.
And the sauce is a secret as well, right?
Yes.
You don't get to the top without keeping some secrets, right?
So the cut will be served directly into your dipping sauce. So and it goes with the middle rice.
Whoa. What the hell? They just have a whole ass bowl, just a little ass rice ball.
Oh,
Damn, he is slapping that shit. He cooked that for like 2 seconds.
Silky mouth. Oh, beef seats. Seat for the beef.
Beef sheets.
Oh my god. Oh, it melts in your mouth. The rice is really good actually, because it kind of binds with the beef and the sauce. Otherwise the beef sort of melts away so fast. The rice kind of helps bring out the flavour.
Beef strip on my tongue.
For that.
What?
Silky line, it sits like a seat.
Like a sheet. That's quite poetic actually.
Good taste.
I wouldn't expect anything less from the man that invented justice delicious.
But it's not just Natsuki's fine poetry that we're being treated to today, as Seki-san prepares the next tasty dish of a Chateaubriand beef katsu-san.
Whoa, what is that? Who's on the side of that beef?
Fight with Seki-san. Look at that,
And also for the second half, we have yuzu mustard. It's very spicy, so make sure I add a little bit. It also goes perfectly well with an extra sauce.
Giant eagles. You gotta go to HEB on what is it?
Mustard. So it's quite spicy though.
I forget what the discount is, like half off Sushi Thursdays or something at HEB.
Meat is up is eat.
You heard it here first.
We continue on with masterly prepared truffle sukiyaki, mixed
Damn.
with a raw egg, whisked to create a light and bubbly coating for the delicious wagyu.
Whoa.
Sweet, savoury, frothy.
And at the end of our taster course, the rice is soaked in the remaining mixture. A truly indescribable.
Oh my god.
Or so I thought.
今新しい味を僕は発見したそれはねコロンブスのようでありマゼラン
Wow, Columbus and beef.
And so with yakiniku out of the way and my body now consisting of 70% butter, it's time to share with you how good sukiyaki can be when it becomes the star attraction.
Sukiyaki.
For our next dish, we'll be exploring perhaps the most extravagant side of fine dining in Japan. Sukiyaki is a well-known dish, but one that's often not experienced by travellers. A hot pot where thinly sliced cuts of beef are cooked alongside vegetables, such as mushrooms, cabbage and green onions, slowly simmered in a sauce, known as warashita. Historically a symbol of luxury, sukiyaki has its own roots in the Meiji period of Japan, where it was decided the important political
They always
and
got
military
mushrooms
leaders
in
should be
it?
fed something sophisticated and filled with protein. The country started to take on more Western
I'm
ideas.
big on
the idea that
mushroom.
sukiyaki is a luxury dish, saved for special occasions, continues to this day, and nothing could be more special as we're heading to Sukiyaki Juniten, a restaurant that specializes in serving the finest
Always
cuts
mushroom.
of A5 Wagyu from across the whole of Japan.
いらっしゃいませ。私たちの、最高点の12点の、サーロインを使ったすき焼きをご用意させていただきます、出来たてを召し上がっていただきたくお客様の目の前で、調理させていただきます、私たちのすき焼きは関西風でご用意しております。目で見て楽しんでいただけるよう
I think we got a
な
heading
すき焼き
change
を
coming
心が
up.
けております。
Maybe. Keep a close eye on it.
Oh, it smells so good, so rich. The sauce, right? Sukiyaki sauce, soy sauce, sugar, has this incredible salty sweet kind of scent to it that's just so delicate. First time I had sukiyaki, I was like, just give it to me as a steak. I don't need it in a hot pot or whatever. And also I was a bit like, raw egg, is that a good idea? Because that goes against everything we kind of raised to believe back home. And yet, what you find with Wagyu is it is very overpowering.
I feel like I'm getting further and further off of the
And when it's
flight
served
path
in
on the
this way,
left, but
it's so much
I'm
more
still
of a-
online, so
such
I'm not
more
going to worry about it.
Complex flavour. And also, after 12 years of having raw eggs, report, never had any issues either. Kind of helps add flavour and texture to complement the best goddamn beef in all Japan. Tadakimasu.
I don't think I've ever fucked with raw egg.
Oh my god.
I've had a couple years ago, I had to force myself
The
to
saltiness
like eggs.
of the beef itself, that rich, sweet flavour of the sukiyaki sauce. It was so thick as well when you poured it in, where it hit the beef. Egg yolk kind of locks in all that texture, all that flavour. Sukiyaki. what a treat.
But it's not just the finest cuts of
I used to
A5
not
Wagyu that
fuck
make
with
a good
eggs like
sukiyaki.
at all.
Juniten
I couldn't do
leaves no
runny
part of the
eggs.
dish behind, as even the water itself used for the broth
Ooh.
is sourced from a national park, Shirokami Sanchi, an isolated forest in most northern Aomori, combined with the freshest vegetables of cabbage, shiitake mushrooms, and green onions. Every ingredient is sourced to perfection.
Feels like it's my birthday. Typically, you eat sukiyaki at like special occasions, anniversaries, birthdays. You don't normally turn to your friend one night and be like, oh, let's go for sukiyaki. So yeah, I feel like it's a special occasion. Even though I've got no friends today whatsoever. My God, I think we have a contender for the most picturesque, stunning, beautiful dish in this entire video. Look at that. All the colours, the leaves, the mushrooms, carrots,
Good
beef.
chat there,
Not how
there we go.
half the beef is cooked, half of it's still pink, slowly cooking away in the juices of the hot pot.
We're gonna have to
But this
adjust
is
the flight
the
heading and
sukiyaki
everything.
taste,
We might have to get back in
all the
line. I'm a
textures.
little
You've got
far
the
off from the flight path.
of the tofu, the crispiness
Ooh.
of the mushrooms. I will say the great tragedy for sukiyaki is not enough.
That's a huge
foreign
ass
tourists
mushroom.
Try it, I feel, unless they go to like a ryokan. So do it. Pick a special night on your 2-week trip to Japan. Come here, have this meal, and thank me later because it's incredible. It really is. You haven't really had wagyu until you've had it in a sukiyaki hot pot.
I feel like that's not true.
After a string of rather heavy dishes, let's get back to something a little bit lighter, starting with some of Japan's most popular noodle dishes, as Connor joins us once again for...
Okay, udon. Well, let's real quick make some adjustments here. This new heading's 283. And I think it's gonna change more than that. I want to get back in line over here. Yeah, dude, grocery store sushi just is not great. Like if I'm gonna spend money on sushi, I don't think I'm gonna willingly choose grocery store sushi. Oh God.
Hang on. We're going sideways.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Is it still 283? Oh no, we're not at the marker yet. Once we get at that marker, 43 north, 35, 43 and 35. It's really hard to stay like directly in line with this thing. Okay, let's see what the heading is on this. On this new angle. Is this even going to change? Or is it still, this is 283? Wait till the middle of the plane passes. It's 286. Set that in. Autopilot. Oh! Jesus Christ. Let's make sure that adjusts. $285, and Jesus, that was so aggressive. The autopilot turning on is so aggressive. We might be good there. We might leave it there. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit too, so we can get a better view of this while we're in our in-flight entertainment. All right. Udon.
A popular dish that's said to date back all the way to the 7th century, udon is characterised by its thicker and chewier noodles, typically served with a much lighter broth compared to the likes of ramen. Though just like ramen, udon comes in many varieties. From kitsune udon, literally fox udon, with a deep-fried flattened piece of tofu, said to be a fox's favourite dish, to the evocative skimi udon.
I thought they were putting
literally
fox
udon
in it.
With a raw egg
I was
placed
like,
upon
what
the
the
bowl
fuck?
of noodles to represent the full moon. And today we're heading to Iwasiya, an udon restaurant in Tokyo which prides itself on its very own handmade noodles prepared freshly in-house.
いらっしゃいませ。粉から一から、うどんを作って、出汁も一から低いことによって美味しいものを提供できる店舗になっています。うどんも出汁もなんですけども、毎日、出来を気にしていないと同じものを提供できないっていう点が非常に面白くて。
One of the YouTube shorts that I get all the time now is just one dude who just goes and tries just a bunch of restaurants in Japan and reviews them.
Kind of udon restaurants.
I don't know what his name is.
You pick which one you want. Have like almost like a assembly line where you go along and you pick your toppings. We're not doing that today because Connor doesn't like to stand.
But I've seen some fire shit from there.
But one of the things is at the end of your kind of when you put your bowl of udon, you paid for it.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is a big bowl of just tempura batter.
What the fuck?
It's normal, yeah.
Oh wow.
And you take a big spoonful and tip it on your bowl. Get that nice tempura good.
Ginger too and spring onion.
And stick with the batter. Yeah. It's batter. There's more batter on mine than the udon at this point.
I think
Ikubu.
my
What?
body could fit an entire 3 of those.
Fit half a whale's head.
Huh?
What have you got then? So you've
What'd
got
that say?
curry udon.
Curry udon, which honestly looks amazing.
This is abarage.
Yeah, which I love this stuff. We have fried or tempura asparagus, which look at this.
Captain, this is Flight Attendant Terry.
Oh shit! What? What?
This is Flight Attendant Terry. Passengers are complaining about the turbulence, so I turned on the seatbelt light for the time being. Everything all right up there? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Why can't you? Hello, Captain? Hello? Oh, hey, yeah. Yeah, everything's just fine. It was just the autopilot. Sometimes, yeah, just let them walk around. If they get hurt, that's it's on the it's insured. Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll just turn that back off. All right. Also related, we have the gentleman that was fighting other passengers and waving around the gun cordoned off to the rear lavatory, so the situation is contained for the moment. Oh, amazing. All right, we're gonna land in just a couple of hours, so he'll be fine in there. Maybe shove some peanuts in the door. Himself out, so it should be okay. Okay, all right. Thank you, Terry. All right. I'll bring you your in-flight meal in an hour. Oh, sweet. All right. Thank you. All right. Have a good one, Captain. Good luck, Terry.
All right.
We have the chicken, which
something went wrong.
A full chicken breast. I
It's
guess.
the full chicken experience, yeah.
What have you gone for?
Also chicken and a very wide ebby. It's a really big. What happened to this
They
ebby?
need more surface area. It's coating.
But the best bit about udon, right, is the moment where you take your tempura battered items, plonk them in the soup, and get them a little bit wet. I used to get udon a lot in Sendai when I lived there, by the station.
Yeah.
Whenever I was like walking around Sendai doing shopping, I'd always go to udon at the end of the day. And it's very kind of hearty, calorific. It makes you feel full. It gives you a food coma, the likes of which you'll never have in your life. But you come out feeling pretty damn satisfied.
I feel like we can only have udon like once,
Cold
man.
udon in Japan, so.
This is a lot thinner udon than I'm used to.
Because if we,
But really nice.
All over it. Look, man.
we can't have too many meals that are filling. You know what I mean?
Curry udon.
We gotta make room.
That's why I don't get curry udon, because by the end of this meal, it's going to look like you've been rolling around in a puddle again.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel that way. I'm trying to get the udon coated here.
Actually, I want to make sure I can
get my giant asparagus coated.
I hate that the whole time I'm trying to eat this, I can feel the gentle splashing of curry on my arm. It's getting really quite
Trying to see.
concerning.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
But yeah, udon, whether it's summertime or winter, always hits the spot.
That wasn't me. That wasn't me. He spilled it on himself.
I'm not coming out with you again.
And with Connor once again ruining the atmosphere of a high-end noodle restaurant,
looks
let's
crazy,
try
though.
and bring a little bit of elegance back to the video. Time to get rid of my least favourite Welshman and bring in my most favourite Canadian fiancé as we head all the way to Kyoto to try
Soba.
earthy and rich buckwheat noodles. Soba is often seen in Japan as a little bit more of a refined meal. Simple tastes and flavours, not to be overpowered by the saltiness or oiliness of something like a ramen broth. Traditionally, soba is eaten with a simple soy-based dipping sauce called tsuyu. But today we're going all out at Sario Teshi, a soba restaurant that takes the dish all the way to 11. While I'll be enjoying a classic kamo namba, literally tender duck served with soba in a warm broth, Charles has opted for the spectacular daigo soba, a chilled soba flavoured with dashi, olive oil, and
Chilled
half a block
soba.
of parmesan cheese. And if I knew just how much cheese that it would
Holy
be served
shit.
with, I'd have probably gone for that one as well.
いらっしゃいませ。
Soba samurai.
10割そばと毎朝削ります枕崎産の鰹節を削ってお出汁を取ります、それと焼き上げた京鴨の油を合わせたお出汁で
Dashi
京
with
鴨
the
の
duck
を作っております。
Oh.
第5そばはですね、10割そばに、イタリアから取り寄せました36ヶ月熟成のパルミジャーノチーズを削って
36 month aged
そして、
and olive oil.
ましてお召し上がりいただ
What
き
the
ます。
fuck?
また海外からいろんなお客様が来ていただきまして、私たちが作ったお蕎麦を美味しい喜んでくださるのが
This
私たち
place
の喜びで
looks
す。
high class. They got a
Cheers.
tiger with a
Hey,
rabbit hanging off the
gin
back.
soda in what might be the most luxurious soba noodle restaurant in all of Japan.
It's so pretty in here. It feels like a high-end
Well
sushi
done.
restaurant. I've
Your
never
name it
seen
with the
any
5
soba
buns.
restaurant like it.
Prime, thank
Yeah,
you.
the epic counter, and then they've got this incredible artwork behind, right, with the tiger unraveling some wool. That's bonsai tree. Wonderful, wonderful.
You get the Kyoto vibes for sure.
I'll tuck into my Italian tomatoes. Here we go.
Itadakimasu. That's delicious.
I will try some in a bit.
My God, that's so good. The
I don't know how
cheese
how is that
so
so good? It's
flavorful.
just
It
cheese
pairs
and noodle
really well with the dashi
and
broth.
oil.
I won't lie.
Oh, wait,
I
there's
think
broth in
sort of
there?
Stop eating soba noodles after my last wankosoba noodle attempt with you and Connor.
I'm the same. I can't eat them for about 3 or 4 months afterwards.
When we lived in Tohoku, I'd say.
I don't know about the cheese. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think that's going to be like traditional, you know, a traditional soba, but it looks like it goes kind of hard.
Soba noodles, right? It's kind of like dashi with a sort of tanginess to it. There's a sharp sort of tanginess at the end of it from the onions and the duck. Yeah, it's a really nice broth. Alright, my moment of truth is.
Yeah,
the
some of these
massive
restaurants,
cheese
that
on
it's,
soba
this
noodles
one in
section with the
particular
duck.
definitely seems like a little bit too much.
Oh, it's a close one.
Really?
Actually, I prefer this. I think I prefer this.
Shocking.
It feels more well-rounded. You know,
Fair.
that just tastes very cheesy, which is normally right up my alley. But today, I want to mix the flavors up a bit. In this restaurant, it's as much about the dish as it is about the setting, and it feels very relaxing, very calm in here, under the watchful gaze of the tigers. Beautiful restaurant. Beautiful restaurant.
As we return to Tokyo, it's time for one of the best rated restaurants on our list, with one of the lowest rated guests on our trip. And I have to say, this is a restaurant that I've been looking forward to perhaps more than any other, serving my absolute favourite, quintessentially Japanese dish.
Yakitori.
Yaki meaning to grill or cook, tori meaning bird, in this case chicken. There's no other dish that symbolises the Japanese attention to simple flavours done well, quite like yakitori. From thigh and breast to liver and heart, no part of the chicken is left unused. And it takes a certain precision by master yakitori chefs to know exactly when each piece is perfectly cooked. A process that some chefs can understand simply by lifting up the skewers and knowing how the perfect chicken feels. The ultimate sixth sense. And what I've also come to
shit.
perfect over many years, eating family.
What a time to pause. Hold on. Our setting's a little bit off, and we're a little bit off of there. Can we just adjust this? 284. That's fine. I think that'll be all right. We're like parallel. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Sorry. Wait, your thrust levels are set to takeoff instead of cruise. Where do I change that? Your thrust levels are set for takeoff instead of cruise. Thrust levers. How do I adjust that? Is that with this? How do I adjust the thrust levers for cruise? There's a Togo knob. There's a Togo knob. Right. Togo knob. Togo. You see it? How about you fucking tell me where it is? Red trim, cockpit, door. See shit, man. Is it by the thrusters or is there... Where the fuck is the Togo knob? What? What does Togo even mean? Surely it's by this somewhere, by the actual throttle. What the fuck? I want to get back to my fucking in-flight entertainment. Rud trim, engine start, norm, engine start, crank, mode, display mode selector, tilt knob, gain knob, main panel floodlight, integral light, hitch trim, oh, fuck, E-cam upper brightness, Oga. Okay, where the fuck is that? Doesn't help me. Audio select. I saw the Toga lock there. I just don't know where the fucking where the thing is for it. An air vent, tray pedals, tray. Ooh, for our in-flight entertainment. Ooh, nice. Where the fuck is it? Oh. Well, how does this... Hold on. I see it there. But I don't know how to just move that part of it. Like, how do I... See, that's toga. How do I adjust that? Seen you move it on accident? Yeah. So have I don't know what I did for it. Hold on. Controls. Toga. Throttle. Auto throttle to GA. Throttle access. I don't. Decrease, increase, throttle, previous down. I don't know. Okay, whatever. How do we adjust that? Oh. See, it goes... Oh. It goes back when I pull it all the way back, but that's about it. Anybody any clue on the toga situation? It's no longer on the instrument screen. What? I didn't do anything. Oh wait, it's because I... But what if I do that? It will be. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Why are we going down so much? Oh god, what is happening? Why are we going down? The engine's ramping down. And we're maintaining airspeed. How the fuck does that work? I am so confused. But whatever, if it's working. I think this will auto adjust us back up. Should be okay. Let me bring out my captain tray again. There we go. Back to it.
Fried chicken. While chicken on a stick grilled over an open flame may not seem like the hardest dish to make, Japan has a secret weapon in the form of binchotan, Japanese white charcoal, a prized charcoal typically sourced from Wakayama that's famed for its high carbon content, allowing a high consistent temperature and minimal odor.
They have
unleashing
famous
the full
charcoal.
flavors of the meat without compromising the taste. At its core, yakitori is traditionally a street food, springing up in the late 19th century, with the offcuts and innards of game fowl being a cheaper alternative to pricier cuts of meat. Today, however, yakitori has been refined into the ultimate dining experience, savouring each and every cut, with Restaurant Torisawa currently enjoying a waiting list of 3 months just to get in the door. Now then,
Oh my
let's
God.
find out why that's the case.
So the 12 restaurants we're filming this video, this is
3
the one
months to get
that I've
in
been
the
looking
door.
forward to the most. Yakitori, for reasons we'll get into in a minute. And I knew to come here, I needed to bring a very special friend. Fortunately, they're all visitors, we're stuck with Ryoto. How you doing? Huh?
Very good. Very well. Thanks for the invitation.
You've come to this hidden yakitori restaurant.
Very hidden.
This is the door. What the hell?
Where the restaurant is.
Find the entrance. So the waiting list for this yakitori place is like 3 or 4 months.
Yes, I heard that.
It took a long time to get in here, so stakes are
Place
high.
you had the
I'm
fancy
very
dinner
excited.
at here in Vegas is had an 8-month waiting list. What?
Wow.
Really? Did we? Did,
The way they serve it, it's like sushi in an expensive restaurant.
At the yakitori restaurant, I used
That's
to go to
insane.
get like a whole plate. It'd arrive on like a shovel.
There you go.
And it's nice to have it one at a time so you can enjoy it. So look at that. Glistening in the light.
8-month wait list. Boba's still trying to order chicken strips. Yeah, that's crazy.
Beautiful char-grilled smell.
Ex-boss helped me to get the booking when we were 6 months out. Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
The char.
I had no clue.
The char.
The chars are. That's so juicy.
How could it be this tender? It was like
Skill. Lots of skill. It's so tender, it's so juicy. And that's the, that's what makes yakitori so special.
Who can you call to get us into this place 1 month
so
out?
You can enjoy it at its absolute best. It's kind of subtly salted.
yes. The amount of salt is perfect. Did you see how he salted the meat? The way he did it?
Damn. Most of that salt's getting on the floor.
How do you do it?
That's what he did.
I have a friend I could call, but I'm not going to. Doubt it.
Thigh.
Still sizzling. I love the way yakitori comes all the way down the skewer. This is kind of just at the end of it, right? But it's so
So
well
thick,
balanced, so thick. As a bountiful piece of chicken.
Doubt it.
It's just so nice
Prove
just
it,
looking at
man.
it.
Prove it.
You know what I mean?
You don't want to eat it.
Yeah, I don't want to eat it, but I want to eat it.
Oh, smell that. Smell it. Don't eat it yet. Wait, smell it. Savour the scent of the chicken. Right, now you can eat it.
Holy.
Most of these restaurants are worth the wait
One of the most
time.
superbly grilled piece of chicken I've ever had in my life. Bloody hell.
Sexiest chicken thigh I've ever had.
There's
in my
definitely
life.
places that are worth
That's the
it.
description. Most description we've ever had. You know it's good when I eat it slowly. Usually I'm like, oh, next one, oh, next one.
You eat like dog, you know.
That's why we try to find other people. Still, it's not all meat. Also,
Like the Vegas
this
place
is,
we went to,
quail's egg.
very good.
Yes, it is. Did you see it's like, look, the egg yolk.
Egg yolk.
It's coming out of it. You see this
Ooh.
before?
That's the first time that egg yolk's been running. You're getting recoiled.
What is this?
That's the egg yolk that we got.
What is
And
Usually,
quail
for
eggs.
some context, this is quite hard and rubbery.
It is, yeah.
It's actually the one I like the least probably because it's usually butchered at yakitori restaurants. It comes out hard. This place, you bite into it and that rich, that sort of gooey.
Yeah, I
comes
don't
out.
doubt that Vegas has some
and so much more flavorful.
crazy
Wow.
wait times on places.
Describe the flavors for us, Ryoto.
Yellow. It's a color.
But not even Ryotoro's awful descriptions of flavours can stop me enjoying perhaps the best yakitori that I've ever had, as we continue on with tsukune, essentially chicken meatballs covered in a rich and sweet tare sauce, and bonjiri, rich and fatty tail meat, which I regrettably mentioned to Ryotoro sounds a little bit like Bon Jovi. Ryotoro used to work on the docks. But our final dish in our omakase course is something that I've never tried before in any yakitori restaurant. Chorjin, named after the Japanese word
What
for
is
lantern,
that?
given its bright yellow appearance, which happens to be the yolk of a chicken before the hard outer shell can form. Can this really be good?
What the hell?
Before the outer shell can form?
Like a balloon.
Really?
And balloon.
How do they get that?
Wow. It just popped.
No, that's before the shell is even formed.
Well, it's like a fucking wizard's potion, magic.
And because the meat came with it, like it just as you chew it, yeah.
Nice savoury, juicy part.
Wow.
The sheer like dedication to the craft today.
Yeah.
What was
I
it?
felt
It
here
was
every
like
bite.
it was like an
Yakitori I've ever had.
egg yolk before
You owe
the
me. You owe me for this.
before the shell
Yes,
formed. Then
how-
there's a
how-
piece of
how
meat
should I pay
with
that
it.
to you?
I don't know what the meat was.
Should I find another
You've
restaurant
got to find the
somewhere?
second best yakitori restaurant.
I don't know if the meat was.
All right. Okay.
This is the first.
Unfortunately, we can't spend all day going to the second, third, fourth
I don't know what
best
that was.
yakitori restaurants in Tokyo, and so we move on to our next dish, and one that might be, in my opinion, Japan's most underrated
No,
dish
dude.
of them all.
It's before there's even a shell.
Unagi
Might
is
have been
usually
embryo, I
reserved
don't
for
know.
special occasions.
I don't think that
Rich,
that's the case.
fatty, and coated in a sweet, sticky soy sauce glaze. It's the perfect dish for those coming to Japan who may not be a fan of overly fishy flavors. Cooked traditionally in the
Psycho,
kabayaki style,
dude.
where an eel is split right down the middle, deboned and skewered over an open flame, like some sort of elaborate eel medieval torture. Typically,
know
a
if you guys know
final
how
dish
eggs
served as
work.
unagi, placed on top of rice in an ornate lacquer box.
Ooh.
A luxurious and refined dish for only the most cultured of taste buds. Oh, and Pete. Today we're heading to Sumiyaki Unafuji in Yurakucho, a restaurant that specialises in different types of unagi-based dishes.
Cheers.
Kanpai.
Hey. So when I woke up this morning, I thought, what do you get the man that has everything in life? And I thought,
Hold on. Pause right here. Heading change. Heading change. Sorry, guys. Heading change. Quick heading change. We're at 282. Wait for that to adjust. There we go. All right, we're back. Let me look back down at my captain's tray. And we're back.
nugget.
I'm the man who has
Oh, god
everything.
damn it, there's a new one coming up. There's a new heading
Unagi,
change.
the most delicate, refined, luxurious Japanese fish you'll ever find. Unagi is quite popular this time of year because it's known for having lots of stamina, right? It's good for stamina.
Exactly.
Full of protein, omega-3, fatty acids. As I've said before, from the UK, the image of eel is usually very bad.
Why?
Because we have like jellied eels.
Oh,
Did
that's
they
disgusting.
fuck
And
up
it's
their
not-
eels
it doesn't
over
look
there?
like this golden battered beautiful treat.
They do
Anyway,
some
onwards with the unagi.
disgusting
But this
shit
is a
with
dashi
eels
maki tamabo
in
with a bit of
the
unagi.
UK.
Let's see how. What do we think?
Dashi fish broth infused with the tamago gives it a sort of nice fishy undertone, right? And the eel is a real little luxurious treat. I'm really excited about this though. This is just pure, crispy unagi, right? And we're going to have unagi don.
Dude, that looks
like
so
a nice.
good.
There's more.
That bowl
This
looks
is the beginning.
crazy.
And look, there's some unagi liver just for you, Pete.
What the
You
hell?
love that? Delicious unagi liver.
All right, ready? Kanpai itadakimasu. Okay.
That's liver?
That's quite good. I quite liked it.
Actually not bad.
Yeah.
One of those things you sort of look at and go, oh yes, I'll pass on that one normally, but actually really juicy and crispy. Now try this one. This is
Okay. I'll try a little sono mama as is, and then I'll a little touch of shoyu soy sauce. Let's see.
almost like crisps. Potato chips.
The great British mind. He's traveled all 47 prefectures, and he comes up with it tastes like crisps.
You do a description there.
So this is really well made. It removed a lot of the fishy taste that can overpower a lot of like freshwater or saltwater fish.
Dude.
It's flaky, it's crispy, it's quite succulent, and it has a great aftertaste. It reminds me of how wonderful food can be when it's prepared well.
But bring on unagi don. And the bit where unagi gets really good is with the sweet, sticky soy sauce drizzled over the top.
Oh. Oh.
Whoa.
Okay, before that we have another heading change. I'm sorry. We got a heading change coming up. Real quick. bit of turbulence hitting. Actually, we're gonna keep that up just so I know that I'm not complete. Well, no, we got the pink line. We're fine. That looks like 280. That looks like 280, 285, 286. Shit. Wait for it to adjust. 283. 80, 83, 84. I think we're good. I think that's gonna auto adjust. We'll be fine. All right, back to it. Sorry, but that was right at the good part.
You can eat it as is, or you can put it in here and have like a bit of broth and turn it into like a
But this
soup
is
dish.
green tea, right? Ochazuke is pretty traditional. It's
Green
like a
tea
porridge
over
almost, but not
rice.
as much
Yeah.
water.
I like it as is. Customize it to your taste buds.
It's like Marco Pierre White. So the taste. Wow. So
This is Joel unagi, literally high quality, top grade unagi on a bed of rice, and it smells like a sweet soy sauce drink. It's so thick and the sauce on the unagi is what gives it its character. But this is like a purist unagi we have here. So
like the sashimi version.
Yeah, right.
Let's tuck in. Ooh, oh wow, these are finely cut as well, so we get all my little pieces.
These are good.
That is excellent.
That looks
You gotta try
amazing.
it. Mine's this is excellent.
How would you describe unagi? It's quite meaty. The fish is
Yeah,
quite
it doesn't remind me of a
fleshy.
fish dish. Like it's in its own little category of like you got like there's steaks, there's pork, there's fish, and then you've got this nice little spot carved out for unagi.
Because the sort of the fish, the meat isn't so fatty, it all blends together and it kind of has almost a creamy texture to it as you chew it.
The Wagyu A5 of fish.
It is.
Yeah, there you go.
You feel your stamina rising.
No, I feel better already. When I first saw your face, imminent dread. What am I going to have to do today?
Is he going to chain me to a fence and throw me off the roof?
So
Cosmonaut
I was
with the
prepared for
23
worst,
months.
But each passing moment, I feel better.
Still missing
and
your
better.
wife.
That might be the beer, though. I haven't decided.
And with my American
God
friend full of ears,
damn,
it's
dude.
time to move on to our next restaurant.
Teppanyaki.
So I usually bring people to teppanyaki when I want to impress them, like people of importance. But everyone of importance was busy today, so we got Alex Shapiro, Tokyo Portfolio. Hi guys. I've got $2 million buy you in Tokyo.
Teppanyaki, literally meaning to grill
I don't know
on
who
a
that
plate,
is.
perhaps the most theatrical dish that we'll be encountering on our culinary journey. The culture of teppanyaki restaurants is said to have kicked off in Kobe after the Second World War, where stationed American soldiers, unhappy with okonomiyaki pancakes, demanded a steak to be cooked on the grill instead.
Oh.
Naturally, the presence of your very own chef cooking the tantalizing
Oh,
ingredients
like,
before your eyes means that
shit,
it
what
is
was that
indeed
place
one
called?
of Japan's pricier dining experiences, but undeniably one of the most memorable.
Benihana?
Here at Suzushi Teppan in Kanda, Alex and I are lucky to find ourselves seated before skilled chefs
this a
enjoying
Benihana?
over a mouth-watering special lunch course.
I find people get really impressed by teppanyaki. It's that kind of theatricality, being able to see into the kitchen, the chef preparing the food. It's an experience, isn't it? Watching the beautiful Miyazaki beef, marbled to perfection, being carefully grilled on all sides. Just having the food prepared before you.
Exactly.
And that's why I love teppanyaki, and that's why when people come to Japan,
Why hasn't he got the
this is
hat
why I bring
on?
them, and I've never had anyone walk out and go,
Where's the where's the
It's
where's the
all very
onion
simple,
volcano?
too, you know, it's just steak that's grilled with a little bit of salt on it. You have some vegetables as
Mm.
well. Very simple, just using the ingredients to its fullest potential. That's kind of the opposite of what the American version would be, which is what they call hibachi.
Who's gonna catch the egg on the
Hana,
thing?
For instance, I'm sure you heard of that.
Oh,
But,
hit see?
they have to make up for it with the volcanoes and all that kind of stuff, and the juggling of shrimp. At a real teppanyaki place, you can see the kind of accoutrements that you have in front of you. It's just salt,
Whoa.
different kind of salt, a little bit of pepper.
He's
well,
throwing
you
shade
add
at
some soy
Benihana.
sauce with some maybe ginger or something in it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Minimalism. Have you won over any clients in the real estate business by bringing them to teppanyaki?
Absolutely, because the less they need to look at me, the more they're interested in buying the thing, you know?
So if you're doing business in Japan, bring your client to teppanyaki.
Do that.
Miyazaki wins like more awards than anyone.
Yeah,
People think, oh, probably needs
Fuck.
number one. It's not actually. It's usually Miyazaki.
It is.
They know what their secret is. I find at teppanyaki, at every other restaurant I go to, I'm like, Augustus Gleek.
Yes.
Out of Charlie
Oh,
the Chocolate
dude.
Factory. But when it comes
Thinking
to
of
teppanyaki,
hibachi?
I take my time. I save
They
every
just
bite.
brought
I
up
admire
Benihana.
what it is.
Yes.
Rich smell.
Ready for an umami bomb?
It's going to be very umami. I'm worried about how many times I've used umami in this video. It's going to be like take a shot every time you hear umami flavors in this video. Right?
Now's your time, guys.
I'm going to start with Miyazaki.
No fucking way.
Further up. He says go with the pepper.
Teppanyaki is hibachi.
Yeah, the middle one.
So we've got
give
garlic,
love.
soy sauce, wasabi pepper, British salt. What's this salt here?
This one is a seaweed salt.
Seaweed salt.
Yes.
Seaweed
Oh,
salt.
so perfect.
Look at that.
The fuck is that?
Oh, it's so juicy. The moment you put like good wagyu in your mouth, the whole mouth salivates, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Buttery, oily. But this is the
Wagyu.
best way to try steak, right? There's lots of ways you can have Japanese steak, but teppanyaki is the way to do
Waffle
it.
House
The thing
is
about wagyu
hibachi.
is it has a subtle sweetness to it. from the fat.
That's
It does. And bringing it out with that salt just makes it huge.
I will say my favourite and my recommendation when it comes to wagyu, have it with wasabi. The wasabi, kind of subtle spiciness of the wasabi, really goes well with the sweet umami kind of
Seems
flavours.
like a lot of wasabi.
Take another shot. So we've got 60 grams of A5 wagyu beef here, right? Which doesn't sound a lot. So most folks come from the West where it's like, I'll have a 300-gram steak. Like
300 grams. I'll have a pound of steak. What are you talking about?
you can't do this in big quantities. Right?
Absolutely not. I have a friend who's a
Watch
sumo
me.
wrestler, and he was telling me that he can only have about this much wagyu at a time.
Watch
Not-
me.
Not that much.
80 grams. by my
Let's call it
count.
80 grams, yes. But, you know, he can go to America and he can have an entire porterhouse steak by himself. No problem, just because it's not as heavy.
It's
right?
the fat. It's the fat.
It is the fat. It's the fat. But I mean, also with the fat, you have all the flavor, right?
Absolutely.
And you don't have as much chew.
It's like
so
eating butter.
don't know
I
if
could
this
eat
comes
it. I
down
could
to
eat.
right?
Well, you owe me,
I could eat
Alex, you owe me
probably
for getting one of the best restaurants.
2
This is
sticks
one
of
the
butter
finest restaurant, right?
if I had
It's
to.
3.65.
Is it?
On
Wow.
Travelog, which makes it one of the top 100 teppanyaki restaurants in all of Japan, and in the top 3% restaurants in Japan as well.
I would believe it. I mean, this is, one of the best teppanyaki meals I've had in a very long time.
What's my reward though? Where are you going to take me to follow this up?
I
Can't
got,
be beaten.
I got the perfect place for cheese boards. What do you think?
I like the way you think.
Tasting Japan's top 12 cheese boards sounds like a rather good idea for a follow-up video. Alas, right now, we must continue on with our next meal, with Charlotte joining us once again to taste a staple food of the Osaka region.
What is this? Okonomiyaki.
Literally translating to cook whatever you want, okonomiyaki is a dish that's history dates all the way back to the 16th century. But its modern form is said to be a result of the Great Cantor
Two
earthquake
said
in the
31. No,
1920s,
absolutely
when
not.
people
We do have to. I
low
still
on
have to
those
figure out what we're
communities
doing at
would throw whatever they
3,500.
could into a savoury
It's
pancake.
not eating
Now
butter.
a popular dish all over the country, there's a bit of contention as to what the main style of okonomiyaki is. The Osaka style is a thicker, heartier
That shit,
pancake
whatever that
where all
shit
the
that they throw on the
ingredients are
top
mixed
that like
together,
moves
while the
around
Hiroshima
freaks
style
me
has many thin
freaked
layers
me
of
out when
batter
I
and
was a
eggs
kid.
placed upon the udon. Wars have been fought over which is the superior okonomiyaki. But what if I told you there's a
Bonito
secret
flakes,
third
yeah,
option?
dude. I was like,
Negiyaki.
is that shit?
As
Is
Charlotte
that
and
shit
I head
alive?
to Negiyaki Yamato, the birthplace of one of Osaka's ultimate staple foods.
いらっしゃいませ。本日は一番人気の筋ネギとお好み焼きの海鮮を作らせていただきます。ネギ焼きはいわゆる関西の青ネギをたくさん使ったもので、お醤油とレモンであっさりと。お好みはおソース味でちょっとスパイシーなおソー
Worcestershire
ス
based sauce.
それを本日作らせていただきます。初めてネギ焼きを食べられるお客様とかにお好み焼きと全く違うというもので、新しいネギ焼きというものを知っていただく時が一番嬉しいですね。美味しいと言っていただけるのももちろん嬉しいですし、やりがいがあります。
So this restaurant, Negiyaki Yamamoto, popularized negiyaki 60 years ago, which is kind of like okonomiyaki with lots and lots of spring onions. Looks very visual as well, right, with the colors.
So this is a traditional okonomiyaki. It's a savory pancake batter filled with seafood and topped with a sweet and tangy sauce. The sauce is a lot thicker than the negiyaki sauce.
Do you know what the sauce is called in British English? Your old favourite, Worcestershire. Yeah.
Shall we dig in?
Absolutely. Also, if it sounds like a train is about to burst
they're
through
giving
the
you
walls,
just like
because
a
we're beneath the train tracks at Osaka Station.
spatula to
Half the fun
cut
of
it open.
okonomiyaki is getting the spatula and cheekily portioning off your own little slice of the pizza. Some do it better than others. One slice and she's already cut hers up. Charlotte, you're ferocious. You're like, fucking samurai. I'd probably get one side.
This is why Chris
He's
doesn't do
barely
the cooking
getting a
at home.
slice, man. Get in there.
Itadakimasu. Oh wow. Mmm.
Oh yeah.
That's really flavorful. The flavors of the dashi are really strong.
It's so crispy, the outer shell of the okonomiyaki. And you've got the sort of green onions, right? Really satisfying, refreshing taste. The sweetness of the sauce on top, lemon of course, and nice chewy, juicy bits of beef sliced in there.
Oh, I know there's
quite a few
beef
differences
in there.
between Osaka and Hiroshima style. I will say I do prefer Hiroshima style okonomiyaki slightly because I like the way they layer it up, like they build up the pancake, whereas
Ooh.
Osaka style it's all sort of mixed together and the batter's placed down on the grill. Both bloody brilliant. And negiyaki for the first time today. I mean, these pancakes alone taste completely different, right? The thing about okonomiyaki
I like
is you
that
get
layer
so much
look.
bang for your buck, right? This is about 1,300 yen, or $10, and it's like a whole meal in a pancake. And once you've eaten it, I promise you, you won't need to eat again for a very long time. But it's a very commonly eaten dish, right? It's very casual. It's what I like about okonomiyaki. It's not like a revered luxury dish. Anybody can come in off the street, grab themselves a hearty lunch or dinner, stuff themselves with pancakes and go home feeling fulfilled and with a big smile on their face.
In some restaurants, you cook it yourself. In this one, they cooked it for us, but in some places, they'll give you a big bowl of batter and stir it up and fry it up in front of yourself.
Unless you're a good cook like Charlotte, I would do that. Again, it just ends up with batter all over people's faces when I do it. Kind of fucking bashing the pancake with a hammer. Bloody love okonomiyaki. If you're in Osaka, check it out. Under the shadow of the smiling negi onions on the wall.
They're so cute. As we say goodbye to Charlotte and the laughing green onions,
All right, what do we got next?
move on to a
That one was
Japanese
all
dish
right.
that may just be the guiltiest pleasure of them all.
Ooh, tempura.
Ironically, they're now considered iconic in Japanese cuisine. Tempura was first brought to Japan by the Portuguese in the 16th century. Blah blah blah, I want my shrimp back. Blah blah blah, and a bucket of tempura. The trick to good tempura lies in the light, crispy batter, a delicate coating that's neither too oily nor too heavy, prepared using an ice-cold batter that's not over-mixed or over-fried. A process Chef Uchi knows all too well, as we begin the special omakase course at Tempura Ginza no Nodera, one of the highest-rated tempura restaurants in all of Tokyo.
When you walk into a tempura restaurant, though, the smell is overpowering. That wonderful, sweet fried smell. Nutty undertones from the sesame and a goma oil they use here. And here they use a mixture of goma.
The fry, it looks
cottonseed
so
oil.
like
And
light.
interestingly,
I don't think
despite
I've had tempura that's like
literally
that.
being
That looks
fresh food stuck in a,
that
in a
light.
vat of oil. One word I
Yours
wouldn't
is
use
way
to describe
darker.
tempura is oily. The moment the food comes out, the oil runs off. It
Maybe
sort
I've
of
just
dries
had
instantly,
too.
leaving
Maybe it's
this
just been too
fresh,
oily.
crispy coating. And that's the difference between good and bad tempura, right? The oil is there to lock in the flavour, and enough talking and more eating. Bad. I don't think I've ever had this. I've
Uni
never had
tempura.
Whoa.
Wrapped in leaf.
Oh my god. The way the tempura helps secure that shiso leaf around the uni. creamy
Shiso
uni.
leaf.
I think when we think of tempura, we don't normally think of dishes like this.
I don't think I've had uni either.
I think people underestimate the level of skill and precision perhaps that goes into tempura. Don't forget, you've got to cut it just right so it cooks perfectly in the oil. And the oil is 185 degrees Celsius. Don't put your fingers in there. Chefs have to absolutely know by the second how long the food needs to linger in the oil, right? To
Oh
cook
my
it perfectly.
god.
And what's incredible about this is Yamagata beef, which I'm very happy about. My favourite beef in Japan, having lived there. The batter is incredibly thin. You can barely see it, right? If I didn't know this was a tempura restaurant, this was just
That's
served
what was
to me.
on
I
that
might not
one
even
when they
notice it
fucking
off
made
the
that
bat,
like
but it's
sandwich
tempura.
at
It's
that
all about
like
locking in that flavour, enhancing
that
the
one
flavour,
place like
the
5 or
seafood,
6
the meat,
5 or
nice,
6
crispy,
meals ago.
outer shell.
I didn't realize it was tempura fried.
Oh my god. The only way Wagyu gets better is when you batter it.
You know what uni
Write that
is?
down,
Yeah,
put it on the wall.
it's
Batter the
sea
Wagyu.
urchin, right?
I don't think there's a single cuisine in the world that can't be improved by battering it in 185 degree oil. This is it. We've found the ultimate food. This would be what I would request at my last supper. Batter
Sea urchin
Wagyu
gonads,
from the
yeah.
other.
I've heard it's
And
good.
finally, 11 dishes out of the way.
I
we
haven't
move
had
on
the
to
opportunity,
last Japanese
man.
cuisine of our epic culinary adventure, and perhaps the dish most synonymous with Japan.
Sushi. Ever heard of it?
Sushi is one of Japan's most complex and longest-lived dishes, with some
Yeah.
suggesting it dates back to the 3rd century BCE.
I doubt
Fish was
it can be
fermented with salt
HEB
vinegar
on
and
a
rice
Thursday.
before the rice was actually discarded. But it wasn't until the Edo era where fermented rice stopped being used in favour of vinegar, and sushi as we know it today started to be served with sumeshi, literally vinegared rice. Today we're heading to legendary restaurant Udatsu Sushi, the best of the very best, where Master Chef Udatsu-san will be taking us through a course of the restaurant's signature dishes. It's perhaps the only restaurant in the whole country where Connor might just forgive me for last year's island camping debacle.
いらっしゃいませ。目で、楽しむ部分と職人板前が作る、作品をアートとして店のコンセプトにしてやらせてもらってます。お客様が、一番喜んでもらえるっていうのが一つの大事なポイントですけども、やっぱその生産者さんたちがこう一生懸命作ってるものを我々がお料理をして、提供するってところをちゃんとお客様にお伝えして喜んでもらえるってところをやっぱ一番フォーカスして、やらせてもらってます。
So is it fair to say this is one of the most famous
Udatsu, yeah, I mean,
sushi restaurants in the world?
to get in here, it takes at least a month minimum. The reservation.
A month minimum. We got time.
We can make it happen.
I asked to film here, they told me, sorry. Not for a medical camera.
When he met the emperor, opened his doors, mate.
Wow.
しめ鯖のハーブ巻きです。
It's like art. You can't eat that. It's too perfect. Look at it. I love mackerel. It's so like meaty and tender.
Yeah.
Oh.
That is phenomenal. I've never had mackerel taste that good in my life.
No, that's why you're here.
Normally when you get mackerel in Japan, I feel like it's one of the cheaper fishes. And it's normally, I don't know, kind of like flaky, it falls apart really easily. But that one was so smooth.
That was like so perfectly crafted. It felt like nothing was going to make that not fall.
Sushi. Whoa, what is that?
Enshrouded in mist.
が続いて
Smoked fatty tuna.
大トロマグロを、お米の藁で炙って藁の香りしっかりつけて
Smoked with rice straw flavored with salt and wasabi.
燻製をイメージしてじゃあアップルウッドですリンゴの木の
Smoked from the wood of an apple tree. Okay, that's
召し上がってください
that.
Oh my god.
I probably shouldn't have been
Chill
held
out.
that close. It's just pure smoke.
That's the single
Smoke
most
of the damn
beautiful
apple tree.
The fish I've ever seen in my life. You've ruined me. I can't go back to
You
the
can't,
fish.
you It's so good you can't even speak.
Fish.
Wow, my god. Otoro is like, usually you have it, wherever you have it, it tastes the same. It's got that beautiful buttery richness, but by smoking it, it's given it such a nice character.
I feel like I need to like stand outside and have a cigarette to just contemplate how good that was.
If it's 100% gonna ruin regular U.S. sushi, yeah. I mean, I don't have sushi that often.
That was definitely the best.
I don't think I've gotten sushi at all. No, actually, I went out like once with like James and Amber at one point.
Anago is one of my favorites. Congo eel in English.
I don't really get the
Scared.
HEB sushi.
I can never have this again. I can tell.
Oh. The vinaigrette jelly.
I'm happy we're friends, you know. I really am.
This friendship finally paid off.
Yeah. This is what it's all about. I toiled.
It ruined U.S. ramen for me. We have some good ramen places in Austin.
I mean, it's nicely grilled as well.
It might still ruin it, but
Made up for the island debacle now, haven't I?
You can torture me for a day if I get this every time.
Deal.
Okay. That's a deal. That's a deal.
Right, for the next video idea I've got planned. Bungee jump into a bucket of knives experience.
Oh, great. Is that a local culture somewhere?
It's just a weeknight in Wales, isn't it?
Oh my god.
But unlike a weeknight
you'll understand
in
when you
Wales,
get there.
our evening only gets better, as Udatsu-san continues to serve up masterfully crafted nigiri
Just won't
with
compare.
the neta or topping of sea bass, ebi shrimp, and even fatty otoro tuna, stone grilled right before our very eyes.
Oh my god.
Am I crazy? I feel like I can taste every grain of rice. Every piece of rice tastes so good.
So I find that's the thing most places screw up, right? The rice, the shadi. They always say, don't they, like sushi chefs I spent 8 years.
Also, some of the best sushi in Texas, but isn't close to Japan for obvious reasons. I mean, yeah, I mean, we're just not close enough to an ocean.
But perhaps the most exciting dish of today's sushi selection is freshly sourced uni from the island of Nishiri in Hokkaido.
Whoa, that's a lot of
paired with
uni.
tequila.
Con was like, I'll eat anything as long as it's not uni. And then the chef was like, serve with tequila. He was like, oh, have it.
I think we're a little bit off on this heading. I want to see this first. They brush tequila? Oh, no, that's in the glass.
So good.
Really?
Texas has an ocean? Yeah,
That's
but
the best food I've ever had by far.
do you know where Austin is?
It sort of punctuates it. You got the.
It has I'm aware. I'm aware. We're like, we're pretty far from it though.
As somebody who can't normally stand eating, that's good. Yeah, normally the intent's kind of like, it's normally just too much for me, but the tequila actually mellowed it out a lot. I can see why the pairing works.
It's got a really nice, creamy, rich sort of texture to it. And it sort of just blends together so well.
Come on in.
And with Connor now an uni convert, we move on to our final dish.
Okay, I have to adjust here. Hold on. Yeah, that Gulf is oil spills. Yeah, man, we don't get anything good out of that. Why are we not on course? 284. Where's the oh, it's right there. The tray up. Oh, we're fine. It's just a slight adjustment. We're good. Hold on, I want to see. Can we see? Here we are. Fuck, dude. We're not even halfway. We're right here. Jesus. Increase the speed. Actually, we might be able to. Our engines are at 89%. Our fuel is at 26, which has me a little worried, but I think we can add more. Let's see, what is 280 put us at? 270 is the limit? Oh. Yeah, I see that. Okay, now this is at why are we at 283 and not 284? Whatever.
The video. Elements of different dishes that we've tried throughout our entire hour-long course, wrapped in one.
What plane are you flying? Something 330?
This is insanity. Right? Yours looks like a garden in Kyoto.
This is
Whoa.
Can you do that in one bite?
No, I can't.
I want to see it.
I don't think you can eat yours in one bite. Surely not.
Absolutely stunning. And it's all the different cuts of tuna in there, right?
E330, yeah.
The chutoro.
And then somebody's gonna look it up and be like, well, you should be going 400 knots at 40,000 feet.
It's almost like reliving the whole meal in one night.
I can't.
What a bloody cool idea. 10 out of 10.
I literally, the plane doesn't go that fast. I don't know what to tell you.
You owe me.
What's your elevation? 40,000.
Let's come back tomorrow.
And there we have it, guys. 12 of the greatest dishes Japan has to offer from the greatest restaurants that serve them. And myself now a full 12 kilograms heavier than when this video began. I'm not even joking. It's not. Oh boy, oh god. From becoming the Columbus of beef to enjoying a mouthful of tasty egg yolk. There's
Damn.
not a culinary stone left.
I want to know what
unturned.
that egg
But let
yolk
us know in
was,
the
man.
comments which dish you want to try the most when visiting Japan. And a big thank you once again to Tabalong for arranging all the restaurants for filming. Make sure to check out their
That
English
was
website
sick.
and the links to the rest.
All right, we need a new video. We need a new in-flight entertainment video. Yeah, we're at 38,900, but whatever. Is there like a good travel video? That was a pretty long food one. What is this? I'll never go back. Living in Japan for Americans. It's just everybody. These guys just shitting on America. All right, let's
I'm
peep
from
it.
Oakland, California. I've been in Japan for
I do kind of have to
17
piss
years,
though.
so a long time.
It was 4 o'clock in the morning.
I'm gonna miss the intro. I gotta go piss real
in
quick.
America and feel safe.
6'3" black man living in Japan. If the police stop me here and ask to see my, resident card,
I feel better taken care of in Japan. I don't have to worry about going into medical debt. I don't have to worry about getting shot.
Most likely gonna go back to the States. I want to stay, but...
You speak Japanese, right?
Oh, yes. I'm pretty fluent.
Like, how did you learn? Because you've only been in Japan for 1 year or something, right?
If you're like broke and in America and you've always wanted to come to Japan like I did, I have really good practical advice to lock in.
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm Takashi. So today I'm gonna interview Americans in Japan. What's it like living in Japan for Americans? Okay, let's get started. Which city are you from? How long have you been to Japan? What do you do for a living?
So I'm from Richmond, Virginia. I live in Meguro in Tokyo. I have a business called Key World that me and my manager run. That helps people that want to get to Japan and get their visa and get their business.
All right.
So I was born in Tokyo, but I grew up in Virginia near the DMV area. I'm half Okinawan and half American.
You're the
I've been
DMV?
living
Oh.
in Tokyo now for about 2 years, and I primarily do...
I thought she was talking about her.
So I'm from St. Petersburg, Florida.
Where she got her
I've
license.
been living in Japan for 4 months. I've been traveling here for 7 years. And for business, I run a consulting agency in Tokyo called Hanami Social.
Hi, my name is Emery. I've lived in Japan for 10 years now. I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I've also lived in Dallas, Texas, and Springfield, Missouri. And I'm a product designer here in Japan.
I am
Damn, her
from
accent has
North
changed like
Virginia,
crazy.
And I am a photographer here in Tokyo and a creative producer. And I've been here for 14 years.
I'm from Oahu, Hawaii. I've been in Japan for about almost 3 years now, and I'm here studying as a student.
I'm from Oakland, California. I've been in Japan for 17 years, so a long time.
Damn.
And I do comedy. I do YouTube and social media and stuff like that.
For Japanese audience?
Yep, only for Japanese people. No.
Speaking Japanese?
Speaking in Japanese. Americans or English speakers.
All these people don't want to go back to the
US.
U.S. All their cities or just suck at it. Yeah.
And how difficult was moving?
Petersburg, Florida.
So I always wanted to live in Japan since I was a little kid, and I wanted to speak Japanese perfectly. But moving to Japan was relatively easy. I wanted to get here as soon
Really?
as possible. So what I did was I signed up for like a cheap student visa, which can be extended up to 2 years, and came here 4 months ago.
Coming to Japan was a long process. I mean, I've been here, a few times,
First guy's
and every
super
time
easy.
I was hoping to just get here and find a job and get a visa, but it's not that simple. Another big challenge was the fact that I didn't have a college degree, and that's what a lot of employers are looking for. So it took a while to get to this point, but yeah, that was one of the harder things.
How did you make it this time?
So one, during COVID, I knew I wasn't going to come to Japan because, there was no people coming in or out of Japan. So I decided to get my degree in digital cinematography just for the hopes of getting my visa. So
Digital
that's the reason why I'm able to get my
cinematography.
visa this time.
I decided
I don't think
to
I've
look for
ever.
employment over here, and I got a job as an English teacher. The JET program is the Japanese English
Yeah, that's
teaching
how I feel like
program.
most people got
It's
it.
a
I'd have never heard. What is
program
digital
sanctioned by the government, I
cinematography?
think, if that's official, right? You gotta have a degree, but it's also before there was less ALT private companies. Basically, being in the JET program was
I
like
make up
the
anything
golden
as
opportunity
yeah,
and
dude.
highest
As
pay.
I went through.
So many people would apply.
I went through that. I've never
You
seen
have to go
digital
through
cinematography as
interviews
an
and things
option.
too. You have
Dude
to
went to
show
an
up
online
usually
college
outside
and
of your
found
city
like the
to interview in
quickest
person as
like
well,
degree
on a panel
path.
of 3 judges, and the interview is quite serious. So that's why it's extremely competitive. So if you get into JET, amazing. If you don't, that's cool too. There's plenty of other opportunities to get into Japan.
Okay, we have a heading change here, real quick. Coming up. You could really be doing something here, man. You could be doing this for me while I'm busy with my in-flight entertainment. This looks like it's going to be 276. That's my guess. It's like auto going as soon as I do this. 79, 78, 77, 73. Oh my God. Set. Oh yeah. Nice. Still going, right? Yeah. We're tilted. It's taking its time though. Okay, yeah, we're still going. Back to it.
Moving here was actually fairly easy after I did the research and figured out how other people had gone through the process of getting here. I reached out to a friend.
I feel like
connected
it's.
me with an American
Is this like in a
who
recent
was
video?
teaching at something called a
1 month ago.
What is it? And an eikaiwa basically is a English conversation school that many Japanese people will go to.
Like,
They're
isn't
usually in
Japan?
their,
They have like a big,
train station.
like
Yeah, it's
underpopulation
everywhere. Yeah,
problem
it's very-
right now,
very
right?
common here.
It was really easy because if you try to get a normal apartment, they're not going to let you.
I don't know
get
if that
one
makes, like,
because they don't trust
immigration
not just foreigners, they
easy,
just don't
but
trust anybody. But if you go to a place that's like made
been that way for a
foreigners,
while.
it's kind of cheap and it's not that hard to get. So and you guys could all get it really easily.
You came here as a student first, right?
Yep, came here as a student, studied a year abroad first. It was an amazing experience, and I never really came back to the States.
I have citizenship here, so I don't need to worry about visa. So I think I really
But
lucked
they hate
out on
foreigners,
that end.
I think.
It was
Yeah.
really difficult when it came to finding an
Some
apartment,
areas
getting bank accounts, and all of that.
particular,
so that
I
was
think,
a
too.
really big surprise. I expected it to be a lot smoother than it was.
Wait, but you have Japanese passport and you speak Japanese, but it was hard because why?
Just because I didn't have a history of like living here, and when I came here, I still had not found a job.
Here isn't the same
so
thing as
on
hate.
paper, I looked kind of sketchy. Like I was 22, no job. I did have a bachelor's degree from the States, but
technically
in general,
they're the
I
same
think it was
thing.
just really difficult for me to be taken seriously as someone that's like trying to make a living here.
When you moved to Japan, what was the first culture shock that you have as an American?
It is super safe here. Like I moved here from New York City, and it's like super safe. Like I remember,
Yeah,
like,
compared to
going
fucking
like,
New
a coffee
York,
shop,
dude.
And I saw someone leave their keitai, like their cell phone, on the table and leave, and no one touched it. And I, would see people with their computers, like leave and go to the bathroom or go outside and talk on the phone or something, and come back, and nobody really bothers your stuff. And at night, it's super safe for women to walk home alone. I noticed that a lot. Like I'd walk home at like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I'd see women alone. Also,
know about
is in New York.
Is that true?
You can't really drink that much and pass out. But people here, if you see someone,
I feel like I've heard some shit. I don't think it's that. It's probably safer than
nobody's touching their watch.
some places.
No one's touching their expensive bag. Like it's super safe
compared to the rest of Japan. It's big city, lots of people, and yet so many people, but everyone is kind of in their own lane, not really trying to socialize until you're in that environment. But in other countries, you can just anywhere kind of just spark a conversation. But it's also possible here, but the feeling is a little bit different, where people that really don't want to interact make it clear.
Especially for Americans, I think. Because when I went to the States for the first time, like I was so shocked that people started talking on the street, and that never happened in Japan. So.
That's why
Tourist
it's a big
areas are
difference
still a bit
coming here
dangerous.
and having people that are like very close, and like maybe you have some fashion thing that they might want to comment on, but they just won't say anything.
I think how annual holidays are celebrated, for example, Christmas. Well, Halloween's different too, but especially Christmas is very different than maybe, for example, the religious aspects taken out of it, as well as the family aspect. It's more for couples. So it's kind of like a pre-Valentine's Day event. So, yeah.
You know the word kuribochi? Can you explain kuribochi?
So kuribochi, basically, I've seen many restaurants and cafes saying, oh, if you're a couple, don't come in here. It's only really made for single people on Christmas. So like you're not making them feel worse about themselves. So it's kind of a safe space for single people on Christmas. I've seen that.
Japanese guys will pay to go to bars just to talk to girls. Now it's totally normal for me, but like, imagine going to a bar to pay to talk to somebody when you could just go to a bar and not pay and talk to somebody.
What do you think it does exist here?
I think it's a good way to like bond with, I guess, your your coworkers. It's just a way to have a meeting and write off a meeting. And if you go to an expensive place, the girls are like literally talented. Sorry, I said literally. That's such a stupid word to say. They're really talented. Like they're really good at speaking. Like if you go to Ginza, that's their job. All they do is speak every day. So it's like pretty entertaining thing. I don't go, but I have.
Right.
been.
I was really surprised how different relationships are here. My impression is that like everyone cheats. I think that's not the case in America. But when you ask Japanese people like, have you ever cheated before? They'll go like, no, never. And if you ask them again, they'll be like, 1回だけ, just once. And then you ask them again, they'll be like, 10回だけ, just 10 times.
I assume you have lots of Japanese friends and stuff. Do you think it's actually true, or what do you think? Like, is that misconception? Or?
I definitely have Japanese friends that don't cheat, but it's hard to know whether they're telling the truth too. But I think there are loyal people here.
He's like trying to give him an out, like, hey man, we don't all do
whether
that.
that's cheating or not is a debate among Japanese
And he's
people.
like, nah, I think they're
receipts.
fucking lying to me.
What about your friends? What did they say about is that prostitution kind of cheating? Or?
I think girls usually will say like if it's for business, it's common that like business people will go there with like senpai, for example. That's okay. But if you go by yourself, then it's cheating.
When it comes to the lifestyle, how different is Japan and the United States?
I think one of the biggest differences here is the size of my apartment. The living spaces are quite small here. Especially
You're
if you
talking
live,
from
like,
New
in the
York,
inner city,
brother.
like here
What
in
are you
Shibuya.
saying?
In New York City, my apartment was a little bit older, but I'm like 6'3", right? I'm quite tall for Japan. So some of the initial apartments I lived in, I had to like duck to get into the apartment.
Height-wise,
I get
okay,
in
that's
from
fair.
the living space into the bathroom. Fortunately, now I live in a pretty modern
I was gonna
space,
say,
so I
like,
don't have
he's
to duck,
probably
but I
living
think
in
one
a
of the
fucking
biggest
like
challenges
janitor's
here is
closet
my height.
in New York.
As sort of like
Anyway,
a
but at least the
6'3"
doorway
black
is
man living in
7 feet
Japan,
tall.
I never really have to worry about people being really afraid of me, or I feel kind of safe, especially with the police. Like if the police stop me here and ask to see my resident card, I have no fear. I just take it out and show it to them. But if the police were to stop me in New York City or stop me in Virginia, I have a sense of anxiety and fear of the threat of violence, and that does not exist here.
Probably commuting is the most different, America versus Japan, because especially where I'm from in Oklahoma and Texas, we're very vehicle reliant. So like we use our car for everything. We sit in traffic for hours.
Her accent is still like
weeks commuting back and forth to work.
blowing my mind,
like,
man.
You know, in Japan, we're either
She's from
remote work
Oklahoma.
now, or we're on the commuter trains. So, and you have to walk a lot. My friends coming to Japan to visit from America, I can hear them like we're walking around.
She don't sound like she's from Oklahoma.
It's a lot of walking. So I'm like, oh, I forget we use our cars to travel everywhere. So
Especially when she first started talking English, you could tell she was speaking Japanese for a while, and then that was like they like
it's
like no, we do
really
this in
different.
English.
Just my daily life is very different. I lived by myself since I was 19 in the States, especially during college. I was living in Portland, and I definitely think Japan is a lot safer. So I feel like just the daily stress of like having to go out, even if it's at night, like I don't really stress out that much here. Like for example, I had to, for like a photo shoot, I had to meet at the station at around 5:30, and I didn't have a first train out of my nearest station. So I walked with my luggage for 30 minutes to a different station, and it was 4 o'clock in the morning. Like I could never do that in America and feel safe. But for me, like as long as I don't have my headphones in or I feel pretty alert, like it's not really an issue.
I think Japanese life is much more convenient. and it's much cheaper. Like if Americans come to Japan right now, it's like a 30% off Black Friday sale on everything in the country. Food is delicious, people are really friendly, Japanese is fun, it's great. I noticed simple things are different, like I lived in New York for a little bit, and people would just like dance in the subway station and like sing with their headphones on, and that sort of behavior is kind of like frowned upon here. It makes you look a little bit weird, like you're distracting others. But I kind of miss that a little bit. I want to be weird.
You
but I don't know, I feel
miss
like
that?
it's not good.
Yeah, say in the States you want to switch one of your foods for another food or get something out, you can do it in Japan. They get like, wait, what? You want to, you know what I mean? Or this is something that happened the other day. Like say they had whipped cream pancakes last month, but do you have whipped cream pancakes? And they'll say, no, we don't have whipped cream pancakes this month. And you'll be like, well, there's whipped cream on the cake there. Can you put the whipped cream from the cake on the pancakes? And they'll be like, no. So what you do is you say, can I have the whipped cream cake, but without the cake, just the whipped cream and the pancakes, and just put the whipped cream on the pancake? Wakaru?
No flexible.
So not flexible. You kind of have to work around it.
I think the biggest difference in mindset between sort of like an American mindset and a Japanese mindset, to be very general, is Americans are focused on individualism. Right. And I feel like Japanese society is focused on collectivism. Like, Americans are socialized to think,
Grumpy
what is best
businessman
for
on the
me?
train
What do
tapped
I
my
wanna
shoulder
do
to
for
complain that
me?
my
Where do
earbuds
I
were
wanna
too
go?
loud.
What do I like? Whereas I feel like in Japanese culture, there's a focus on, I don't know how to say it, it's like wa.
You should
like wa
turn them
culture.
down,
so
man.
focus on like the group.
What the fuck's
and
wrong
what's
with
best
you?
for the group and how the group can come together and form a synergy for the group to move forward.
Rude as hell.
Whereas in the U.S., I feel like it's like, how can I move forward, not my whole squad or group.
When you say you're from the United States, how do Japanese people react? What's their general impression?
So I think I have to like explain, not to Americans, but to people outside America, that America is so big. We're so many cultures inside of this big landmass. And not just Japanese, but when anyone who's non-American thinks of America, you think of cowboys, or you think of the West Coast style, or you think of maybe New York City and like New Yorkers. But
Yeah,
I
you
think
can't
it's
really
that kind of
explain
image
that
of,
you're
like,
from
oh, do you have
Oklahoma.
guns? Do you shoot? Or you're like, this, that. Yeah, the guns question a lot.
Have you ever seen the movie Rush Hour with Jackie Chan? Yeah. They think you're Chris Tucker. You know, they think you're like super overreactive. Like if you eat
Funny guy.
Yeah. Oh, sushi, it's so good. Wow, I really like the sushi. It's so
Exaggerated.
so exaggerating. Like they think that foreigners are really energetic and stuff. But you know, there's all different types of Japanese people, and there's all different types of non-Japanese people.
What I want to say is that I think American, especially Americans living in Japan, I think they're more like, tend to be like, in general, introverted, you know, compared to like, you know, Americans in America. I think, you know, because that's why they suit, you know, their personality to Japan, right? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I'm not
Th-
trying to
this
be
guy does
a
not
jerk, but
seem
I mean,
like
a lot
that.
of nerds like Japan because they like anime, they like that type of culture. So it's really good for you if you come here. Like, you know, it's an easy country to be an introvert.
One thing that stands out for me is Japan seems so safe. On the other end, Japanese people think of America as not safe. So some people actually
Yeah, I
worried
wonder.
about coming here because of the gun violence that's going on in the U.S. So that was the biggest thing that people always mention when they come to talk to me about the States.
I think general impression.
I don't, you know, compared, I don't think they're wrong, man. I don't think they can.
Kind of fantasize at the same time, but from your perspective, many Japanese people recognize United States is not safe.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah,
That's pretty
fair.
much most people's impression.
I
of the
think
US.
that's
Unless they've
fair.
already been out of the country. That's usually the impression.
Maybe that's true because, you know, like even Japanese media, like they show a lot about gun shooting, you know, like how corruption and everything in the States. Maybe that's why, yeah.
I have noticed that on the news or on social media in general, that the image of the U.S. is definitely being skewed in a way. But at the same time, in the U.S., when you're on social media, you also see these things. But it's just for the Japanese people to actually like cater it to that system. And it's not all about that, but it is like their main.
Why is my heading
the main
like
quality
a
of
little
the
bit
US, like, this
off?
is
I don't know
happening
why
in the
it's like
US, this crazy
constantly
stuff
like a
happens there,
degree
doesn't
off.
happen
Are we getting wind or
Impression
something?
or reaction I get to someone, it really depends on where their interests lie. For example, I met a friend and her aunt was quite older. I think her aunt was around maybe 65 or 70 years old. And I told her my
There's
name
that
was
one
Richard,
guy that killed
and she
the
was
old
like,
Japanese
like
PM
Richard
with a
Gere.
homemade
Like,
gun.
you know, like the
What
old
fuck?
white American actor Richard Gere. I mentioned to another person
that I was from the U.S. and they're like, "You look like Snoop Dogg," and I look nothing like Snoop Dogg. You know, I think it really depends on the person you're talking to and what their kind of connection is to America. But I think most people think when I tell them I'm from New York City, for some reason they're quite impressed. I think New York City is kind of like this sort of, you know, interesting place for Japanese people.
For everyone in the world.
Yeah, I think it's like, yeah, it's amazing.
So when I say I'm from Florida, they just say Disney. And when I say I lived in Texas, they say cowboy. But generally, like, their impression is really good of Americans, and they think they're all like beautiful and tall. Not the case. They really like American accents too. It reminds them of all of the media and movies and music and stuff.
How can I live in Japan? How do I find a job there? Any advice for moving to Japan? These are some of the questions you guys ask me all the time. I keep saying the
Is
same
this an
thing.
ad?
Learning Japanese is super important. And yeah, I get it. Japanese
is.
very hard. Even I struggle with kanji sometimes. But the easiest way to learn Japanese is with private teacher. And I highly recommend checking out Preply. With over 1,500
Preply.
Japanese tutors, you can find the perfect teacher. You can Japanese. Consistency is a key teacher that fits your schedule perfectly. No more excuses for not liking anime, so make sure the description below. Okay, let's get back to
All
the
right,
quiz.
thank you.
After living in Japan for 3 years, how do you see the United States as a country? The perspective from outside of the country.
It's kind of embarrassing being American abroad, to be honest. I don't know.
Why?
Just like looking at like what other countries are doing, especially like even like sustainable wise. I don't know. I don't think the U.S. is like on par.
Did you have that feeling when you were in the States? Or you started having that feeling after living in Japan?
I think because I've moved so many places before, I've always kind of felt like that. Definitely being in Japan, like now, definitely like reinforced that view I had.
Being from the south, like the America no Minami, like where I'm from, it goes God, family, country. So being a patriot
Yes, sir.
means, you know,
Yes,
you're also
sir.
a good Christian. It means
Yes,
you're also
sir.
a dedicated person. Like it's really like serious. So like since I've been maybe 4 or 5 years old, we started doing the Pledge of Allegiance every morning. So you've got these like little kids like taking a pledge to a country using words they really don't understand. So like that's something we don't do in Japan public school. Like we don't do that. And so like other countries, they don't have Pledge of Allegiance to their countries. In Texas they have two. They have a state allegiance to Texas,
What?
and then they have one to the USA.
I didn't know
so, like,
that
doing
was-
that and then constantly hearing that
They
the
do
USA is
that?
the best country. You won't find a better country than the USA. This and that. America's the best, and we're number one. We're the most free country in the world, you know. But realistically, once you
I didn't
step
know
out of that, once
Texas
you
does a
go
state
live in other places, experience other
allegiance
places, like,
pledge.
other places have
What the fuck?
constitutions. Other places have freedoms. Honestly, I feel better taken care of in Japan, as even though I'm a non-citizen, I am a working resident, a tax-paying resident of Japan. But I feel better taken care of than a U.S. citizen in America, because even though I'm American, because I have health insurance in Japan, and I have like, you know, I don't have to worry about going into medical debt. You know, even
Huge.
if I don't.
Hold on, I gotta. This is bothering me. We're like a degree off. Okay, now we're like multiple degrees off. I might go to like 71 and see if it puts us on 72. $72. I'm just gonna put us on. We're a little bit off to the side anyway, so that'll straighten us out.
Speak,
I'm
you
sure
know,
it's gonna be fine.
Fluent Japanese, or I'm not Japanese national. It doesn't matter. They'll still take care of you. They'll still, you know, I don't have to worry about getting shot. I don't have to worry about, you know, if my friends' kids, or if I'm going to work, you know, as a teacher, if I'm going to run into like a situation where I have to defend my class from like a gunman, and like just seeing that and like having to explain that to my family back home, it makes me really sad, because like we get like instilled in us so hard, it becomes, dare I say, brainwashed. No country's perfect.
Right.
Japan's not perfect too, and there's a lot that I love about the USA, and like my family's still there. But yeah, you just start to really see and reflect on the quality of life is better in other countries. And, you know, even though we're constantly told we're the best, we're number one. And that's really sad because that's your country.
We are number one.
It's disappointing. And it's disappointing that I have to see my friends and family go through this still in America. That's all.
After living here for a while, and then I look back in the States, one thing I think of is I don't really want to go back to live there. I don't really need to. It's a bit of a circus, in my opinion. Like me, I'm not very political, so when I see this political stuff happening, I get very conspiracy theorist about it, about like
this
things
guy
that are happening on purpose. Like there's a systematic system of school shootings for a reason. It's not just a natural occurrence, you know? There's stuff like that happening in the States. So it's like a show, it's a circus. That's how I think of it, and I don't want to participate. So
People are really direct and honest with you all the time. And sort of like American friendships are based on honesty and people telling each other exactly what they're doing all the time. But Japanese people try to like save face a little bit, but sometimes they try to not say things that they think will upset you. And this can make it difficult to relate to people in a really close way. So I think America's a good place to make friends.
Living in Japan, again, like it's just so much safer.
I don't know
the
what
daily
that guy was.
stress of that. And so when I look back on my experiences in America,
I'm so confused with that. Like the dude with the T-shirt and the fucking bucket hat. I don't know what his conspiracy theory was.
The daily stress of like having to go out and like being careful about time and knowing which routes I want to take, and especially like living.
That went a different direction than I
as
thought
a
it.
20s young girl living on my own. That's a really big concern for me. I think especially looking from Japan, America does have a lot of like
Japanese food videos.
and like I think people are allowed to be a lot more.
We just
open
watched like
who
an
they
hour
are
of
and express
Japanese
themselves in so many different
food
ways, whereas
videos.
Here, I do think sometimes I have to kind of like not tone myself down, but just make sure I'm expressing myself a bit more appropriately.
It's a lot more relaxed. Like in Japan, people are a little bit more thorough with everything that
We
they
do
do.
like some travel stuff.
America's more
Everyone's
like
got a
time
good
is money,
travel
let's move,
video.
let's move, let's move.
I do want to adjust this fucking heading again because now it's at 271, and we're about to run into another one. I think we're getting some wind or something because this is like constantly a degree off. We got 5 hours left. I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true with where we are right now. Abroad in Japan. We just watched one of his we just watched his food video. Let me see if this will actually tell us. This says 6.5 hours. Ooh. Where's this one? Where's this video? Wonders of Japan. There we go. There we go. Just fly faster. We literally cannot. We are at the maximum speed we can possibly go. Our engines are at 90%. Our max speed is that arrow right there at 270. It's set to 270. We're at 264 right now. In fact, we're at 24% fuel. We are going as fast as we can. I think we're making good time, honestly. I'm actually gonna we're gonna take over manual controls here for a second, and we're gonna get over to that blue. We're gonna try to get back in line over here. flying at Mach 0.84. Mach 0.84 is the max cruise speed for the A330. Okay, going as fast as we damn can, okay? We're at 40,000, level off here. Gonna intersect the blue line. Listen, it's a fuel problem, okay? An issue with the fuel situation. We can add more fuel. The problem is that if we add all the fuel that we have, we become overweight. I don't know exactly how that works. I don't know why we technically have the fuel, but we don't have the fuel. Go up high. Listen, man, we are at max cruise altitude. Seatbelt sign. Why is this so curved? Why is this line curved? Are we not at the turn? Maybe we're just not at the turn yet. Okay. Looking good. We're in the lines. Oop, nope. Okay, there it is. Prepare for turbulence. And then let's 275, select. Actually, let's go 276. Because we've been like off by a little bit. For some reason, it always puts us down slightly, but that's fine. As long as it levels off here. I guess we should go to 275 because it's actually putting me at 276. Are we leveling off? Yeah. For some reason, it's put me at like 38,000 instead of 40, but whatever. I'm not gonna fuck with the VS or the altitude anymore. I have no desire to touch that again after what happened last time. Okay, now this still has me at 280 or 276. Let's go 274. There we go. All right. Autopilot only works at 38,000. Maybe. Could be. Wait, why are our engines? Our engines are a little. Let me put this at 260. Select. Maybe we do put this at 38,000. I don't know if that'll adjust for us or not. Actually lifting me after I put it down. Manual thrust. Why am I using manual thrust? The altitude is not. It's going up again. Why are we going up? This is why I didn't want to change anything. How do I turn off manual thrust? Oh. Hold on. If I do this, it's gonna go back to, okay. CLB. And then AP1. Okay. Okay. Now we shouldn't run out of fuel because it gave us like 36% to actually do this flight, which it said we should be fine on, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I was supposed to change that. I don't know. But I don't think you're supposed to have a full plane. I think that weighs you down and then it just screws you over. So technically we've only gone through like a third of the fuel from what we started on, and I can always add more because we somehow have more fuel on like standby somewhere that gets loaded into the plane somehow. I don't know how that works, but I'm not going to question it. Let's put this to 273. So it puts us actually at 274. We're at 40,000, and it is holding at 40,000. Okay. We're good. We are good. Everything is fine. We can go back to our regularly scheduled in-flight entertainment. Wonders of Japan.
Welcome to Japan.
Thank you. That's Japan.
Japan, an island nation located off the eastern coast of Asia, consists of a large arc-shaped chain of islands stretching approximately 2,400 kilometers across the western North Pacific.
Right. Ah.
Complexity and contrast are key features of life in Japan, a country with a rich and intricate cultural heritage. Since 1950, Japan has emerged as one of the world's most advanced societies in terms of economy and technology.
When was this made? Economy? A month ago.
Education is highly valued, and Japan is one of the countries with the highest education levels globally. The tension between old and new is evident in every stage of Japanese life. Japan is a beautiful blend of majestic natural landscapes and a rich cultural heritage.
Planning on visiting Skytree or Tokyo Tower?
With its
I don't know about
history and distinctive cultural
Skytree.
traits, this country
More than
promises
likely Tokyo
unforgettable
Tower.
experiences and inspiring discoveries for travelers.
I mean, I saw the
Let's
clouds
embark on
moving
this
and it
journey
freaked me
together
out in
to
the video because I
explore
thought that
what
was like
truly makes
the
Japan
plane like
special
nosediving.
and the hidden treasures waiting for you
I didn't
to
like that
discover.
drone footage. Imagine the pilot of your plane just starts freaking out
How
because
much
he's
do
watching
you know
drone
about
footage
Japan?
and angling down
We
and
have
the
a quiz for you.
plane jolts in the middle of the
The other
fucking
name
night.
for Japan is what?
The land of the free. And the home of the
Comment
brave.
your answer below. Now let's look at some interesting
What do you-
information
okay,
about
yeah.
Japan.
I guess he wasn't going to answer that one.
Japanese trains are some of the most punctual in the world. Japanese trains are known for their impressive punctuality with an average delay of just 18 seconds.
That's crazy.
Train operators undergo rigorous training using highly realistic simulators and typically focus on operating a single train line, often mastering their speed without even needing a speedometer.
Damn. Kind of like me in this plane. I'm in tune with
Additionally,
the machinery.
the competition among railway companies is intense, prompting them to strive relentlessly to retain Japan's large commuter base, even if it means investing in luxurious department
Are the
stores
trains
within train
privatized?
stations. In Japan, everyone has their
Yeah?
own seal.
Damn. I didn't know that.
In Japan, individuals do not use signatures. Instead, they utilize a personal seal known as hanko.
I love panko breadcrumbs.
This seal usually features the owner's name, written in kanji characters, and is crafted from materials such as silk or plant-based paste. Most adults possess 3 different hankos, one for personal correspondence, one for banking transactions, and one for identification purposes.
Okay.
While tourists typically do not require them, foreigners residing in Japan have the option to order a custom hanko from small, local artisans. Now, let's begin our journey into this fascinating country.
Okay.
Tokyo,
There it is.
located in the eastern part of Honshu Island, is one of Japan's 47 prefectures and serves as the administrative center in the Shinjuku
Damn.
district.
There's the tower.
It is the most populous metropolitan area in the world and also boasts the highest GDP globally, playing a key role in the international economy. Formerly known as Edo, meaning River Gate, the city was renamed Tokyo in 1869 when it became the imperial capital, The city is renowned not only for its modernity, but also for its unique blend of traditional culture and cutting-edge technology.
This video is very general.
Tokyo is Japan's largest transportation hub, with an extensive network of railways, highways, and airports connecting it to domestic and international destinations. Beyond its technological and economic
This
advancements,
feels like a video that I'd watch
Tokyo
for like
is also
my
one of
world
the
history
most diverse
class.
culinary cities in the world. The diversity and quality of Tokyo's cuisine always leave a lasting impression on anyone who visits. If you are watching this, then click subscribe button in the corner of the screen. It is completely free, but means a lot to us.
Why'd he pause my video for that? It's a documentary in your
Shibuya
high
Crossing,
school
located right
social
in front
set.
of
Yeah.
the Hachiko exit at Shibuya Station, is one of the busiest and most famous
And then there'd be like
intersections in the world.
you'd have a worksheet in front of you, and you're like, what is the most busiest intersection
It is not just
in the
a
world?
traffic hub, but also a vibrant symbol of modern Tokyo.
You'd have like a question
frequently
about the
featured in
video
movies,
that
magazines,
every like
and travel
15
blogs.
minutes that you have to turn in at the end of the class that they don't even care about, but it's just so that to force you to pay attention.
During peak hours, an estimated 1,000 to 2,500 people cross the intersection.
How
in
many
just
people
2
cross the
minutes,
intersection in 2 minutes?
creating a spectacular scene that reflects the city's fast-paced energy. Surrounding Shibuya Crossing are towering buildings, massive billboards, and bright LED screens. At night, the area becomes a dazzling sight, lit up by the vibrant lights and sounds of the bustling metropolis.
Okay, this one, I want to find a new one. I'm getting. This one's a little too general for me. Fortunately, I mean, it's a good vibe. I want something more like more specific. Ghibli Museum. I think somebody mentioned that one. I think there's somebody that wants to visit that. I don't think I've watched. I don't know if I watched any Ghibli movies. I don't know. I'm a fake Japan fan. Let's see. Let's see. Japan travel. Best in Japan beyond the tourist traps. Tokyo Lens.
Look at this breathtaking stairway. Yes, it is as steep as it looks. The initial climb is almost vertical. It leads up to the Kamikura Shrine here in Shingu, Wakayama. It's a gorgeous area. Tokyo has gotten really crowded lately. A lot of Japan's major spots have. So we're spending the next
They got
11
venomous
days
snakes there.
traveling
That's
some
the
of
first thing that you
lesser
show.
known gems that Japan has to offer. The goal is 1 million seconds of travel. I left Tokyo almost exactly 12 hours ago and drove through the night, which would put us somewhere around 43,000 seconds down.
What? What the fuck? Oh, there's a bin in the road.
It's a garbage bin or something on the road, and this thing's gonna cause an accident. Okay, back on the road. Okay, that was very dangerous. Glad we dealt with that. Also, 1 million seconds because we've hit 1 million subscribers now. I was originally gonna do 1 million minutes, but the math works out very different on that.
Why does he keep counting seconds? So what am I missing? Whoa.
Pull over on the side of the road because I found this random shrine and I have... What is this? Oh wow, where does it go? Okay. These stairs just look like they lead to absolutely nowhere. And they're very, very slippery. Grateful for the handle. Whoa. Okay, Tiny Danger Shrine was definitely worth a stop.
He didn't even show
But if
it.
I don't stop doing this, we're not gonna make it anywhere.
He showed like 2 seconds out. He showed more walking up the stairs than the actual thing at the top of the stairs.
Okay guys, I stumbled across another abandoned elementary school, and this one is incredibly creepy. Like, here in the science room, you've got specimens preserved in bottles like this, and old photos strewn across the floor.
What the fuck?
Knives laying around. But the thing that really shocked me about this is when you come through the gymnasium, auditorium, out the back, there's this little staircase right here.
Dude, you gotta stop
And I
filming
found
staircases. Whoa. The fuck?
I did an entire walking video on that. That'll be on the Tokyo Lens
What?
Explore channel. In fact, this entire adventure, everywhere we go, every major stop we
Okay,
make.
fuck you, fuck you. What, fuck this video. What the hell does this guy, what is this, dude? He's like, whoa, look at this. Okay, and if you go somewhere else, you can see what I saw. What the fuck are you doing, dude? What the hell was that video? God damn. What about abroad in Japan, Japanese nightlife etiquette? Hold on, we got a heading change here soon. We'll wait on that one. That was crazy. What the fuck was the point of that video? What is that guy? I don't think that guy knows what he's doing with YouTube. That was insane. Not that aggressive. 272. We're about to change again. We're on our way. How you doing? Just eyes on the sky, huh? Alright, this one's gonna be like 2 more degrees. Not too bad. I don't want to start the video like right in the middle of this, because then we're gonna have like gonna be watching it for 2 minutes, and then we're gonna have to tab out. We gotta wait till we get to that blue triangle. %, fuel. It's not bad. It's like 1% every like 40 minutes or something. With how we're cruising now. Airspeed 255. Not bad, not bad. This is gonna be, well, this is gonna be like 270 on the nose, maybe 269. Halfway through the flight yet? I don't. Almost. We've actually gone pretty fucking far. Once we get to the next heading change, we're gonna be about, that's like past the halfway point, I'd say. 5 hours 20, so that's pretty good. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Considering how rough it was at the start. Snacks on this plane. The announcements at the start of the flight were bring your own snacks. We did weight reduction, okay, and we did not include any meals on flight. So good luck. About there, we can probably a slow change here. 72. Ooh. I think it's gonna be around here. Give me the new heading. 270? Is that it? That looks like it. Still good. Cruising at 40,500. Straight up at 270. I think we're looking good. All right. Great job. Great job, me. All right, Japanese nightlife etiquette.
Tokyo is a 24-hour city. Tucked down every street is a whole other world of bars, restaurants and clubs that open every day, spring into life around 5 p.m. and go on until the early hours of the morning. Experiencing it for the first time without Japanese is as intimidating as it is exhilarating. And so tonight we're going on a whirlwind tour of Tokyo to discover an izakaya pub, a stylish cocktail bar and even karaoke. And we're not doing it alone either. We're going out with Japan's foremost drinking expert himself, Natsuki.
A professional drinker.
He very much is, as we'll see. Come on, let's go.
Minute drink.
Hey.
With over 30,000 bars in Japan's capital
Holy
city
shit.
alone, you're absolutely sport for choice down Tokyo's neon-lit smoky side streets. But
Most of them are
regardless of where
really
you end
small,
up, there are
though.
some essential unwritten rules and etiquette worth knowing. And so tonight, as we explore the trendy district of Ginza, we'll share with you 15 key tips and phrases to prepare you for your big night
15
out in
tips
Japan.
and phrases.
And we kick off our night in the place where all good evenings start out. an izakaya pub. From overworked salarymen to university students
They've
escaping
got
exams,
craft beers, really.
friends and colleagues alike can drink under the banner of a nomikai, a drinking party.
Nomikai.
With a survey finding over half of young adults typically attend a work-related nomikai once or twice a month. Given Japan's rigid work culture and overly polite mentality, where folks tend to keep their opinions shelved away, alcohol is something of a magic
They got
potion.
Modelo?
Izakais are a chance for work colleagues to loosen up and share what they really think about that damn treacherous boss.
You know what's going to happen.
Unlike the West, however, where bars and pubs are more focused on drinking, izakayas very much involve lots and lots of food. So what better place to start our night out than Ginten, a pub famous for its tempura, as well as a rather novel way to enjoy the alcohol. One thing that typically confuses first-time travellers to Japan is the moment you swoop
What
into
is
an
that?
izakaya,
Why were
the
there,
staff
like,
will
tabs?
immediately greet you with a delicious unordered dish. What on earth is going on?
In Japan, whenever you walk into a restaurant or izakaya, you always get an otoshi, right? It's kind of like you get a table charge when you walk into a restaurant, and it's kind of made up by what you get in the otoshi. Quickly food. You get in, you're a little bit hungry, you haven't chosen what you want on the menu yet, and you want some food fast. That's the otoshi. I think a lot of people coming to Japan for the first time see their receipt at the end of the meal, and they're like, what is this table charge all about? And that is the table charge. So there's no tipping culture here, but you do get a table charge. And it's good though, because it's food. Well,
my friend,
so when we ordered this, we said toriaizu nama beer, like first things first, draft beer. When you come to a restaurant in Japan or a bar as a group, you always order beer first. It's kind of like an unwritten rule. It's kind of like a special rule.
What?
Toriaizu beer.
Quickly kanpai. Let's kanpai.
Otherwise, everyone's like, oh, well, what shall I have? Cocktail and Moscow Mule and cherry Coke. Yeah. Shut up. Drink the...
Let's kanpai.
Cheers. Shut up and drink the beer. This restaurant is ridiculous because... What's this?
Yeah, what is that?
Not hand washing, no. Washing. It's more dangerous than that. Dangerous?
This is hot water?
Shochu. This is sake in a
What?
tank.
Oh, okawari.
You can...
Oh, nice idea.
Very dangerous.
Nomi hodai.
Yeah. But the one man. For 60 minutes, right? Normally hodai, all you can drink, right? Big part of Japanese culture.
What
hodai.
the
Very dangerous,
fuck?
I think it was in the UK. But
They
here
got that
have a
shit
tap.
piped through the
For
building?
60 minutes, you can get as much shochu, like Japanese sake, as you can. And then they've also got a timer up here, just so things don't get too out of hand.
Holy
so
shit.
presumably when you start, they'll hit the timer, and you've got a 60-minute countdown. And if you're really crazy like Natsuki, you can also extend it for another 30 minutes.
Like sports.
Like a sport. No, not tonight, please.
We may have our toriaizu beer, but now it's time to order food, as well as the all-important twisty part of the tap to unleash our unlimited sake supply. But how best to get the staff's
Damn.
attention?
Quick. Very quick.
Unlike Europe or America, waiting staff in Japan never come back to check on your table. It sounds a bit weird, but it quickly makes sense by saving the waiting staff a lot of time. Instead, you summon the staff when you need them, and you do it by shouting "Sumimasen" at the top of your lungs, literally, excuse me. Admittedly, the first few times it can feel a bit awkward and unnatural, shouting out over a restaurant. But after a while, you'll feel like an all-powerful king with delusions of grandeur, and it feels rather good.
So on the glass, it shows you the kind of amount that you can put in there, right? It's like weak, medium, or strong.
Very kind.
Yeah, this is
more strong.
No. 大丈夫。
すいません、マジック化してください。
That's it, yeah. Oh, the strongest level. Naruhodo. Of course. Go on then.
How is that the strongest?
Yeah.
Is that...
Oh, stop.
Oh my god. Oh my
Wow.
god.
And me. Let's drink in moderation for once. Stop, you You son of a...
Is it just because the ice? Oh my god.
Balance has been restored. It's quite smooth. Shochu is a potato sake, right? So it's got kind of a smooth, kind of sweet taste to it. It's really nice. How much is in there? What's this? Is that old shochu?
My style.
This is a disaster. And it would be an absolute disaster if we were literally drinking straight shochu for an hour. But this brings us to our next tip. Mixing is the way to go. For example, in most drink menus in Japan, you'll see highballs, which are whiskey-based cocktails. Cola and whiskey is a cola high, ginger and whiskey is a ginger high. You get the drift. In a similar way, shochu-based drinks have their own name, sours. Shochu with lemon and soda water, Natsuki's drink of choice is lemon sour. Oh, it's going everywhere, my face. Well, I go for ume sour, shochu flavoured with plum. For some weird reason, nobody told me what this meant when I came to Japan, and it took me 2 years to understand what sours means. If only we'd had YouTube back in my day. All right. And now with the drinks out of the way, it's time to order the food. And it can certainly be tricky deciphering the menu at a Japanese izakaya. Some more traditional places only have the menus plastered in the walls exclusively in Japanese. And God forbid if they're handwritten, not even Google Translate can rhyme to your aid.
Best
But luckily
sashimi,
for us, Gintan
barbecue,
does have an English
pork
menu,
ramen.
accessible through a QR code. So you too can order a traditional Japanese feast of 8 plates of camembert. But if you're not of the refined palate of someone who enjoys a fine camembert dinner, we also ordered salted mackerel, fresh sashimi, and tempura assortment with a visually stunning
God damn it,
salmon
dude.
omelette sushi. What a fine work of art. And of course, if unlike
I don't think
you
I
want
don't
to
think
order
any
the
one of these
entire
videos
menu, you can always
is not
rely
going to
on
show
our next
food.
tip. Perhaps the most essential phrase you need at a Japanese restaurant.
おすすめは何ですか？おすすめですか？牛串です。ソースが選べる。おお。はい、かしこまりました。So key phrase. おすすめは何ですか？
おすすめは
You know,
何
the
ですか？
menu's a bit overbearing. It's massive. It's like the Bible. You want to know where the action is. You want to know what the best things are. おすすめは is the simplest way.
おすすめは
おすすめは means regarding the recommendation. Nice and easy. And even if you don't know Japanese,
I'm not
they
gonna
can just
remember
point
that.
and be like, oh, this one, this one. And obviously this place is famous for tempura. And they've brought
Osusume
like
wa.
a platter of tempura. Look
That's
at that.
fucking nuts.
So much. Take a vegetable
A
platter
damn
in,
box of
makes it
tempura.
3 times as good. That's physics.
Having ordered a literal mountain of food, mainly for educational purposes, of course, you'll probably want to share it now with your suitably inebriated friends. But when you're sharing out those delicious cubes of fried camembert, it's important, of course, to remember your
Bro, how much did they get? This is the
If you need to
first
remember
place
chopsticks,
they're going.
right, don't ever like literally stab the food like this, right? Really rude. Don't do that. And more importantly,
I almost guarantee
don't
James
do
is gonna do
this,
that.
Like, oh, you want some tempura? Yeah, yeah. Take it. Your chopsticks. Yeah. Don't do that. Hashi watashi, dame desu. Hashi watashi, right? Don't pass
Hashi-watashi.
food from one chopstick to another. The reason is
Dead man style.
dead man style.
What?
Literally.
What?
They do that at funerals when somebody's been cremated. The family gathers around and they pull the bones out with chopsticks. And pass them from
what
one
the
to another.
fuck?
So when you're doing that with your tempura, it's conjuring up some rather unpleasant images for your Japanese friends who are dining. So yeah, please don't do that. Always pick it up with chopsticks, put it down on your friend's plate.
It's at this point in the meal, having conquered a small island nation's worth of delicious izakaya food, that it's essential to introduce our next phrase that summarises the situation rather well.
Useful phrase. When you get full in Japanese, you say onaka ippai. Onaka means stomach, ippai means full, right?
Onaka ippai. And none of this is sticking.
I'm free, buddy.
Timer. 5 minutes left.
You need more drink.
Oh, well, yeah.
I'll last for 5 minutes.
Holy shit.
Speed run. Oh my god.
Quick.
He's pretty strong, man. It's pure sake.
And then next shop.
Oh my god.
He's not trying at all.
When you finish your meal in Japan, you never say arigato gozaimasu. It's just weird. You say gochisousama deshita. It was a feast,
Oh.
right? Gochisousama deshita. And you say it to the person
I would
who's
have done
paying
that.
for the meal. Gochisousama deshita.
あ、これ
Thank you
ごち
for
そうさまで
paying.
した
Yeah.
なんかこの時だけね神様みたいゴッドス
Thank you for paying.
俺
The night is still young, and so after Natsuki very happily paid for our delicious camembert-filled supper, it's time to head somewhere a little more sophisticated for our Nijika, literally our second party. A hidden bar tucked away down the back streets of Ginza, specialising in the most incredible fresh fruit cocktails in all of Tokyo.
Oh, dude. How tall is he, or how short is that fucking door?
Oshibori,
check this out. So you get this at every restaurant, every bar. In winter, it's nice piping hot. You can wipe your hands, you can go on your face.
Not face.
Be careful. Okay, not on your face. You're not supposed to. Everybody does only once. And also in summer, when it's really hot, it's nice and cold. So depending on the weather and the climate, they're either hot or cold.
But we didn't come all the way to La France to wipe our faces with towels. This cocktail bar is unique in the fact that almost all of the drinks are fruit-based. You choose your fruit of choice from the blackboard, and cocktail wizard Yamate-san will make you an expertly crafted drink.
John, let's keep.
I feel volcano.
Volcano.
Feel so volcano. Bloody orange.
Same.
Bloody orange. Ichigo.
Godfather mood.
He's in a Godfather mood. And they do cigars here, right? Yeah.
Really?
Uh-oh. Shouldn't have told him that. He's already drunk half the short in Tokyo. Now he's going to smoke half the cigars.
Holy shit, dude. That was no drink, all strawberry.
Whoa. Look at that. It smells like a strawberry farm. Cheers. Oh my god.
Beautiful island.
Oh, such a good balance of fruit and cognac in it. So refreshing. And when you come to a bar in Japan, you get otsumami snacks like this, right?
So, otsumami.
In the UK, of course, with like crisps, pork scratchings, things like that. They've got a slightly more healthy alternative in Japan. They've got rice crackers. Well, like any good pub, they're nice and salty and kind of designed to get you drinking more.
And while complimentary fried rice crackers may be a reason to celebrate, it seems like Natsuki has his eyes on something a little bit more upmarket, shall we say.
Okay, hold on. We gotta adjust for a second. We gotta go to 268 for a second. So that we're actually going 269. There we go. Sorry. Sorry to interrupt.
カストロ。ちょっとファットな感じ。ない。すごい香り。地球にこんな宝物あったんだ。
Cigars are fucking disgusting, man.
Oh, I feel Che Guevara, like a Che Guevara.
Che Guevara.
Well, Che Guevara. こんな感じです。My life is Singer time. シガーはね、ジャズみたいなもんだ。ジャズはシガーだよ。
Oh dear, it seems Natsuki thinks he's trapped inside a 1950s cigar commercial. It's time we brought him back down to earth with some delicious fresh fruit cocktails.
What the hell?
Oh my god. Yamata-san
Holy
is a
shit.
magician. I just had a mouthful of each and every one. This is like a screwdriver, kiwi, mojito,
Kiwi.
and banana milk. And each one is a meticulous balance of flavours. And it's just...
Fruit magical trip.
Yeah, this bar is famous for having like more fruit cocktail drinks than any other bar in like this area in Tokyo. It's a really hard balance with fruit, right? Sometimes it's too sour, sometimes it's too bitter, sometimes... Every single one is perfect.
And a cigar.
And he's got his cigar. Don't need a cigar. You're contaminating the flavour.
まあ、日本のバーの方がちょっと手が込んでるとかちょっと繊細なかなっていうのは気がしますね。一つ一つの仕事にこう氷の使い方とかグラスをちゃんと冷やしたりとかそういうのとかちょっとずつですけどねちょっと日本のバーのがこう繊細かなっていう気はしますね。でせっかく果物が美味しいんで
Yeah, dude, everybody just fucking like
シングレックスとかはい余計なことはしない。
just every
一番その
detail.
果物の味香り楽しめる最低限のことしかこうしないっていうのがまあなんと僕の
God damn.
カクテルですかね。
I mean, Yamate-san makes a good point. You know, Japan has such a passion for its fruit. Its fruit in Japan is quite expensive. but the quality is so much higher than I ever remember having fruit in the UK. There's a great deal of pride that goes into the cultivation of the perfect fruit, and so having like a cocktail that features that perfect fruit is the perfect way to enjoy it, right? Exactly. Cheers. We've finished this cigar, which means it's time for us to move on to the next place.
Karaoke.
Full of masterfully crafted cocktails, and thanks to Nasky, smelling like a Cuban bonfire, we decide to round off our night with a Sanjikai, our third party. And of course, if you make it this far into the night,
I don't know if we'll I don't know if we'll do anything.
In one of Japan's most popular pastimes, karaoke. Until now, I've never actually filmed inside a karaoke shop. Typically, it's not so easy to get in with a camera. But given this episode is sponsored by Big Echo, Japan's largest karaoke chain, tonight we've got ourselves
They have a karaoke
Lax-Hnd
chain.
Pubs. Karaoke literally means empty orchestra, and since their widespread adoption in the 1970s, initially kicking off in the city of Kobe, they went from being simple bar entertainment to having massive sprawling buildings found on every street corner.
So karaoke can be rather confusing, but fortunately Big Echo do have a booklet where you can pretty much point at the things you want in English, right? So here, for example, Nasky and I are going to do the sing and drink plan, where you get to sing and drink, because Nasky loves his drink, as we've seen. You basically get a reservation form where you write your age, how long you want to sing for, and your name, in which case this person's John Smith, of course, naturally, because all British people are called John Smith, aren't they? But it's as simple as that, so don't be deterred if you don't know Japanese. Big Echo have you covered.
It's your very own
Shit.
private bubble away from the world, and in our case, a very swanky bubble indeed, as we find ourselves tucked away on the luxury floor. Naturally,
In the
nothing
card
but
and
the very
game
best for
stores.
Nasky.
Luxury room. Check this out.
I don't know. Probably the game stores.
Man, indeed, it's like the Godfather's penthouse suite.
Damn, that's actually sick.
The most drunken rendition of the Godfather theme ever. Look at that view though, Nasky. My God.
Nice Ginza.
Ginza Tokyo skyline, and we've got two huge projectors here. Usually you get like just one TV, right? This is like the whole wall. So when you come to karaoke, you get the grand menu. So big, so thick, it puts the Old Testament
What
to
the
shame.
fuck?
Alas, we get Nomihodai once again.
Oh, better yet, gin.
And I think I've had a bit too much to drink. I'm going to have a soft drink. I'm going to go for
More food and drink.
Don't tempt me,
Yeah, man.
Mr. Che Guevara cigar man. Yuzu flavoured Pepsi Cola. What do you want?
There's no
to
way the
eat?
food
book is
here
ridiculous.
is-
Like, it's my favourite thing about karaoke.
is
It's
good.
often the last stop of your whole trip, right?
I saw
You're a
some
bit tired. You order some food. You order
some
more food. You
pizza
order more
on there
drinks.
that looked-
You can't resist.
Last food.
Last food.
That
I'm
just
gonna go out with
looked
a bang.
awful.
I'm going to get the yonshurui potato. 4 types of potato.
Oh, nice.
What do you want?
俺ラーメン食いたい。
Ramen.
もう最後はラーメン食いたい。
Yeah, well, you don't normally have ramen though. Like, it's not something that. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh,
あるじゃん。
there it is.
これでいいこれ。
Singing is, of course, hungry business, and one of the best things about coming to karaoke is you can enjoy izakaya-style food, and not content with stuffing ourselves with fresh
look at
fruit
that pizza.
cocktails
That is
and a
nice.
massive izakaya banquet.
I don't know
We've
about that
ordered
pizza.
Yet more food to our private luxury karaoke booth, including a very special dish for good old Nasky. Russian roulette-style takoyaki, one of which is filled to the brim with super spicy death sauce.
So when you finish your song, you have to eat the takoyaki.
Battle.
Exactly.
Oh, battle song.
Battle song.
It's become quite a popular dish to find at pubs and restaurants throughout Japan, and so be very bloody careful when the takoyaki comes out, ordered by friends, because you never know what might be inside.
One important thing, karaoke can be a bit daunting because the process is a bit confusing at first, but they do handle English customers here, so don't worry about it. You'll fill out a little form in English, sort of saying your name and how long you want to be here. You get a little binder with a receipt, you bring it up here, and then when you check out, you take it back down to the desk, and that's it. It's as simple as that. You pick how long you want to do karaoke. Maybe it's an hour, maybe it's 2, and then about 10 minutes before you finish, you'll get like an ominous phone call. And like, your time is almost up.
That's fucking.
You're free. And so you can either say, okay, I'm off, or you can say, can I have another half an hour? Have another hour. And it's a pretty
Right.
simple
He's
procedure.
going
It
to
really is.
fucking town.
We've been here about 20 minutes now. We've eaten like all the food in the karaoke building. But Nasky's
This seems
about to
really
sing the
nice, though.
first
This
song,
seems-
And it is the Dragon Ball.
I don't think the
theme
food is probably that good here,
tune.
but looks like a chill fucking place when you're wasted. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shit.
And after that experience, it's time for Natsuki to eat his takoyaki and test the gods of fate, but not before he receives his score for singing. A feature that almost all karaoke
Damn, they
dancers
have
love.
scores.
What better way to round off your evening, being judged by a machine for singing, like a tone-deaf camel.
Huge.
Yeah.
You wanna go? Toriyasu, you have to try one.
Yeah, that's the rule.
Yeah, go on,
takoyaki time. Who saw this, Joel? Who saw?
Did he get fucking bean boozled?
That's the first one of 4.
Oh, death sauce.
Death
sauce.
Oh no.
Oh,
who saw it?
Honto.
Really?
Magic. Honto desu.
Thank God I no longer have to live with an impending sense of dread of not quite knowing what's in the takoyaki. And now it's time to bust out our final tip of the day. Before
Oh,
you
is
head
that
to
just
the
what's
camp,
in
make
it?
sure you have an ohako ready. This is your go-to
Thought
song
he got
for
fucking-
karaoke. A song that you can
I
belt
thought they
out
were
at
like
the end
bean
of the night to
boozling the
impress all your
fucking
friends and
takoyaki. Well,
coworkers.
okay.
I wonder if you know how they live in Tokyo.
Hey.
If you've seen it, then you mean it, then you know you have to go fast and furious.
Shit.
Yeah, maybe not that one.
The only song I really know in Japanese is Ue Muite Aruko, known in the West as the Sukiyaki song by Sakamoto. It was a hit song in I think the 1960s. I think it was the first and only Japanese song to hit #1 on the Hot Billboard 100. Before I came to Japan, I learned that this is the one song you need to learn to sort of impress your Japanese colleagues, like when you're a teacher or whatever. And I did learn it. I did learn it off by heart in my room over many painstaking weeks and months, and I got quite good at it. And so, I will now sing it. And this is what I use to impress the locals of North Japan.
All right. What the hell? Oh. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Gee. Well done, Askia. Good night out. Another great night out.
Was that the whole thing? Damn.
Love it. Love
I
it.
feel like I didn't. I just watched some drink. I don't feel like I learned a lot.
In Tokyo. And hopefully, guys, you've learned at least one.
1 out of 4 of the
useful thing
Tokyo
from
is
15 tips and phrases
oh,
from our somewhat
purposely
chaotic
spicy.
evening.
That's
You can find
drinking
all the
it.
places we
Gotcha.
visited in the description box below.
I
If
don't
you think
remember
we
any of the
missed out a few
sayings.
tips worth knowing, go ahead and share in the comments. As for us, it's time to stumble into a cab and brace ourselves for tomorrow's inevitable hangover. The older you get, the worse they get as well.
All right. That was a good one. Have you been keeping up with your Duolingo? Yeah, I've been doing it. I've been doing my Duolingo. Streak still maintained. We need a new video. Trip again. It's like a month from now, more or less. I'm worried about clicking on these videos I don't know, because that last one, we did one video from that random dude, and he didn't show a damn thing. That was the worst video I've seen in my fucking life. He just kept cutting away as soon as he like approached anything worth like actually looking at. And now you don't trust anybody. Yeah, there's tourist guide videos. I'm just trying to find a good one because that last one was like not great. About Osaka. I spent 3 days in Osaka. Or another abroad in Japan. 24 hours, 6 things to do in Japan's nightlife capital. Oh fuck. I didn't know that. It's a nightlife capital. Yeah, let's... Yeah, I feel like if I watch another abroad in Japan, it's just gonna be places to drink. Hold on, we gotta adjust this. 267. All abroad in Japan is touristic. Yeah, I know, but I didn't want to do just abroad in Japan. Try this one out. This is the first one. Let's try this one. Top 10 Osaka places to visit.
Here for people that visit Japan is that there really wasn't much to do in Osaka, apart from eating and Universal Studios, which makes me really sad because Osaka has got to be one of my favorite cities in Japan. Having said that,
I felt like people suggest the most amount of suggestions of like things to do that we've like people are going have done has been around Osaka.
Takoyaki or okonomiyaki, but to only do it as a day trip because Osaka is dangerous at nighttime. This actually couldn't be further from the truth. Osaka has so much to offer.
Whoa.
From trendy neighborhoods with cafes and vintage clothing stores to scenic parks, history and skyscrapers, all the way to its insane grunge nightlife and delicious izakayas. Osaka has got to be the Japanese city with the most personality.
So today I want to introduce you to 10 places in Osaka that'll make you fall in love with the city. We'll go through how to get to each location, practical tips, things to do and places to eat. Let's get started.
We start in the trendy neighborhood of Nakazaki-cho. Nakazaki-cho is full of old traditional houses that have been renovated and repurposed into cafes. And walking around you can really see where old meets new with boutiques and coffee shops
those are
in between the residential houses.
super small.
Nakazaki-cho has its own station on the Tanimachi line, but it's also just a 10-15 minute walk from Osaka Station, which makes it a very central area. Osaka Station City is where everything connects in Osaka, which is why it's my top recommendation for where to book a hotel if you're staying here. It's also what I'll be using as the starting point for directions for all of the Osaka neighborhoods that we'll be going through in this video. Unfortunately, and probably because of its major connectivity, it's also a notoriously confusing station with multiple naming systems. If you've already done some research on Osaka in preparation for your trip, you might have seen it referred to as Osaka Station or Umeda or Osaka Umeda. Kita, or even
Oh
Sakane.
no.
I'll go through why this is and how to navigate through it when we go through this area of Osaka later
No.
in the video.
I'm gonna have to
But for
navigate.
now, let's get back to Nakazakicho.
The tattoo place that
Nakazakicho
I'm
is
getting a
one of my
tattoo
favorite
as in
places to
somewhere in
go.
Osaka.
You've got an endless supply of cafes to choose from, but let me introduce you to 3 of my favorites. Yat Nakazakicho is a super fun bohemian-style cafe with a huge window where you can just relax and people watch while you sip your coffee. Then we've got Pauhana, which specializes in drip coffee, and
Yeah, I
the
don't think
owner
I'm
is
gonna go to a
very
lot of
welcoming, so you have such a
cafes.
pleasant experience just chatting and
Not
drinking
really
your coffee here.
cafe guy.
Then we have Our Log, which gives kind of like a minimalistic beach vibe, which was very unexpected, but also very relaxing. If you're looking for another area with trendy cafes, I would recommend checking out Kitahama.
I'm not.
Kitahama runs along the southern
I'm not
beach
looking for
of Tosono River
cafes.
here in central Osaka. As you can see, it's predominantly office buildings, but you do have cafes and restaurants lining the bank here, which you can really capitalize in the warmer months, where you can sit on decks at places like Motokohi or Brooklyn Coffee Roasters. Motokohi also has a second story where you can relax and eat a toasty while you enjoy the views over the river. Brooklyn Coffee Roasters, on the other hand, also has an indoor section where people work remotely, but the deck is huge, and honestly, it's still quite pleasant in the colder months, especially with the view of Nakanoshima, the little island sitting in the middle of Tosobo
I actually
River.
don't know how cold
Nakanoshima is this little strip of
it
land
is in
that
like
sits
Tokyo
right
and
above
Osaka and
Kitahama. So if you
during
are
the
visiting
winter.
Kitahama, I would definitely suggest having a wander around here as well. This is where the City Hall is, which is this very European-looking building, but there is also a children's book forest designed by the famous architect Tadao
Book
Ando, which,
forest.
if you're into architecture, is definitely worth a visit, even if you can't read the Japanese books. There's also a gorgeous rose garden here that you can go for a stroll through. So Nakanoshima also has a train servicing it, which is pretty wild. But if you're interested in the children's book forest and the rose garden, get off at Nani Wabashi Station. Alternatively, you can access both the cafes in Kitahama and Nakanoshima from Kitahama Station via the Keihan line or the Sakai Suji line. Unfortunately, there's no direct line from Osaka Station to Kitahama Station. You either have to change trains or take the Mido Suji line to Yodoyabashi Station and then walk there. Either option, though, will take you about 15 minutes to get there. Google Maps is your best friend here. It'll give you things like accessibility information, which carriage to get on, and which exit to take. So just use these diagrams as like guidelines to roughly visualize where everything is in relation to each other. Now, obviously, no trip to
Like
Osaka can be
30s to
discussed
50s
without
right
talking
now.
about Osaka
Ooh.
Castle.
Oh.
And you don't have to be a history buff to enjoy this one.
Damn. Oh.
Although for those interested,
Cool.
there is a museum and an elevator inside the castle.
Whoa.
I'm not a history buff, so I'll give you my recommendations on how to enjoy this area, and you take it with a grain of salt. I'll start with how to get here for context, and this will make sense in a second. There are many ways to get to the castle and its grounds, but the recommended way, according to the internet, is through the Otemon Gate at the southwestern end. For this way, you would either take the Tanimachi line or the Chuo line and get off at Tanimachi Yonchome Station. Alternatively, you can take the Osaka Loop line to Osaka Jokoen Station, which will put you on the northeastern end of the grounds. Just a heads up, these grounds are
I think you're gonna rent out the castle.
Both
This
of these
one,
routes are great,
I
but
don't.
if you're coming in spring, I'd actually recommend a different route.
I don't think that's true.
Osaka Castle is well known for its beautiful views in cherry blossom
There was
season.
like a sea dog.
But what's not talked
One of
about
them.
enough
Yeah,
is
not that
Sakura
one.
no Miya. So just two
There's a
stops
sea dog
earlier
video
on
where
the
he did
Osaka
it,
Loop
but
line is
he was
Sakura
like,
no
"This
Miya
is the
Station.
only.
Maybe
This is
you
the
can tell
first
by the
time
name,
you can do
but
this."
This park
And it was
is
like
absolutely
in a
exploding
smaller,
with sakura trees that
smaller
run along
town.
the riverbank. If you can time it, bring some snacks and some drinks and have a picnic under these
One
cherry
of them's
blossom
well,
trees.
yeah,
It's
for like
amazing.
movies, but like
Or
rent
don't
it to
bring
be
food
able to
and check out
stay
some of the
in.
many food stalls that they have going.
Whoa. This is cool. What the fuck is that?
Just something to note, I only found out about this recently too, but it is said that if you pick a cherry blossom off the tree, it will not bloom there again the following year.
Whoa.
I don't know if this is true, but either way, it goes without saying, please be respectful and admire the trees without touching them. And especially, please don't shake them. I know it looks cool, but it's damaging the tree.
When was this film? 3 months ago? Oh.
Sakura no Miya stretches along the riverbank all the way
They
to
will not.
Osaka
I don't
Castle.
think.
So
I don't
if
think
you
those
are coming
bloom
in late March
January.
or early April, I would recommend dedicating a whole day to just enjoying the sakura along this trail.
March to
The
June.
Osaka Castle grounds themselves are free.
Yeah.
If you want to enter the castle or
Whoa,
the
what the fuck is
Nishino
that?
Garden, there is a small fee.
We got a train.
Afterwards, check out the Teppan Grill at New Otani Hotel, where you can have some delicious teppanyaki while enjoying this insane view of Osaka Castle. If you like parks and illuminations, I have 2 other recommendations for you.
I do like parks and illuminations.
First is the
What
Expo
the
70
fuck is that?
but everyone just calls it Banpaku. This is where they hosted a world fair called the Expo 70, held back in, you guessed it, 1970. But now it's just a big open space with like a Ferris wheel, shopping centre, and much more. It's also where you can see the famous Tower of the Sun statue designed by Taro Okamoto. This park is another great choice to visit during cherry blossom season.
What about like winter when everything's dead? Oh, and you can steal a bike.
If you're visiting during winter, I highly recommend
There we
jumping
go.
on this Ferris wheel. It gets decked out with a heated table
Ooh.
called a kotatsu. Oh my god, it's so warm! And you're also provided with warm sake and food.
Damn.
It's just a
That's
great
kind
way
of
to
sick.
escape the cold and still enjoy the cityscape. If you want to know more about this kotatsu in the sky, I've made a separate video about it, so click in the link on the top right hand corner or in the description below to navigate through to it. So Banpaku Park is in northern Osaka, so to get here from Osaka Station, hop on the Midosuji line, transferring to the Osaka monorail at Senri-Chuo Station. The trip takes about 45 minutes. On the other side of the city, you'll find Nagai Park, and within the Nagai Botanical Gardens,
I thought that was I thought that was my like another
if you're
plane
not
announcement.
familiar, Team Lab is an interactive art installation
Ooh.
that exists across Japan, most famously in Tokyo. However, unlike Tokyo, this one is outdoors and is designed to act as like an
cool.
extension or integration of the botanical gardens. It costs 2,000 yen per person and it's suitable for all ages.
Nice. That's dope.
Nagai Park can also be accessed by the
I think
Midosuji line
we might go to the
getting off at
Tokyo
Nagai
one.
Station. This trip will take you about 30
I know there's
minutes
one in
from
Osaka too.
Station.
That's sick.
Fun fact, Banpaku in the north and Nagai Park in the south are actually the home grounds for the 2 rival soccer teams in Osaka, Gamba and Cerezo. Do with that information what you will. Okay, let's go back to the center of Osaka. This is where things can get a little confusing when planning your first time to Osaka. So this central area in Osaka can be broken down into Kita in the north and Minami in the south. Osaka Station is located in the north, and it kind of fits more the central business district vibe, although I don't know if that's a really accurate way of describing it, but we'll get back to that in a sec. Then you've got Namba and Dotonbori in the south with the famous Glico sign, and this would probably be called downtown. Now if you want to see the quote-unquote iconic shots of Osaka, they're here in Namba. Could you call it
the
a tourist
crab!
trap? I mean, I'll leave that for you to decide.
I've seen that
The
crab.
district in which the JR West Osaka Station is located is called Umeda.
That's a famous
I don't
crab.
know where the borders actually end because generally this whole area is referred to as Umeda. But what?
Hold on. I gotta change this heading. What are we at? 18% fuel. we might have to get into this real quick. What if I just apply this again? Will this go back up? Or is it going to be at 18 still? Oh, 34. There we go. 0%. That's only it's temporarily. Okay, we've done that before, plenty of times. So we just keep doing that, and we're going to be fine. As much fuel as we could possibly want. Like we never lost anything. It might slow us down a little bit, though. A little bit of turbulence. But I think we're all right. Back to it.
What's important to note is that there is not just Osaka Station here. There's also the Hankyu Umeda Station and the Hanshin Umeda Station located here too, along with like a whole lot of buildings and an underground city. This is why it's called Osaka Station City, because it's literally a city of its own here. And you can also reach a range of other nearby trains and subways through this underground network too, like Umeda Station, Nishi Umeda, Higashi Umeda and Kitashinji stations. But these 3 stations here are essentially the central stations of 3 separate
Think of doing
train
Pulsar
lines.
again this week?
JR West,
Yeah,
and
I'm down
Hanshin.
for it.
All 3 of these are essentially Osaka Station for their representative
I don't
lines.
got
They just couldn't all be
plans
named Osaka
beyond
Station. They had to have unique names. So yeah, that's why this area is referred
Game
to
Awards?
as Kita or Osaka Station City.
I don't think.
Or Umeda. Which one is the most accurate? I don't know, but from living with a Japanese person raised here in Osaka, he generally refers to this area broadly as Umeda. Now, as I mentioned, this is a city in itself. I could easily spend days here and not get bored. It's got all the shops you want, including Yodobashi Camera, Don Quixote, department stores, boutiques, cafes, izakayas, name it, it's here. So I would highly recommend having a hotel here. It is the most convenient place to stay while you're here in Osaka.
I don't even know
Everything
where we
converges
are in
and can be
Osaka.
found here, which can also be very overwhelming. So let me give you a couple of places to get you started. First up, in this Lukua Ire building, it's like 1100, but it's pronounced Lukua Ire apparently, I think, is a super cute cafe called Pathfinder.
Dude, you are too into cafes.
It's owned by a person called Nobu-san, who is a world champion latte artist, and we actually know him from my hometown back in Melbourne, Australia, where he had a couple of cafes that were amazing. And he's got a couple of cafes here in Osaka.
I've
as well
never
as in
heard
Kyoto
somebody
and
talk so much about
Nemesis.
cafes.
They've got regular coffees as well as like oat milk, almond milk, everything, milk, and a Melbourne specialty called a Magic. You should try it out. And they've also got this thing called a rainbow latte, which looks super cool. I don't know how they pull that off. Also, please note this cafe is on the 4th floor of the Lukua building. For some reason, the English Google Maps says it's on the 1st floor. It's not. For lunch, I really liked this 100% buckwheat soba noodle joint. You might have to line up depending on the time, but the noodle soups are so good.
Damn
I'll
it.
go into the dinner spots a little bit later because I'm going to talk about them along with some other areas altogether. This building is the Umeda Sky building, and for 2,000 yen you can jump up to its observatory for some views of Osaka. I did this back in 2017 and it was cool. I tried to use AI to remove case space from this image so I could show you, and this is how it turned out. If you go to the top of the Hanshin building, you can get some free views of the Umeda cityscape. It's not panoramic like Umeda Sky, but it's still pretty cool. At the top of the Minami area, you can find a neighborhood called Shinsaibashi. Take the Midōsuji subway line from Osaka Station and get off at Shinsaibashi Station. I reckon Shinsaibashi
Do
is one
not
of the coolest
recommend
areas in
another
Osaka.
cafe.
It's full of vintage clothing stores, lots of cafes, and some people with great style. If you're into thrifting, this is where I would recommend visiting in Osaka.
I do want to pick up some clothes.
If you're looking for a coffee break, or
God, no one's looking. You've had so much coffee.
Streamer's Coffee Company. It's got a very laid-back, straight vibe.
You've had
with
so
mega
much.
cups of coffee.
Is she okay?
This area has a strong American influence. At some point here, Shinsaibashi turns into the famous area known as Amerikamura, or Amemura for short. I remember it was super cool, but it can be a bit overwhelming. Same goes for Shinsaibashi Tsuji, the covered shopping arcade. Don't let that stop you from going though, I'm just giving you a heads up. I know I'm brushing over this, but there would just be too much to
I
go
know,
over
dude.
if
She
I
like
dove
she
into
went. She's
everything,
already.
and a video would end up
She
being
talked
over an
about like
hour.
fucking
However,
10 of
if
them
you do wanna
already.
see a whole video
And she's
dedicated
filming
to
more
the
coffee stands.
Hanamachi or Shinsaibashi areas, let me know in the comments down below.
Think about how many
The further south
coffee
you go
places that
and
she
the closer
went
you
to
get
that she
downtown,
didn't
the
film.
more izakayas start popping up. And this is definitely the route I would recommend to take if you want to go and explore the number.
She better
and
live here with
Dotonbori
how many
area.
she's gone to. This better not be on like a fucking like week-long trip. She's gonna have a heart attack if she has any more caffeine.
This is Namba, Osaka's downtown and the Minami area.
Cool.
It's known for the Glico sign, food, and Dotonbori, which is the street running parallel to the canal.
Yeah, that's
It's
sick.
very busy here, all the time. A lot of locals, including my husband Kay, tend to avoid Dotonbori.
Okay, I think she does live here.
Spots off your Osaka bucket list, then this is where you do it. And there is always something happening here, so I reckon it's worth a visit at least once.
Nailed it.
We got a heading change coming up.
Oh yeah, the Lionhead Shrine from the beginning of the video is called Namba Yasaka Jinja. It's in Namba and it's walkable from Dotonbori. Or you
What
can
is
take the
it?
train from
What
Osaka
is
Station to Namba Station on either the Yotsubashi or the Mirosuji subway lines.
What is it? Just like a stage? Okay, hold on. We got a heading change. And we gotta adjust. How we looking? Plenty of fuel, obviously. Co-pilot's doing great. Still just staring out the window. Hasn't moved a damn muscle. That looks like it's gonna be about 260, 261. $263. This is, I think we're over halfway now. It really makes you think, what do pilots do? Like if all my pilots got to do in like a 12-hour flight is change a knob every fucking 45 minutes, what are they doing? What the fuck do you do? Hold on, let's take a look. Yeah, that's about halfway. That's about halfway right there. Video on that? Yeah, we can look up what do pilots do. We're getting there. We're getting there. What the hell?
If you're here during the day, be sure to grab some street food like takoyaki, but I actually recommend coming in
You
the
figure out
evening.
the autopilot? Yeah, we got it set up.
Cool, and then we'll cut to like a montage.
It took a while, but we figured it out.
Number definitely brings
I think it was
Osaka
like the
night
first
life.
2 hours
But
of
if you're looking
stream
for
was just
dinner
trying
and
to
maybe
get to the
drinks, I've
right
actually got a few other
height
areas we
and
can
getting
check
the
out.
autopilot to work. We definitely didn't spiral and crash a bunch of times. We're gonna manually, of course we're gonna
If you
manually
like that
land.
downtown vibe of Namba but don't like the crowds, then consider checking out Shinsekai.
Shinsekai means New World, and it was designed in the early 20th century to be like a modern, bustling hub in downtown Osaka. And coming here, you can really feel that retro yet futuristic vibe with like the really old school style arcades, the small eateries and izakayas, and then you'll have these huge neon lights overhead.
The centerpiece of Shinsekai is the Tsutenkaku Tower. It was built in
3 buttons and a flip switch. You did not
school,
listen. There's a lot going on.
In Asia at the time. You can go up to the top for some panoramic views of Osaka if you want, for about 1,000 yen.
There was a lot going on.
Shinsekai is the birthplace of kushikatsu, which are a range of
the fucking like it wouldn't like level off properly. There was a thing with like the routing and like at 10,000 feet, and we were supposed to be at 40,000 feet apparently.
And some of the things we
And
got
we tried to we're trying to get up to speed.
Asparagus, prawns, and
Yeah, the flight plan had issues even when we had it.
Start with an initial order and then add to it from there if you're still hungry.
But we're set now.
Shinsekai is located really close to Tennoji, a central hub in southern Osaka. So if you think you're going to be sticking to the downtown area and you want a cheaper hotel, consider looking into this Tennoji area. In terms of getting here from Osaka Station, there's a station called Ebisucho right on the doorstep. However, you have to transfer through a couple of subway lines to get here. Alternatively, the Osaka Loop lines and the Midosuji line will get you directly to a station within walking distance.
If Shinsekai is a little bit too far or difficult to get to, I've got a much closer area for you to check out.
Tenma is a neighborhood just east of Osaka Station. It's home to the longest shopping arcade in Japan,
Whoa.
Tenma Market.
Shopping
and
arcade.
Lots and lots of narrow alleyways filled with hole-in-the-wall izakayas.
So, to
Cool.
oversimplify, it's like kind of Osaka's version of Shinjuku's Golden Garden.
It's lively and kind of grunge, and the food and drinks are dirt cheap. It's
Hell
like
yeah.
the epitome of
Oh, they
the
got a
Osaka
monkey. They
street
got a
vibe.
drinking monkey.
And honestly, I'm kind of shocked that it's gone under the radar for so long. It's a 20-minute walk from Osaka Station or one stop on the Osaka Loop line. But I actually made a whole video where I go izakaya hopping through Tenma, eat some wacky things, and
What
play
the
some
fuck
drinking
they got?
games. So if you're interested in learning more about this area, go watch that video in the top right-hand corner or through the link in the description below. For our last dinner spot, we jump back to Umeda. Umeda hosts a great nightlife scene above ground, but below ground, in the buildings adjacent to Osaka Station City, you'll find rows upon rows of small, super chill izakayas and restaurants that offer some great happy hour deals.
Oh my god.
Particularly, I recommend checking out the Osaka Ekimaya 2nd and 3rd buildings. It's not a particular joint I recommend. I reckon just head down to like B1 or something and just wander around. Let your nose lead you. For example,
Real fucking
today
nice.
we went for a ramen for dinner at a place called Chilri, and then second
Wait.
dinner was at an izakaya that gives you a whole
Is that how she
table.
said ramen?
So we had unlimited drinks for 30 minutes for $5.
She call it Rayman?
Even going for a wander through the Umeda streets is super fun. Obviously be responsible. Some areas are a bit sleazier than others, but it's honestly just such a unique vibe.
What the fuck?
Anyway, that's my top 10 neighborhoods to visit in Osaka for an unforgettable trip.
All right.
I hope you liked it. I don't recommend.
Not a bad video. Not a bad video. Okay, wait. I want to figure out what pilot. Okay, how do pilots pass the time on long flights? It's a 3-minute video.
For most passengers, long-haul flights are a matter of endurance, aided by a few drinks, in-flight entertainment, and trying to get some sleep between meal services. It's an entirely different matter for the
Dude, that
people
seat
flying the
looks
plane,
crazy
as there are still
nice.
plenty of things to do even after takeoff. Let's look at what's happening on the flight deck during these longer flights. Even though flight paths are decided upon before departure, pilots have to monitor weather conditions and decide whether or not to alter the paths during the flight.
I was doing that.
On long-haul flights, weather conditions are more likely to change from initial forecasts, with aircraft often encountering multiple weather systems. These systems can vary in intensity from slight turbulence to dangerous thunderstorms. Traveling at high speeds, pilots must be prepared at all times to alter the flight path if necessary.
Always,
if, for example,
always ready.
they see a thunderstorm on the radar, they must first get the okay from air traffic control.
Okay, but what do they do? But what are they doing?
Their route. Clear air turbulence is
What are they
another
doing?
worry,
Nothing is
and
going
because
on.
it cannot be seen on the radar, pilots rely upon the information provided by pilots flying the same route ahead of them. When flying across oceans such as the Atlantic, one pilot's job is to communicate with the ATC, while the other monitors a common air-to-air frequency that pilots use to communicate with each other. The entire time a flight is in the air, the pilots monitor all kinds of gauges to ensure that the plane performs how it is supposed to. Making sure that the temperature of the fuel is not too cold is another thing pilots must monitor. If the fuel
I'm not
cools
asking
down
what are
too
they
much,
monitoring when
its
they're
flow
doing
can be
something. I'm
restricted
asking
due to
what are they
waxing.
doing when
If
nothing's
this happens,
happening.
pilots can rectify the situation by descending or by increasing the aircraft speed
Oh
and
my
thus
God.
its skin temperature. However, this isn't a particularly frequent occurrence.
Okay,
as
then why are
engine
you
oil helps
fucking
fuel to retain
telling me
heat.
about it? What are they doing?
While one of the pilots monitors all the gauges, the other will be busy taking care of the paperwork. Before the flight, the pilots are given a written flight plan. Anything that deviates from this must be written down as notes.
Oh my God, dude.
Outside of these important activities,
There we
long-haul
go.
flying can be very boring for pilots.
Okay.
During cruise phases, pilots will often pass the time by making small talk with one another or
This
doing
was the
some
most-
reading. Smartphone games
I want a
and good
real-
old-fashioned
Okay.
crossword puzzles might be additional forms of
Okay, alright. This video sucked. What is this? Okay, this is better. This one looks like it'll actually answer our question.
Have you ever wondered what pilots do during a cruise flight? Are they watching Netflix? Are they sleeping? Well, that's what we're going to cover today. But first, we're going to fly to Fort Myers. So, Fort Myers. Fort Myers, in the summer months, right now, this hurricane season. That means we've got a really, really humid weather daytime, 36 degrees something, and at night I've got around 25 degrees. And that is the hurricane season in Fort Myers. So there are a lot of thunderstorms build up during the evening when we arrive there. And so we plan to take a lot more fuel in the summer months because of diversion. The other factor which the company plans is 3 pilots instead of 2. Normally we flew with 2 pilots, now we fly with 3 pilots. Because in the case of a diversion, you do not know where the diversion may end. So we need an extended duty time, and we get that by planning 3 pilots. Other than that, the flight is pretty simple. Around 10 hours, we have 3-pilot cockpit, 8 pilots in the crew, yeah. 8 cabin managers, and yeah, got a really, really long layover. We're staying there
They
till
have
Saturday
3
night,
pilots?
and then we'll arrive at home Sunday morning. Sunday, was it morning? No, I think around 12 p.m. Nothing much else. I've got 1 hour to the briefing now. I'm gonna get a coffee and then get the briefing started with the crew.
That seems close.
Welcome to Fort Myers, everyone. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do any video this last evening because I was over and out. Just got something to eat with the colleagues. So one of the colleagues had her birthday, so we celebrated that for a bit, and then I went to bed. Now
What the
it's
hell,
day
man?
1 of the layover, and as promised, I stated that we're gonna talk about what are pilots
What
doing
the
during a cruise.
Yes.
Are they watching Netflix? Are they sleeping? We're gonna get into that in a second. But first of all, I want to
Oh
talk
my-
a bit about the flight yesterday. So when we came here, everything was smooth. We got some thunderstorms at 5 p.m. We were scheduled to arrive here at 1900, so 7:20ish. And at 5 p.m. I guess they had runway change shortly on. But it's still a bit stressful. We have to do ATC, we have to get
Okay.
the clearance, we're talking to the cabin, we're talking to, I do my flying stuff, we get climbs, descents, left, right, weather, maybe even. But when we reach cruise altitude, the calmness comes into the cockpit a bit. Most of the work is done at that moment. We
Okay.
get our clearance and everything. But what are we doing during cruise flight then? So after
He has asked this question already 3 times, 4 times maybe. It is, including the Title 5. It has yet to answer it. 5 minutes into this video. Come on, man.
That we reach that top of climb. Well, I'm in Fort Myers here right now. We've got a 4-day layover, and it would be a bummer if I wouldn't take you along on that as well. And maybe we're gonna even see a rocket launch from Starlink at Kennedy Space Center.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine, and you're not really fine. You just can't get into it because they would never understand.
In that video, so definitely stay tuned for that. And I'm gonna come to the cruise flight in the later part of the video. Let's go! The captain, who's often here on vacation, took us to that little boathouse.
What is happening?
Nice.
What are you doing? What are you talking about? What is this? What happened to answering the fucking question? Why is this video 16 minutes long about what pilots are doing on a 12-hour flight when this looks like what pilots are doing when they're not fucking flying a damn plane?
An hour after we get up in the air, so after we lift off. And reaching cruise altitude, obviously there's not that much to do as during a climb out. But we still have to circumnavigate weather pretty often over the Atlantic. We cross-check the fuel.
Okay.
That's all the pilot monitoring. A really important thing is alternate planning. If something would happen,
well,
where
we
would
know.
we go? So me
This
as a pilot
this isn't the
flying, my
fucking
role is
question,
basically, I
dude.
get the weather printed out by the pilot monitoring, or I do it myself, and I basically check through the whole route. Each time I switch alternate, which alternate would I take now? Is the weather good at that airport? Can I land there? Which runway is in use? So I basically print out the weather for the next 4 alternates, for example. Coming over the Atlantic, gonna come to that in a second. It's not that, there are not that many airports, so you kind of have to settle with those 3 which there are. But I print the weather out for the next 4 alternates. Then I see what the weather is like. So next to the weather printouts, I always write the runway in use, the length of the runway, the type of the approach. So in case that something would happen, and for example, I chose yesterday. I chose I think it was Brest and Lax-Hnd here into Shenwick yesterday.
Jesus
at
Christ!
Our main part during cruise flight. So the pilot monitor, like I said, he has to check in with all the different oceanic sectors. While there, if maybe turbulence are happening, we talk to other aircraft. Is it better at that level? Is it better at that level? If we've got an aircraft right in front of us, we apply a slop, which means it's basically an offset 1 mile to the right or 2 miles to not fly into their wakes, that we do not have a kind of a turbulence there. So we basically always planning ahead. What would we do?
Sure.
How can we circumnavigate there? How can we do that? And but that thing is an Atlantic procedure here. If we're talking Africa, for example, when I'm flying to Mauritius or to Windhoek, or even to the Maldives when we go over Dubai and everything, to check all the different country regulations. When do we have to contact them, and how? Because on 126.9, which is basically no frequency, where basically the current waypoint, the next, and the next after that one. So that all the aircraft in the vicinity of us know which way we are going, Africa or flying to the Maldives. We talk quite a lot up there. And so you get to know the other person quite fast, quite well, and sometimes even a bit too much. But I like that. So I must say, when you're being a pilot, you gotta be quite good at socializing, I would say. But if you're not...
Hold on. Right.
At the moment where you start out your career, I guess you will learn it really, really fast.
I guess you just started.
We, on night flights, yes, we are allowed to sleep, basically. That's not sleeping. That's more a controlled rest, we call it, where we ask the other pilot, if we all know, we all been tired as hell. So we ask the other pilot, are you fit enough? Then you are allowed to do if he says yes, then you do an in-flight control rest,
sleep.
basically, and that is for, I do it often for half an hour, so I start the timer.
Half an hour?
Sit back, put the chair back, maybe put a sleeping mask even on, and use just close your eyes for half an hour. And that basically is our controlled in-flight rest. We let the cabin crew know on night flights, so they're gonna call us every half an hour to check on us during night flights when we're doing that.
Oh my God.
Just as another safety
I thought they
factor.
could like
But
sleep.
that half an hour recharges my batteries as hell. That's so good because I feel fit for another 2 or 3 hours after having napped for 30 minutes. And then of course we've got other flights where we are free pilot cockpits. So basically on those flights we
swap out on those.
We haven't got the controlled rest, or we can do it even, but basically we've got a real break where I can go into my bed. Like when we came here, we had 3 pilot cockpit. Each of us had 2 hours and 50 minutes of break, which was really nice because then you go
Like
out
only
of the
2
cockpit seat,
hours
you go
and
into a
50
separate
minutes.
area, you can rest. So if I got the 3 hour
Get a
break,
3 hour.
most of the time on day flights I sleep around an hour, and on the other 2 hours I watch Netflix or anything. So I do watch Netflix during cruise flight from time to time, but not when I'm in the cockpit. Because in the cockpit, like I said, you can.
Okay, so that was a boy. So they did. He's saying he's got too much to do. He's not just fucking. He's not pulling up Osaka travel videos. Why not? We got a heading change coming up soon. Oh wait, we're already at when did 261 happen? When the fuck did that happen? Why are we so far off? Oh my God. I'm gonna adjust to that. And we're not lost. We're just a little off to the side of where we should be. We're just gonna do a quick readjust. It's really hard to stay perfectly in line. Oh God, we are nose down a little bit. All right. Getting closer. I think we're gonna have another one like shortly after this one, probably like another 10 minutes. See, now we're like right on top of it. Pull up a little bit. We gotta get to this new heading before we get our in-flight entertainment back up. 30-minute nap, see where the plane ends up? No. I mean, we'd probably be fine. But there's like 30 minutes in between some of these like longer. I could probably, honestly, I could just aim at Japan and go to sleep, and we'd probably be close by the time I woke up. Get a little bit closer to that. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. See? And we're back right where we need to be. Let's... Autopilot back on. Look how perfect that is. Okay, well now it's immediately off, but whatever. Whatever, we don't got to be right on top of it. Wait for that heading change, and we're set. Are we going up? Going back to the right, about 270, 276, I'm gonna guess. $267, way off. Going 256, everything looks good. We don't have our toga on. $267. On the dot, right in line. Turn that off. We're back to cruising, baby. Right back to it. Shit. And then there's another one there. That won't be for a while, so we're kind of good for a bit. We're chilling. Halfway, a little bit over halfway now. All right. Now what do we watch? New video, new video. Winter guides in Japan. Kaido, we're not gonna be key down Mount Fuji. I don't. A lot of these winter guides are gonna be stuff that's like more northern though, and I don't think we're gonna be there. But fuck it. Fuck it.
Konnichiwa. Today I'm bringing you the ultimate guide to fully enjoy Japan in winter.
Okay.
In this video, I'll cover
The
essential
monkeys.
tips for planning your winter trip to
I want to
Japan,
see the monkeys,
unique
but I don't think
seasonal
we're going anywhere near the
experiences, and
monkeys.
important things to keep in mind. In this way, I
think
regularly
that's
share
too
the
far
latest
north.
updates about Japan. If there's a topic you'd like me to cover in the future, let me know in the comments. Let's get started.
Hold on. Gotta adjust the heading. We're a little off. 266. Why is that 266 now? We're on 268 when we're set to 267, so we gotta go to what, 265? I don't know why this is 1 degree off. It's been 1 degree off this entire time. Okay. Sorry. Back to it.
First, let's talk about the winter climate in Japan. From December to February, northern Japan and mountainous areas experience freezing temperatures and heavy snow.
Yeah, we won't be
In
there.
Hokkaido, snowfall creates stunningly beautiful landscapes, but temperatures often drop below freezing, so proper winter gear is essential. Bring a thick coat, sweaters, thermal innerwear, and waterproof boots. Don't forget small accessories like gloves, scarves, and beanies. In contrast, urban areas like Tokyo and Osaka may feel relatively mild during the day, but temperatures drop significantly at night.
Oh.
Layering is key to staying comfortable. A lightweight down jacket or wool coat should suffice.
Damn, he is.
If you need extra
What the
warmth,
hell?
consider picking up some heat-tech innerwear from Uniqlo. When traveling to Japan in winter, early accommodation booking is crucial. Winter is a very popular season, especially for ski resorts and hot spring destinations, attracting both domestic and international tourists. Once you decide on your destination, secure your accommodation as soon as possible. For a truly memorable experience, consider staying at a traditional ryokan. Many ryokans feature hot springs where you can soak in warm waters while enjoying a snowy view. But please note that some hot springs have tattoo restrictions, so check in advance or bring tattoo cover stickers. Private hot spring facilities are also an excellent option for a more relaxed experience. For more details about accommodation in Japan, check out my other video linked in the description. Next, let's talk about winter events you shouldn't miss.
Okay.
First up, winter illuminations.
Oh.
These
Wait,
are
I think we
iconic
might.
in
I think we'll
Japan,
probably miss
with
that.
dazzling light displays held across
There's
the
no way
country.
that they keep that in
Major cities
for
like
January.
Tokyo and Osaka host grand illuminations that turn the city into a magical wonderland. One of my favorites is Tokyo Mega Illumination,
Mega
where
Illumination.
mesmerizing light art surrounds you. Many illuminations last through February or even
Oh.
March, so you can easily fit them into your schedule.
All
I'll
right.
include recommended spots in the description for you to explore. And
What
if
the
you're
fuck?
visiting
Why
Japan in
did
February,
he do that?
I highly recommend the Sapporo Snow Festival in Hokkaido. This globally renowned event features enormous snow
Whoa,
and
that's
ice
dope.
sculptures that are truly breathtaking. The 2025 festival will run from February 4th to 11th, so mark your calendar if you plan to visit Hokkaido. Another unique cultural experience in Japan during winter is the country's Christmas tradition of eating KFC chicken. This quirky custom has become a staple of the Japanese holiday season, with special KFC menus often fully booked in advance. I also can't talk about
Cool.
Japan in winter without mentioning New Year celebrations. During this time, millions of people visit shrines and temples for Hatsumo, the first prayer of the year. Famous sites like Meiji Jingu Shrine in Tokyo and Fushimi Inari Shrine in Kyoto are particularly busy, offering a vibrant and festive atmosphere. Make sure to carry some cash for offerings and small purchases like charms or omikuji, which means fortune. Throwing an omikuji to reveal your luck for the year is a fun way to embrace Japanese culture.
You got to work
Here
on these
is also a
transitions,
time
man.
for fukubukuro, or lucky bags, which are a highlight of Japan's retail scene.
Oh, dude, when we were gonna go and the original plan was gonna be to be there for like New Year's. I really wanted to do this shit.
So check release dates in advance.
But I think we're gonna be too
Some
late for
stores
these.
start sales in late December, while others wait until the new year. Keep in mind that many shops are closed on New Year's Day, so plan accordingly. Now, let's talk about food. Winter in Japan offers heartwarming dishes that you simply can't miss. Hot pot dishes like shabu shabu and sukiyaki are must-tries, loved by locals and international visitors alike. Oden, a flavorful hot stew with ingredients like daikon radish, boiled eggs, and fish cakes is a convenient and delicious option available at convenience stores and specialty shops. Other seasonal delicacies include crab dishes, roasted sweet potatoes, and amazake, a sweet fermented rice drink that warms you from the inside out. Finally, here are some tips to help you make the most of your trip. With the surge in tourists, popular spots may get crowded. Book your accommodations and transportation early, and try to avoid peak times when visiting attractions. Also, with JR Pass prices increasing, it may be cheaper to buy individual tickets depending on your travel plans. Consider exploring less crowded destinations for a more relaxed experience. Here are a few relatively uncrowded destinations in Japan that are highly recommended for winter visits. First is Kenroken Garden in Ishikawa Prefecture, one of Japan's 3 most famous gardens. In winter, the garden is adorned with ukitsuri, ropes that protect the trees from heavy snow, creating a stunning snow-covered landscape that's truly worth seeing. Next, Shirakawa-go in Gifu Prefecture is a must-visit destination. The traditional gashozukuri houses covered in snow create a picturesque scene that's both charming and unique. As a UNESCO World Heritage Site, it becomes even more enchanting during the special
flight going,
winter
we're
light-up
going,
events,
man. We're
offering
getting there.
breathtaking views at night.
We're over halfway.
Another excellent choice is Oirase Stream in Aomori Prefecture. In winter, the frozen waterfalls and streams transform into natural works of art, surrounded by a serene and mystical atmosphere.
Temperature-wise, I'm glad we're not going more north, but I feel like there
These
is.
spots are perfect choices.
I feel like
Be
it
sure
looks
to
really
add them
sick
to your
up there.
itinerary. Winter in Japan offers
And I
stunning
really want to
scenery,
see those
warm
fucking
hospitality,
monkeys,
and
dude.
unforgettable experiences. I hope this guide helps you plan your trip. If you found this video helpful, please like and subscribe to my channel. See you in the next video.
Get more gas? What? You don't need more gas? I have 31% fuel. I've already added more gas. We're fine on gas. We're perfectly fine. What else do we watch? We could watch that Hawk Tour podcast if she didn't just scam a bunch of people out of... she didn't just scam millions of dollars. 12 unspoken rules not to break in Japan, abroad in Japan. Top it off. You're not supposed to have 100%. That's too much weight. It's going to slow us down.
I remember when I first moved here, I lived like 5 minutes from a 7-Eleven, and I would often trudge there when I was hungry.
Surrounding cities, yeah, there's a couple of places that people are going.
And then I'd sort of eat it on my walk back. You know, I'd
Bambi
just devour it
chicky.
on the side of the street. And I remember lots of drivers coming past, looking kind of angry at me, as though I was doing something wrong. So I asked one of my colleagues, a teacher, like, oh, is there a rule about not eating and drinking, walking at the same time? And they were like, no, there's no rules. I was like, oh, Okay, cool. And so I carried on doing it, and drivers continued giving me
Oh yeah,
the
you
look of
can't
death for the
walk
many
and
following
eat.
weeks that I continued in my daily evening fried chicken practice. I think at some point I looked it up online though, and I saw from another foreigner living in Japan that there is this culture of not eating and drinking while walking. And I noticed on my first trip to Tokyo, like, oh wait a minute, nobody is like munching food while walking down the street. And it is very much like an unwritten rule. If you ask a lot of Japanese people, they never really think about it, because it's not like a hard, fast rule, like don't eat and drink while walking. It's just something they don't do. It's kind of seen as rude. I've always said though, if you spend a long time in Japan, you sort of develop a kind of sixth sense, right? It's not like a fun sixth sense where you can interact with the dead. It's a sort of cultural radar, because most of the rules in Japan are unwritten, and Japanese people don't even realise they're following most of the time. They're just going through life on autopilot. Now sometimes the rules are fairly obvious, like, I don't know, don't have sex on a shrine, like the Austrian man who recently turned a sacred shrine in North Japan
can't do
into
that?
a brothel, although his Japanese companion was conspicuously absent from the headlines. But I once made a video listing off 12 things not to do in Japan. And with the rise of tourism in the last few years, I think most people know them these days. But a few years after that episode came out, I had this weird situation where a small army of Japanese YouTubers, there must have been about 50 channels, went out and reacted to that video, give a kind of painstaking analysis on whether the dopey white guy was telling the truth or not. To this day, I don't really know how I feel about all those reactions, but so far as I could tell, most of those Japanese YouTubers
roasted,
agreed with me that I was spot on. Except one thing. There was one point on that list that they thought I was wrong on, and that's actually the point I want to kick off today's video with. And that was point number 1. Don't eat and drink while walking. I saw quite a few reactors claim that that isn't a point. That rule doesn't exist. It was pointed out that there's places in Japan where you can eat and drink and walk. There are streets in Asakusa or Tsukiji Fish Market where you can buy the street food and walk around eating, you know. But if you can only eat and drink in public in special designated eating and drinking
Yeah, what the
zones,
hell, dude?
Call me Mr. Fuckity Rulebook. But that is a rule, isn't it? You know, in the UK,
That is a
we don't
fucking
need a special eating designated zone. We grab a sausage roll from Greg's, we practically inhale it, and then we leave a fine mist of filth and breadcrumbs all over the roadside. It's just what we do. In the West, anything goes. The public space is ours to be conquered. In Japan, the public space is paradoxically
It
there
leaves
for everyone,
crumbs?
and also
I mean,
no one.
crumbs
But it
are
means places are a lot
biodegradable.
tidier and better looked after as well. So in this video, I want to talk about those unspoken rules that people don't really know about. The 12 ones that I think are the most important, with my own personal stories and awkward experiences thrown in. And I hope if people follow these rules, then we won't have foreign tourists becoming all-purpose scapegoats for all that is wrong in society when they cock up on the etiquette. Quite literally cock up in some cases. Oh God.
But everything is concrete. Well, you know, it still breaks down. What the hell?
It's common in the West to go to a restaurant, try the food, and something's gone abnormally wrong. It's too hot, it's too cold, it's undercooked.
Oh.
And let's face it, more often than not, that is the case. You do have to return it. Or maybe at the end of the meal, the waiter, waitress will come over and be like,
I don't think
"How was
I've
the meal?"
ever done this,
And so
nor
in
have
the
I
UK,
ever
you know,
been.
I've had family members who are always very blunt.
I don't think I've
quite
ever
blunt. And it
been
was
with
always quite
anybody in a
awkward, so,
restaurant who
because
have
they
sent
berated
food
the
back.
waiting staff for not having enough salt, pepper, and excitement on their chicken, as if the waiting staff actually cared. Now in Japan, you will be asked.
I had to work a bit on making the maps and trees that look good. Damn, that's
Don't
sick.
ever say, "Oh,
We're
it was
40,000
okay."
feet, so we can't see any of
Always
them.
say, it was delicious. It was the best meal I've ever had. I don't care if you've been served a bucket of asbestos
And we're above the ocean.
cultured salmonella bacteria. You shut up and you say it was delicious, and then you get out the door and you never go back. There is no
I do this
culture
anyway.
of providing like any negative or critical feedback to a chef. I think one reason is because people take their jobs a lot more seriously here, and it is extremely rude or impolite to sort of offer any criticism or negative feedback to the chef. The only time you get a kind of get out of jail free pass on this is if you have an established dish that is known for being like horrible. For example, like natto, fermented soybeans, which do taste unspeakably shit, or shiokara, which is kind of like squid guts, rotting fish, drenched
I'm not
in
paying for dog
spicy
shit.
mayonnaise.
Well, if
Yes,
I
it
order
is
something and they give it to me and it's shit, then I'm just like, well, not coming back here.
In some respects, this is why Japanese TV is so unbelievably boring. When you watch like a food program, the food comes out and everybody blindly praises it before they've even tasted it. You know, I've seen people eat things that look like sludge and they go, wow, it's the best thing. Mine, it's a far cry from Gordon Ramsay's kitchen nightmares. And if you
Ramen
come to
covers
our
it. Yeah,
bar,
it's like
Moss
it's a
Bar, which you know
humidifier.
of, and you speak ill of my beloved
Or just a
vintage cheddar
mister.
cheese, I'll personally come out the kitchen.
Oh yeah, does he has a
and I'll eat
bar
your
in
face.
Tokyo, doesn't he? Is this just gonna be being late?
I think the greatest
Oh,
misconception in
be
Japan
early.
is that people arrive
I do
on
this
time
too.
and they're punctual. Actually, it's not the case. They just arrive really bloody early. I mean, in the West, you can practically arrive late to your own funeral. If you live in the UK, you probably bloody will. But it also means in most of the world, we can always throw out an excuse, right? A reason for something going wrong. You know, oh, the trains were late. The dog ate my homework. I couldn't get my horse to start. We've got an array of excuses and nobody really cares. You know, people just say, oh yeah, fair enough, you're late. Yeah, that's the end of that. In Japan, there is nothing worse than arriving late. You have just blown that relationship and there is no excuse. There is never an excuse that is good enough for being late. You know, you could literally walk into work and be like, oh, my car broke down, the sun exploded, and my entire immediate family was savaged by bears. And it wouldn't be good enough. Nobody cares. You are still the late guy.
Walking and eating
that
feels
is
like
all
the only
you are.
relevant
It
rule to
won't
me
be
right now.
forgiven, it won't be forgotten. You are just the late person, and that makes you a bit of a dick. Like I used to help Ryotaro do seminars, travelling around the country, go in and teach people his wisdom, whatever that is. And we would get there not 5 or 10 minutes early, but like 45 minutes before the scheduled appointment, which was kind of annoying, right? Because it meant I had to sit in the car with Ryotaro for 45 minutes, which I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. When I could have been off, you know, making the world a better place. To me, it was like we were just wasting time. To him, though, he was doing everything to prevent fate from getting in the way between him and his commitment. A traffic jam, an earthquake, car breaking down, nothing would get in his way. Credit where it's due to Ryotaro. If you give him money, if you pay him money to do something, he will show up without fail. You can buy him this Christmas. Why not buy the gift of Ryotaro? Stick him under the tree. Or even Natsuki, who's a rebellious bad boy. He is never, ever late whatsoever, right? In the 11 years I've known him, I've only
What's the
seen him on a
next
panic
rule,
attack
man?
one time. It was quite recently, when he couldn't get back home the next day for an appointment that he had with a client, with a customer. Even though you could argue it kind of wasn't his fault that he couldn't get home, because the trains were cancelled due to adverse weather conditions. Like, the weather was so bad that day, the wind was turning trees into dust.
Oh my God.
And yet, he knew, I
Speak
knew, his
Japanese,
customer knew
yeah.
that isn't good enough in Japan, right? He
Alright,
should
that's
have
gonna
considered
be a rough one.
A week in advance, the possibility of the weather being so bad that he couldn't get home. He should never have left at all. That's what the customer could argue, and that's what Natsuki knew full well, that it was his fault that he couldn't get back there. In the West, we would say, oh, you know, the weather was really bad, the planes and the trains were cancelled, the situation was out of my hands. In Japan, not good enough at all. The upside to this is everything in Japan works, because people get the job done. There's never an excuse, there's never a reason. People will sacrifice everything for their work to get there on time, to get there early, even if it means doing so at great personal cost. And fortunately, a lot of the time, it does.
What the hell are those? What is that? Nope.
It's quite well known that Japan
By the sinister
like it's 1976. It's kind of a cool part
What?
of the culture, and it's important to remember that business card is like a physical extension of that individual. So you always treat it with care. You take it with two hands. You study it as though it's going to give you like some magic powers, and then you put it very carefully in your wallet or a business card holder. Now, in a similar way, you have that same relationship when handling money between two different people. At a convenience store, it goes on a tray. You rarely pass it directly. It can be quite rude to pass it directly to shop staff. But even amongst friends, you don't just whip out money and sort of hand it over. Typically, it's done pretty discreetly. When you are giving kind of a sizable amount of money to someone, like over a few thousand yen, over like $50, you would typically do it in an envelope. And you'd put the money in, you'd fold the envelope, you might write the amount on it, and then you'd hand it over. Now, one time I owed a colleague some money, about 20,000 yen, so like $150. And I went to the convenience store, I got an envelope, put it in, handed it over, and she went, and she like didn't accept it. And I was like, what's wrong? What is this? Your money? Take the money, have some money. And she was like, oh, And it turned out that I'd gone to 7-Eleven and bought the special envelope that is designed for when your family members are dead. Because of course there's a bloody dead family member special envelope in Japan. And I remember she went and told like all the members of staff in the staff room, which was really great. Luckily they let me off, but it was quite a big
What
deal.
the why?
There was a real sense of foreboding.
Why is that
I
at
was
the
handing over
fucking
this dead
7-Eleven,
family member
dude?
envelope. So I had
Why
to
is
go
that
off
so
and get another
commonly
envelope,
necessary?
Put the money in that and then give it to her, thankfully in an envelope that didn't indicate somebody was dead. It is confusing. Check this out. This is Family Mart, and these are all the envelopes you can choose from. This one here, the red one, is congratulations on your wedding.
Okay.
This one here, the yellow, is congratulations on the anniversary of your dead family member.
Oh.
This one is congratulations on your family member recently dying.
Okay.
And finally, this one is congratulations, you're getting married. And I've got more money, so I've got the better envelope than this one.
Okay, what's the one that I'm just handing them money?
Red marriage, yellow dead, black dead, and gold also marriage.
It's just blank? Is this a blank envelope? Don't have one, so I'm just supposed to not let anybody see
I was in the back of the cab, travelling across town. We
the
reached
money
destination,
somehow.
I paid up, and then I
Put it
just
in a
sat
paper
there,
bag.
and after a few moments, the taxi driver was like, "Are you all right, mate? Do you need to talk to someone? Are you okay?" I was like, "What? Why don't you open the door?" And he was like, "What are you talking about? What do you mean why don't I open the door?" And I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, sorry." And I opened the door and like rolled out onto the roadside. But I forgot that in Japan they open and close the taxi doors for you.
Ooh.
I'm not entirely sure why this is. I think it's a matter of courtesy, so you don't have to touch a dirty.
Does he have a
door.
button to do that? That was
But this is something nobody gets taught. You sort of learn it very
That was
quickly when
nuts.
you arrive in Japan and grab a cab. But the flip side to that is when you are riding a cab around Japan, don't open and close the door yourself. The system makes it quite difficult to do so because there's actually like a lever. The taxi driver has like a magic lever that they pull to
That's
open
cool.
and shut the doors. It can be quite hard to do. But numerous of the times a friend or family member has come over, tried to open the door, panicked, and it's all got very awkward very, very fast. So bear that in mind if you ride a cab in Japan. You don't need to open and close the doors yourself. You know what, abiding by all these rules, hungry business. Thank God then that I've got a box packed full of tasty Japanese snacks from today's sponsor, Sakura. Sakura is a monthly Japanese artisan snack box that supports local snack makers with each box packed full of 20 traditional authentic Japanese treats. Including
Are we
teas,
still on the right heading? I think we are.
and this month's theme is the colours of Kyoto,
Yeah.
as the stunning autumn colours sweep through Japan's ancient capital. The box begins with a beautiful booklet exploring the stories behind each and every snack, along with all important allergy information. And the box ends, as always, in my mouth, starting with yuzu dorayaki, a fluffy, luscious pancake filled with white bean paste and infused with tangy citrus flavours of yuzu. Yuzu counts as one of your 5 a day, right? It's the perfect snack to go with
Crazy
this
that
month's
you're gonna be
Kyoto
pissed drunk on the
Sencha tea,
streets.
served in this finely
You're gonna
crafted,
remember all
stunning
of this.
floral
Yeah,
cup that
man.
comes in the box. The perfect combo. And that's not all. This month we also have a Tokyo Treat Box, a fun and exclusive Japanese snack box featuring unique flavours from across Japan. And this month, as it's Halloween, all the snacks reflect that, with limited edition apple
Halloween
Kit
this
Kats
month.
and tantalisingly fruity, ghostly gummy sweets. Oh wow, does actually taste like an apple pie.
Just
My
have
God,
the
is there
security
anything
thing.
Kit Kats can't do? And to celebrate Halloween, if you use the
Huh.
code PEEKABOO,
They seem
you'll get
pretty-
a
pretty
Pokemon
good.
bonus item tucked inside your box. Charlotte's gonna love it. That's her Christmas present sorted for this year. Grab your box of Tokyo Treat or
I don't know about that
and
one.
enjoy Japanese snacks in the
Tokyo
comfort of
Treat.
your very own home. Don't
That one
forget to
seems
use the code
gimmicky.
found in the link in the description box below.
The Kuriko seems good though. Rice bowl rules? What is this? Don't drench
Now,
rice
to
in
believe
soy
the
sauce.
headlines in recent times. There's no rice. There's no rice left in Japan. All the foreigners took it. They've gone. They've eaten it. I shit you not. Overseas tourists were lazily blamed for the absence of rice this year after a bad harvest, as well as a lack of supply to try and keep prices up with rice. I mean, I wish I could blame all my mistakes on foreign tourists. It would make my life a heck of a lot easier. But if you can defy the odds this year and find a bowl of rice, there's one thing you should never do. That is drench it in soy sauce. just is not done. Now there are a few kind of exceptions to this. For example, a seafood bowl, and you've got like a bowl of rice topped with tuna and fish. You can pour soy sauce onto the fish then and mix it with wasabi. Tastes really great. But the idea of directly drenching rice in soy sauce simply isn't.
I don't think I
Again,
usually
it's not
do
a
that
red rule,
anyway.
Nothing bad's going to happen. But when you see somebody come to Japan, drench their rice in soy sauce, and it is quite common, you do see like Japanese people looking around and kind of like, oh my god, what have they done? What have they done to that rice? So if you absolutely must smother something in soy sauce, do it to your chicken, do it to your fish, hell, do it to your best friend's face, but never, ever do it to a bowl of rice. When I was a teacher,
Don't
I was
return
a
without
bit of an
souvenir
anomaly for the
gifts.
staff,
Oh, that's
right? I was like
that's
the only non-Japanese person in there. So people sometimes came and told me weird
that's only if you're
secrets
living
that
there.
they wouldn't normally tell anyone else, presumably because they thought I wouldn't share. that
Doesn't
secret.
apply.
What they didn't know is I had an audience.
Out of my brain already.
People on YouTube, so that didn't work very well, did it? Now they're in a book. Anyway, I had a colleague walk over one day and was like, "Oh, you know, Chris, I'm going on a holiday to Osaka, and don't tell anyone. It's a secret." And I was like, "Oh, what are you up to? What's going on there?" They were like, "Oh,
I'm gonna do a slight adjustment here while that's
And I
going.
was really confused by this. Like, what were they doing in Osaka that was so formidably secretive? What awful thing could they be up to? And it turns out they simply didn't want to buy omiyage, souvenirs, for their many colleagues, because it can get quite awkward. Now in Japan there is a culture of buying gifts for people that you work with, or friends and family, when you travel. But this colleague of mine who works in the department had like 20 members of staff, and she didn't want to go and shell out, you know, $100 worth of goods and sweets and bring them back.
Yeah, that
and share
seems
them with
insane.
everyone. The easiest thing to do was just to not tell any colleagues that they were travelling somewhere. They just said, "Oh, I'm taking the day off." And it was quite common in the staff room to sit down.
He just
would be
what
like,
the
"I'm
fuck?
taking my day off. Just gonna sit at home."
You just have to lie to him.
Definitely not travelling anywhere, so yeah, don't expect souvenirs. It led to this weird dynamic where you never quite knew what was going on and who was going where. But if you ever end up working in Japan, in any capacity, be advised, if you publicly tell someone you're travelling somewhere, you always have to get omiyage souvenirs, otherwise you look like a bit of a dick. Hello?
Don't use your
That is
phone
the
at
thing.
like
Everybody
phone calls.
in Japan knows that an izakaya pub on a Friday is so loud.
She's on her phone right now.
Saturn V rockets sound like a whisper. People shouting, laughing, clinking glasses, yelling "Kampai" every 5 minutes. Drunken salarymen slurring their words. But my God, if you pull out your phone in the middle of an izakaya, hello, it's like whipping out a chainsaw at a fucking petting zoo. It simply isn't done. Now, most people know the rule not to answer their phone on public transport in Japan, right? Trains, buses, always forbidden. And I quite like it. I don't miss the days travelling on a train in the UK and hearing somebody's relationship implode behind me on the phone. And that is very much a written rule. You'll see it on trains, right? Don't answer your phone. But what a lot of foreign tourists don't know is that is extended to practically any public place, including restaurants, bars, cafes. You
Damn.
don't answer phone calls in those places either. And it does seem weird that you can't do that given the ambient noise level around you, right? But most people, if they have a phone call to take, will go outside, they'll skulk into the corridor or outdoors like a criminal mastermind off to plot a heist and get out of the way. Maybe the only exception to this is like a fast food restaurant. You might see people take calls there. But generally, if you've got to take a call at a restaurant or a cafe or bar, go outside and everybody will be happy. Like I said, it's an odd rule, but I kind of like it. It means that you're less likely to hear ringtones indoors and people are there.
Yeah,
in
that
the
one
moment
makes
actually
sense.
enjoying
That one's
the
fine.
company of their friends rather than being
I don't think I'd be doing that one anyway.
One thing you'll notice
Don't
when
dress
traveling around
inappropriate.
is it's actually quite rare to see people wearing sunglasses. And that's not because people are inherently magic here, though they definitely are. But the practice of wearing sunglasses is actually kind of rude in a lot of different contexts. For example, I recently did a documentary and I was in the grounds of a temple and I was wearing my sunglasses, and the producer, a really lovely Japanese lady, pointed out to me, "Oh, Chris-san, take your glasses off, don't forget." And I was like, "Oh crap, yeah, I forgot about that." Historically, it is seen as rude to wear sunglasses in that way, and often when interacting with people, especially people who are in a higher station, people who are higher up the chain, it is really looked down upon to wear glasses. It's something to do with deception, the idea you can't see the person you're talking to's eyes where they're looking. And along with that, also,
I've not owned sunglasses
even in the height of
in
summer, August, it was like
in
a
my
fucking
life.
flame-grilled experience walking the streets of Tokyo. And yet I was like the only person in shorts, and the other foreign face that I saw. But most Japanese people don't wear shorts. It is seen as not necessarily rude, but just kind of something that isn't done. And I don't know, quite frankly, how they do it, because it's so hot. Like, I did a TV shoot years ago to promote a district in Tokyo in the run-up to the Rugby World Cup.
I don't think I'm maybe wearing shorts out there anyway.
And the producer came over
during winter.
And was like, "Oh, do you have trousers? Can you wear something good?" And I was like, "What do you mean? Like, just shorts?"
Oh, I gotta do a slight adjustment
not
again.
Overly great, but just they're good shorts. And she was like, "Oh, if you could go and buy trousers right now, that would be really great." And in Japanese, that means go and fucking buy trousers now, or throw out the window. So I did. In the height of summer, 35 degrees Celsius, 80% humidity, I went down to a shop in the middle of a shoot and bought trousers. And I nearly died of dehydration throughout that shoot.
Missed the whole flight. We're like, we still got a few hours in the flight. We still got a while. Hairy legs. Ew, what the fuck? What the fuck, man?
This
Don't
might
ride
be
the wrong
most
side.
Annoying,
Is that just
unspoken rule in Japan, right? In the UK, when we go on an escalator, we often just stand wherever we want.
That's
we'll
just
ride
because
it
people
straight
walk.
across
This
the
is a thing
entire
in some
like a
places
fucking
in
porpoise blocking a pathway.
the US
Now, depending
too.
where you are in Japan, you actually queue up on different sides of the escalator. If you're in Tokyo, it's the left side, right? And annoyingly,
Oh, what?
weirdly, in Osaka, they queue on the right-hand side.
No.
Numerous of the times I've got this wrong, ended up blocking an escalator on the wrong side. The trick here, just watch what everyone's bloody doing. But be advised, if you're traveling around Japan, you've got your
Why would they do
luggage on
different
escalator, try and
sides?
keep to one side.
What the
Otherwise, you'll
fuck?
hear people come up behind you and kind of go,
Most hate it. Yeah. Especially like the walking paths. People just fucking stand in the middle of the whole thing. It's like the thing meant to like get you there faster, and people are just chilling in the whole fucking
make sure you're
thing.
not blocking anyone's way. And escalators are probably the most common place that happens. So be advised, left side Tokyo, right side Osaka, and keep an eye out. You're not blocking anyone's path, lest you hear the all-annoying noise.
Pointing? What is this, Disneyland?
Pointing at somebody is the equivalent of a loaded gun in Japan. It's incredibly rude, and again, very unspoken. People don't really tell you about this. When people want to indicate something, they tend to nod with their head, or they'll use their whole hand like this. It's really rude.
Can't point in
and impolite to
Disneyland.
do
The
this.
employees can't
Just doing
point.
it now. I found actually in the 12 years that I live here, I point at things a lot less, and when I do the whole hand, which looks a bit odd in retrospect. It looks a bit like I'm confused, which I often am. People don't like being singled out. By pointing at someone, you're very much singling them out, so don't point. The other day I walked into a coffee shop and it was full downstairs.
What?
So I went upstairs with my friend and we saw, thankfully, in the crowded room, one table. We walked towards it and then we realised there was like a little purple handbag on the side. And that was it. There was nowhere for us to sit. We were screwed and we had to go and walk off down the street. Now it's an important distinction. When people leave their bags or wallets or personal items on tables in Japan, more often than not, you might be thinking, oh, I've probably forgotten it. I should do something. I should grab it and run off with it and show the shop staff. Don't do that, because 9 times out of 10 it's somebody who has reserved that table using their own possessions, which might seem a bit odd in the West, where leaving your
that makes
wallet
sense.
or bag on a table, you might as
I
well
feel
just
like
hand it to
that's
thieves directly. Why bother putting it on the table?
pretty
at all?
normal.
So bear that in
What the
mind.
fuck was
Probably
that
not
called?
just property. It's somebody there reserving the table. You can look at the till and see if they're standing there. If there's nobody around, cats are in the bathroom, so it's probably not lost property and forgotten stuff. But there we have it, guys. 12 unspoken rules in Japan. What
That
did I
was
miss,
it.
though? Let me
There
know
was like
down
there
in
was
the
like
comments
2
below.
or
I'm sure
3
there are
that
some
were
more
actually
important ones
applicable.
down, but I think
feel like.
those are the ones worth knowing.
All right. All right. Shit, now what do we watch? Wow. What do we watch now? Hold on, there's an Airplane Mythbusters episode, and the full episode is on YouTube. Should we watch some Mythbusters? On planes? Yo,
On this episode of Mythbusters,
let's go.
the whole team is flying high in an airplane special.
Oh, I don't think I did so well.
First, Adam and Jamie fly by the seat of their pants.
It's pretty easy.
Shut up. In a state-of-the-art simulator to see if a novice pilot can be taught
Well, I wonder-
by air traffic control.
Pour your nose up, give it power. Oh my god.
I don't what this state of the art of what year is this? Like the early 2000s?
Gnarly with 3 skydiving movie myths from action flick Point Break.
Oh, shucks!
Damn, that looks
Buster
so
gets
bad.
the push to find out the free fall time from 4,000 feet.
Oh my god!
Grant discovers if you can have a conversation in midair.
I'm so excited.
And Tori lays his life on the line in a high-speed chase at terminal velocity to see if it's possible to catch someone up in free fall.
All right.
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage
That was awesome!
and Jamie Heineman. Between them,
What is
more than
it? Does
30
Jamie even
years
do
of
anything
special
anymore? I
effects
feel like it's just
experience.
Rise, my son.
Joining them,
Adam
Greg
Savage
Imahara,
that still does shit.
Tori Belleci,
It's getting dangerous now, and that's how we like it.
and Carrie Byron.
That is messed up!
They don't just tell the myths,
Wow, I can feel the pressure.
they put them to the test.
All right. He does commercial props still?
Come up with
Oh.
something. What do we have?
I got nothing.
Some idea.
Parachutes. Misconceptions about skydiving. There are a bunch of Hollywood movies that feature skydiving.
Skydiving's good. Skydiving, airplanes.
Nice.
How about when the pilot's incapacitated and they talk a passenger into landing the plane?
Perfect. That's really good.
An entire episode about airplanes.
Ladies
Wow.
and gentlemen, please buckle up for an airplane special.
That bit's so awkward. There's so many like things that they
Mythbusters
do
are no strangers
in old
to
TV that's
aviation
just
myths.
kind of
They
cringe
made
now.
mincemeat of an airplane. They fired chicken meat at an airplane. And they've even used an airplane to make a bus take to the sky. But now, they're back with 2 brand new flights of fantasy straight from the fan site. And starting off, it's an all-time classic.
So in all of your eclectic careers, you've never gone out and gotten a pilot's license?
Nope, thought about it, never did it.
Not even any illegal crop dusting? Neither have I, and you know, that makes you and I
I feel like
perfect
getting
test
talked
bed
into a
platforms
landing
for this
is
next
like
myth.
You mean talked
the
into land?
easiest
Yes,
one.
let me set the scene for you. You have chosen the kosher meal and have eaten it just fine, but the pilot and co-pilot have accidentally been fed.
Like I think I
the
can do it
Saturday moose,
with
stricken
what I know
force,
about
they
this
can no longer
plane
fly the plane. And the
already.
stewardess says, is there anyone here who landed this plane? And you get behind the seat, get on the horn to air traffic control, and They give you the instructions to land that plane safely.
So you're a completely inexperienced pilot, but they talk you down into a safe landing.
That's the myth. That's what we've got to test.
The life of everyone on board depends upon just one thing. Finding someone back there who can not only fly this plane, but who didn't have fish for dinner.
It's a classic scene from the silver screen. The pilot and co-pilot are out of action, and the flight attendant asks the question no one wants to hear.
By the way, is there anyone on board who knows how to fly a plane?
Can a complete novice really land an airplane?
I'm flying it across the Pacific right now. Easy.
You know, Adam, I don't think
Simple,
our insurance
really.
company or the FAA is going to give us any kind of permission to attempt to land a real plane.
Nope. I think we're going to have to do this one in a simulator of some kind. And luckily, the researchers have turned up the creme de la creme of flight simulators for us. It's NASA's, and they use it to train real pilots.
Okay, and
The flight sims that they have now are
the air
nuts
traffic
looking.
controller, I think we should try it au naturel, you know, without any help at all, and see how we do.
Because if we can do that, then there's no need for air traffic control.
The threat of death would add a
So
minor
it's
amount of pressure.
Shocks away.
No.
And first up, we meet the man with the machine, Terry Reagan.
Welcome aboard.
And after a brief tour, what's
Microsoft Flight Sim is
clear
probably
is
better than
this
the NASA sim
simulator
they use.
ain't
Yeah.
exactly your average game console.
Wow. Those are the size of a small house.
Other than the whole like, you know, the whole thing moves.
With pneumatics to simulate every bump, more buttons than a Wurlitzer organ, and a state-of-the-art graphics display,
Look how
this simulator
state-of-the-art.
is the real deal. Ready? And first into the hot seat is Jamie.
Go first.
Bad angle. Couldn't see who won.
We're going to try landing this flight simulator on our own without any assistance because, well, if we can, there's no need for a test. They've concocted for each of us a flight scenario that will open when we're ready to fly. It'll tell us the critical details about our flight. Jamie's going to go first. And who knows, maybe he's going to turn out to be a great pilot. I wouldn't be that surprised.
Okay, so I left Chicago. I'm on my way to Denver.
Oh, they're not even over an ocean,
Commercial
dude.
airliner with
32 miles
160
from the airport,
passengers.
easy.
I'm at 15,000 feet. Good luck. It's up to you to
15,000
land the plane
feet.
and save the lives of the passengers without any help. Okay, well, I guess I better get to it.
It's worth remembering, despite the aviator mustache, Jamie has absolutely no experience piloting a plane. And to make a tough task tougher, Terry
Yeah,
is
how about
programmed
try
on
landing
night
on the
flight.
Hudson?
So Jamie
How about that?
will be quite literally flying in the Twilight Zone.
I have a basic understanding of how airplanes work, which I think should be helpful. But the rest of it, this is all alien to me. I'd say this is going to be a little bit of a rough landing.
Captain Jamie's not altogether confident, and once he takes the controls, he shares his concerns with the cabin crew.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Put your tray tables and your seats in the full upright position. Make sure you have all your seat belts engaged and kiss your ass goodbye.
The simulator cockpit, modeled on a generic passenger plane, has real instrumentation and flight controls.
Whoa, I know what
And
those do.
State-of-the-art computers control the actuators that respond physically to the pilot's handling.
Let's just start to play with the controls a little bit.
I saw the
And it's clear
autopilot
from
stuff.
the get-go that
Okay.
Jamie is hopelessly out of his depth.
I need to find my speed. Why can't I find my speed?
With alarms, sirens, and verbal warnings going off, Jamie's struggling. He's going too fast. And with his roller coaster steering style, he's breaking every FAA regulation in the book.
You just rolled out of a 45-degree bank, which normally 30 degrees is the maximum on air carrier right now.
Oh.
If he keeps this up, he may tear the plane
I think
apart
I
before
I
he
might
has
have done that a
chance
few
to
times.
Crash land.
Looks like we're headed towards some kind of population center. Let's see if we can go faster.
Jamie's unorthodox approach has found Denver Airport, but he's not in great shape.
It's just too high and too fast. It's not a good combination.
The recommended
Keep those
landing
air
speed
brakes
for a
on.
plane of this size is about 140 knots, but Jamie's
Oh shit, speaking of,
screaming
we
in
got
at
a
over
heading change here. Hold on. Hold on, folks. We got to fly our own plane here for a second. 262. Bring that to 61. Is that going to move more? I can't tell. I can't tell if we're already over it or not. That looks in line, though. 255. Oh, we're still cruising right over that. We haven't turned that on in a while. Nice. I think we're good. I think we're good. We're chilling. Back to Mythbusters.
Maximum airspeed exceeded.
Yeah, shut up.
All in all, it's not going well. And even the simulator is starting to panic.
Why is it telling me not to think?
On his final approach, Maverick Jamie
He is
can't
going
help but
so
try
fast.
something straight from Top Gun.
I'm gonna buzz the tower.
Whee! In all the excitement, he's still coming in at double the landing speed. And that's not the only problem. Despite looking everywhere, he can't find the button that lowers the landing gear. Without wheels, this really
Yeah,
is
it's the
going to be
lever.
a
There's the
rough
lever towards the middle. Oh my God.
Jake hits the deck, putting the Terror into terra firma.
Oh my God.
A crunching, shuddering skid ends in disaster. Lucky it's just a simulator. Please exit only by the front doors.
Unfortunately, I died, and all of my passengers and crew died along with me.
He was too high, too fast most of the time. He was using gas at quite a rate and never found the landing gear lever. So he was kind of really at odds with the aircraft.
So landing a passenger jet without experience or help is nigh on impossible, unless Adam can prove otherwise.
The hours of flight time I have total in simulators and real planes, 0.
Oh. I thought he was gonna have.
It's Airplane Hour on Mythbusters. And next, a myth that's sure to get your adrenaline rushing.
Airplanes, so what do we got?
Okay, we got a triple bill of myths about what happens when you fall out of them. All right, let's hear them. Okay, there's a skydiving scene in the hit movie Point Break. And amazingly, all 3 myths come from the same scene.
3 myths in one scene, that has got to be a record.
So what are they? All right, well, hold on to your hats, grab your popcorn.
All right.
It's time to point the finger at Point Break.
Damn, dude. These writers,
It's
man.
movie magic at its best. In Hollywood heist movie Point Break, Patrick Swayze jumps out of an airplane, taking with him the last remaining chute. More than a little upset, Keanu Reeves has no option but to follow without a parachute. So now
No
comes
way.
the myths. Myth 1. By streamlining his body,
Shucks.
Reeves catches up with Swayze in free fall, despite the 15-second head start. Myth 2. After they meet in midair, they have a full-on shouting match. And myth 3, the whole scene lasts over 90 seconds, even though the plane's original altitude was only 4,000 feet. Will these myths come crashing back to Earth?
All right,
Jessie too? Did she?
Well, I reckon we should just get an airplane and go for it. First off, I want to test if it takes more than 90 seconds to fall only 4,000 feet like the movie.
Cool.
Did she die
You know,
too?
while we're at it, we should test to see if you can actually have a conversation while you're in free fall.
Yeah, we just jump out of a plane, see if we can hear each other. Awesome.
And when we have the answer to those 2 things, we'll come back to the shop, and then we can figure out how to tackle free fall catch-up.
All right, let's take to the skies.
So it's parachute pandemonium as the team gets ready to explore a trilogy of perilous Point Break myths. And like all Hollywood action movies, they're starting
2019
with a
land
bang.
speed record attempt. What the hell?
We've come to Skydance Skydiving in Northern California. Not only have they got 20 years of experience, but They've also got planes and they've got parachutes. So it's the perfect place for us to put these Point Break myths to the test.
And first up is the 4,000-foot drop test.
First test that we're going to do, there's a scene in Point Break where Patrick Swayze jumps out of a plane at 4,000 feet and he free falls for like 2 minutes. We're going to fly up to 4,000 feet. Carrie's going to push out the human simulate, and we're going to see how long it takes for the dummy to hit the ground.
Normally, you would think, this would be a perfect job for Buster.
That's Harry, not Jesse. Oh, is Jesse the dude with the fucking shirt and the long sleeve?
Lots of things happen to Buster.
The goatee.
Too dangerous, I think. So instead of Buster, we're using our simulate. Simulate's dime a dozen. Buster,
Blonde girl? Oh, the blonde girl from later years.
So for test one, it's the simulate that's going to take one for the team. And Carrie, after a quick pit stop, is going to be the one to push it out.
I was like, there's no way
4,000 feet has about a minute.
Blow my mind, man. I was like, I swear to God, I'd seen her in something recently.
Feet to see how long it takes him to impact the ground. We're all ready to start this test. We're going to destroy a little bit of movie magic.
Complete with smoke canister, the simulate will be easy to track as it falls from the sky. And doing the tracking will be Grant and Tori.
It's like we're storm chasers.
But Tori doesn't realize how right he is. When the guys arrive at the landing site, the weather is closed in.
See him circling. Where? Right there. They just went behind the clouds.
Oh, okay. That's a bird, dude.
The cloud cover looks like it might scupper the test, meaning that Carrie may not get the chance to scupper the simulate.
Fortunately, we're having a few problems right now with our drop zone. The cloud cover has come in, and it's kind of blocking our ability to toss the dummy out, so we may have to abort.
But then, miraculously, the clouds around the drop zone are giving the Mythbusters a window of opportunity.
We can totally see you guys. Carrie, what's your altitude?
We are at 4,000 feet, ready to drop when you are.
All right, Carrie, we are all ready to go.
With the cloud cover lifted and the correct altitude reached, it's
Are they just seeing how long this takes? Why it seems like that?
Simulate is elegantly shown the door. Tori starts the stopwatch to time his fall.
I think we just know. I think we just know how long this takes.
Look at him go!
Remember, the Point Break scene lasted over 90 seconds. How long will the simulate last? Ouch!
Oh my God! Dude, he got cut in half! Wow!
So that's what they look like inside. They're totally split and his guts are all over the field.
Split in half and leaving a
hell is
simulated
that?
Swayze-sized crater. That's one busted simulate. But is the first of the Point Break myths also busted?
So, how long did it take?
31 seconds. There's no way. In the movie, he's like a minute and a half, 2 minutes free fall. He would die.
Yeah! That was so cool.
He went way faster than I thought he was going to go, and he hit so hard that he actually broke into 2 pieces. His back split open, and now there's guts all over the field. In the movie, he's free falling for a minute and a half, maybe more. There's no way he would have been able to free fall that long. He would have died. So this one's busted.
Just like our simulate.
Yeah, I feel like they ran out of airplane myths,
So bring on myth number 2, where the
or
simulate
they just
is
wanted to
out,
put it all on Point Break.
Grant is in.
It doesn't really fill me with a great sense of joy to see what could potentially happen if something went horribly, horribly wrong.
Thankfully, most times we fly, the hardest decision to make is whether to have fish or chicken. But if the journey took a turn for the worse, can a complete novice
I've
really
never
take
been
the
on a
hot seat
flight where
talked into landing?
where there's a meal.
So far, Jamie's tried a landing without any external help. And failed miserably. But what about Adam?
Okay, Adam, it's your turn.
Adam has an identical flight plan to Jamie. But let's hope the outcome is different.
The hours of flight time I have total in simulators and real planes, 0. I'm imagining that the flying itself will be fun.
Don't get the
and
fish taste
not
whack
so difficult,
from 3,000
but
feet
that the
up. What?
landing will be potentially disastrous.
What the fuck does
Like
that
Jamie,
mean?
Adam's hardly confident. And once he takes the controls, it's pretty clear why.
Oh, I'm actually flying. Oh. Oh, wow.
What do you mean? Why would it take its whack at 3,000 feet
Oh my
up?
God.
Why is the limit
overwhelming array
3,000
of
feet?
instruments and alarms are, well, overwhelming and alarming.
Terrain. Okay. That means
When you're in higher altitudes, food tastes different.
Adam has no idea what his altitude is.
Says who?
And with the airport some distance away, he flirts with a hard and premature landing.
Okay, I'm pulling up. I'm pulling up. All right.
Science?
I'm pulling up.
What science is
The
that?
passengers now using their sick bags. Adam's speed has dropped so low he's stalled. And that leaves only one outcome.
Oh, jeez. Okay, wait. Oh, my. Ah!
Google it.
Oh, I don't think I did so well.
I crashed. I crashed in farmland about 10 miles outside of Denver. Rest of the knowledge that there's always a co-pilot and that I'm not the likely first choice to help land the plane in emergency.
What's clear from both tests is that with no help, crash landing a plane is pretty much the only outcome. But can an air traffic
Yes, food tastes different
really
at altitude
cancel
because
out
it changes
the
your
carnage?
senses and taste of and smell. Lower air pressure makes your
guys are
taste buds
testing
less
three
sensitive.
skydiving myths from the action movie
Dry
Point
air
Break.
can reduce
And
your
so
sense of
far,
smell,
the simulator's shown that
decrease
free falling
oxygen
for a
levels,
minute and a half from an altitude of 4,000 feet
dehydration.
is busted. With myth number 1 down for the count, it's on to the next
Suppressed
part of
UMA.
the
Okay,
trilogy.
this is. Hold on.
Adios, amigos.
Some of this.
Myth number 2 is about what you can hear during free fall.
But higher elevations, you have to bake differently. But that's just like air pressure. That's not like
Or is that
sense of
another load of
taste.
Hollywood hot air.
What the hell are you two doing?
We're doing Point Break myths.
Hold on, we gotta adjust again. We gotta make a slight adjustment here. 260. 1. Eating is more than taste. Yeah, but you talked about baking. Baking and eating are so different. Like what? We're talking about way different shit. All right.
Okay. On Keanu Reeves.
4 of the 5 senses change in the airplane. What?
Swayze needs his hair. You know, with our first experiment, we pretty much busted the whole Point Break skydiving scene. I mean, you wouldn't have much
You're not
time
gonna
to do
flight plan in the plane. Why not nav
So we're gonna
mode?
take that out of the equation. We're gonna go up higher, and we're gonna try to bust or confirm the myth that you can hold a conversation while you're free falling.
And having just seen what happens when things go wrong, Grant is
I don't know how to turn
understandably
that on.
nervous.
I've been bungee jumping before, and that was probably one of the most terrifying moments of my life. I have a feeling this will probably be a new high in terrifying moments in my life.
When your taste buds are way above the clouds, your normal
Because
sensation goes.
skydiving is so terrifying, Grant
Where's
will be
that?
making a tandem jump,
Fucking
securely
ads,
attached
dude.
to an instructor. And while Grant's expression says it
Taste
all,
buds and sense of smell are the first things that go at
Tori,
30,000
along with
feet.
skydiving specialist Dan are figuring out the plan.
So we're gonna give
Dryness
you something to
and low
say.
pressure.
We're gonna get up close to Grant, tell him that, and then when he lands,
Humidity is
we're
less
gonna
than
see if he heard what we
12%.
said.
We've actually been really agonizing over what to have you say to Grant because we didn't want anything obvious like we didn't pack your chute or something he could guess at. So this is what we came up with. Grant, if you pull my finger, you will hear a tuba.
Grant, if you pull my finger, you will hear a tuba.
Interesting.
What are they saying? I'm reading this article. I'm trying to read this article.
But I'm sure the tubas are the last thing crossing Grant's mind before his first ever skydive. Then again,
Get to the chopper! Come on!
Okay.
with a reassuring send-off from his fellow Mythbusters,
Okay.
Hey, don't turn it back down! Nobody! Can I have your truck? What'd they say?
Grant takes off to test the second Point Break myth.
All the things that we do, if something goes wrong, you may get hurt, you may get a broken bone. But this one, if something goes wrong, you're pretty much dead. That weighs heavy on the person's mind.
And the mind that's getting heavy
This whole
belongs to
whole
Grant.
thing's kind of morbid now. I don't like.
But it's too late to back out now.
Meals are not usually served
And
at
it's a
cruise
short
altitude.
countdown to find out if you can hold a conversation during a skydive freefall. And Grant's out. Attached to his buddy, he plummets towards the earth.
They serve it
Almost
right after
immediately,
takeoff while you're
skydiver
lower.
Dan approaches with a message from Tori and Karen. With the wind at a deafening volume,
On a,
Dan
like,
shouts the
12+
tuba
hour
phrase as loud
flight.
as he can, and repeats it over and over until Grant's parachute is pulled. Once he slows down, you can hear his screams from miles away.
You hear him screaming?
Is that Grant? I thought that was some kind of weird bird.
But it seemed to be a different matter entirely during free fall.
Grant, land like you know what you're doing.
All right.
I'm alive! I'm alive!
Grant may be alive, but was the mid-air conversation music to his ears? Or was Grant brassed off that he couldn't hear a thing?
Did you hear what he
A
said?
simple
I
Google
couldn't
says
hear
otherwise. About what?
All I heard,
Are you at all curious what the phrase was?
absolutely, what was it?
If you pull my finger, you will hear a tuba.
She came up with that one.
Damn
So,
it, I,
no
I
tuba
missed the
lessons
last
for
one.
Grant today.
I kind of
And
tuned it
sounds
out
like
after they were
great
making the fucking
skydiving
joke.
myth number 2 needs a sound check.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Okay. That was amazing.
Once the
I mean,
altitude thing to be,
up there, the
I've
wind is
eaten
much
at
faster,
altitude and I don't
came
feel
in,
like I've
right in
noticed
my
a
face,
difference.
saying, "La, la, 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 la." But I could not hear anything. All I could hear was, can you have a conversation in free fall? Absolutely not.
Flying a plane requires hundreds of hours of training. And on this airplane hour of Mythbusters, it's clear to see that every single minute of that time is well spent.
I was gonna say there's some
Because
flights
Adam
where they
and
give you
Jamie have
multiple
just
meals.
shown
Like
that
they're not gonna.
leading
What are they gonna
pilots
do? They're only gonna give you a meal like when you take off, and then another meal when you're about to fucking land.
Oh, I don't think I did so well.
Now it's time to see if we can be talked down by an air traffic controller. So
Also, what's the
Terry
point of
is gonna
serving
be
a
there.
meal on a
He's
flight
gonna
if you're
try
just
to
gonna
talk us
serve it
down
at the
using
very
all of
beginning?
The information that an air traffic controller would have access to, as well as feedback from us.
If it's long,
via
they'll
the
serve it
radio.
in cruise, bro.
See what happens.
They don't. Most of the time, they don't serve food in general on short
You
flights,
were busy buzzing the tower. I was turning up some pretty interesting facts about
unless you're first class.
Which was?
it. Well, it's never happened.
What's never happened?
No passenger has ever been talked into landing by air traffic control on a commercial airliner. This
Is that
has
true?
never been a case where both the pilot and
Oh,
the
yeah,
co-pilot
I guess that makes sense.
have been removed from the equation.
Well, I guess this is another case of things happening in the movies that don't happen in real life.
It's not going to stop us from going for it, though.
We hope you
Take longer flights, dude. Live a little. I'm literally going to do that.
knows how to fly a plane.
Sorry, I've
You'll
never
most
left the
likely
country
be in
before.
a cinema. But in theory, could a novice be talked down to land by air traffic control?
Just want to tell you both good luck. We're all counting on you.
So Jamie's just about to go in and get talked into landing, and get this, even though he's been flying since he was 16, Terry has never talked anyone into landing. It is not part of any pilot's training. So this is a first for everybody involved.
Jamie once more mans the hot seat. To make conditions different from Test 1, Terry's added a significant tailwind and some turbulence to boot. So now it's
Why?
down to him and Jamie.
This doesn't
And
seem like a
first
fair
up is
test.
A little cockpit 101.
Never went to Mexico?
Straight
Nope.
ahead, it has the blue and the brown on it. That is your primary flight display.
Terry carefully explains to Jamie exactly what all the buttons and numbers mean.
Hey, that says landing gear. I was looking for that earlier.
Okay.
And with that nailed, it's time to put the myth to the test.
Roger, I'm at 230 degrees. Airspeed is 216 knots.
That's good. You're in good shape.
With the expert
Damn, how's he
instruction,
going so
Jamie
fast?
started
So
well,
low.
But traveling at around 300 miles an hour, things can quickly go wrong.
I'm at 5,760.
Oh, pull your nose up. Pull your nose up and give it power. Give power. Climb back up to 7,000 feet.
Remember, Terry can't see any of the instruments in Jamie's simulator or the graphic flight path. And the stress of flying blind, coupled with that near miss, is starting to show.
Okay, what's your pitch out attitude? Where's the square in relationship to any of those marks?
Yeah, I know there's a meal on that one. I think it's just one.
Very good.
Finally, Terry gets an eyeball on the incoming jet, and they begin the all-important landing sequence.
Okay, I can see you from the tower now. You copy?
Roger.
Okay. What's the REF speed again?
REF 133.
Okay. Does it look like you're going to make the runway?
I'm not directly in line with it.
Well, try to get to it if you can. Everything's in your hands now. I can't see anyone.
Roger.
At the last minute, despite Terry's best efforts, it's all down to
Texas
Jamie.
Japan. So I don't know. I'm not doing it. I'm not on direct.
I touched it.
And he nails it.
Okay, pull that lever right next to you.
Damn.
The plane might be on the ground, but it's still moving at over 150 knots. So it ain't over yet.
Steer with your pedals if you have to. Let us know when you're stopped.
I'm stopped.
Congratulations, Shady. You made it.
Remarkable. Jamie's ended up dead center on the runway. Plane, passengers, and crew are all completely fine.
Landing the plane without any help?
Damn.
Landing the plane with somebody talking you through it? Not bad at all. I think the key thing to remember about this getting talked into landing is the talking part is really important. I mean, without that, all this is a bunch of gibberish. I don't think that there's any doubt that somebody can be talked down. Maybe it hasn't actually happened except for in the movies, but we just did it in a simulator. This is designed to simulate the real deal. And it wasn't that
17 with
hard.
one stop. I don't think.
But the decision on whether this myth is a birdie or a bogey will have to
I don't
wait
think
until
that's how
Adam
long
takes a turn.
my flights are at all.
Next is the free jumping. Watch him as he drops like a bird.
Ever since people invented planes, they've wanted to throw themselves out of them.
Parachute jumping is not a sport, but a science.
Some would say it's a science, but as Carrie, Tori, and Grant have found out, it's also shrouded in mythology.
Not looking too good for Point Break.
Yeah, the whole idea that you can jump out of a plane at 4,000 feet and it'll take over 90 seconds till you hit the ground, it's totally busted. We dropped the simulator, it took 31 seconds.
They definitely filmed this before, and they're like,
trying to have a conversation in free fall.
yeah, this was the same day that they did the fucking intro.
Okay, so the myths are 0 for 2, but we still have to test free fall catch up.
That's the one where Patrick Swayze jumps out of the plane with the only parachute, gets into skydiving position, and then Keanu Reeves freaks out 15 seconds later, jumps out with no parachute, but gets in a streamlined
This one
position
seems
and
obvious.
catches up to Patrick 45
Like
seconds.
Well, you know, there is a lot involved in this. There's human surface area, wind resistance, terminal velocity. I definitely want to go to the skydive facility and test this full scale, but before that, I want to do a few small scale tests just to nail the science.
All right, well, hurry up with your small scale tests because I want to go skydiving.
Yeah!
It's the biggest test of the Point
That was
Break trilogy
so
of
lame.
myths. And to kick it off, Grant hastily carves up the patented Mythbusters small-scale test.
Now, before we take this experiment full scale, I want to do a small scale experiment first to demonstrate that objects with the same mass but different shapes will have different terminal velocities. It's because of the difference in wind resistance. Now, to test this, I built a small wind tunnel. It consists of this plastic tube and this source of air. I have a ball valve here that I can adjust how much air goes into the wind tunnel. And at the top, I'll measure what the velocity of the wind is, and that'll correspond to that object's terminal velocity. If I can get it to stop in here, that speed will be what I'm looking for.
Terminal velocity is the maximum speed that something can fall through the air. It's when the force of gravity is matched by the force of wind resistance, preventing that object from falling any faster. but can subtle changes to its shape affect how fast that object falls?
So what I'm going to do is cut out 2 human shapes corresponding to our 2 human skydivers. One in the arms and legs out position for maximum wind resistance, and one in the straight position for minimum wind resistance. Put them both in the wind tunnel and see what the difference is.
By ensuring that the 2 metal cutouts have identical mass, any difference in their terminal velocity
shit made out
is
of
down
metal?
to their shape and not their weight. Pull the cord, Moody! But for Grant, it's all getting a bit too much.
We're gonna be meat waffles, man.
To finish the wind tunnel? You ready to test?
Yeah.
First up, it's the spread eagle cutout who enters the tube.
Whoa.
Okay, what'd you get?
We're looking at a pretty stable average of about 1450 in feet per minute.
Okay.
Next up, will the streamline cutout go any faster?
I got about 2,000 feet per minute.
Oh, fantastic.
So it's proof of concept. With better
Wait, what? How is
streamlining,
this?
metal cutouts at least can fall through the air much faster.
But if you're
what does
straight
that
up
mean
and
for the
down,
final Point Break myth.
isn't that even
Nick
faster?
is looking pretty good. In fact, Johnny Utah jumps out of the plane with a smaller surface area. He might be able to catch up to Bodhi, maintaining that bigger surface area position.
Why'd they do it that way? Probably because you
Next
just
step
fall straight down.
is to
I
take
don't
this
think that
into a
they.
real life scenario. We're gonna go to a wind tunnel and try it on ourselves.
No sooner said than done. iFly San Francisco is one of the most advanced terminal velocity wind tunnels in the world.
They have these everywhere.
4 massive fans with a total of 1,000 horsepower can move 1.3 million cubic feet of air per minute.
Yeah, this
And
is
it's
just
the
an
perfect
iFly.
place to go up a gear on this monster movie myth.
Okay, so we're here to see how.
What do you mean
changes in
technologically
wind resistance
advanced,
affect
dude? It's
terminal
a bunch of
velocity.
fucking
So what's the plan?
I say
big
we just get in
fans
there
in a
and try
tube.
different body positions and have some that are more wind resistant and some that are less and see how we behave.
So that's the plan. And once they're dressed to kill,
We're gonna go to some hot nightclubs. The 70s.
it's time to point the finger at Point Break.
We'll make sure it's working. Ready to go.
The machine kicks into life. And when the fans reach a speed of 120 miles per hour,
120.
Tori's gonna jump in.
I expect I'm gonna walk in there and I'm probably gonna get tossed around like a rag doll.
Once Tori stops screaming, he spreads his body out just like the way Swayze does in the movie. And dude, he floats in midair. But when Carrie steps
Okay.
in, she keeps her body
know-
vertical and streamlined, like Keanu.
Yeah,
So
the guy's
she
already
doesn't leave
standing
the
there
ground.
doing that. This is
We
already
saw
being
with
demonstrated.
Carrie and Tori both at the same velocity, the same wind coming up on both of them. Carrie was in a
Okay.
very crouched, enclosed position where she had very little surface area facing the wind, whereas Tori was floating on air. I think this
And
is
ignore
a great
the people-
demonstration of how
ignore the
your
other people
surface
standing.
area affects your terminal velocity.
And with Tori out of the picture, Carrie does the ultimate demo. Even with the speed cranked up to 150 miles per hour, streamlined, she's grounded. Spread eagled, she flies.
That was one of the most fun things I've ever done. It was crazy. You felt like you were flying.
Actually, Carrie, flying comes later, as Tori puts his lips on the line for the death-defying full-scale test.
Oh, dude, how much fun was that?
Besides being the perfect example of surface area to terminal velocity.
Well, you know what?
Come
That's some
on.
credence to the Smith.
Get to the
Next thing.
full myth.
Skydiving!
It's Airplane Hour on Mythbusters.
These ones all seem pretty obvious.
Ready to land.
And Adam and Jamie are testing the movie myth of being talked into land. And Jamie's just had a touchdown moment. Under Terry's expert guidance, he flew like a bird and made the perfect landing. Next up, it's Adam.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Remember, here's what happened on his solo test. Will Terry help him do better?
I'm about to get into this flight simulator, right? But it's not like a simulator, it's like real life. The pilot has died. For some reason, I'm the one they turn to land the plane. I get on the horn and say hello. Hello.
Why is this big?
Talk me how to fly this beast, land these people safely, man, and he says yes. That's my task.
On the primary flight display.
As with Jamie's test, Terry is effectively flying blind. He has to use all of his years of experience to give Adam every detail he could need.
I tell you to put the nose down, you push forward. When I tell you to bring the nose up, you pull back.
Okay.
Okay.
After a brief cockpit tour, Terry starts to talk Adam in.
What's your altitude reading now?
14,720 and rising slightly.
Okay, put the nose of the airplane, the square, on 2.5 degrees.
Mike is
This
so,
time
yeah,
there's a
he's like
strong
up on
headwind,
that shit.
And that's making the plane bump around a fair bit. But Terry and Adam keep their cool.
It's much easier when I have someone guiding me through it.
Terry was a fantastic teacher over the headset.
I want you to start your descent.
Okay.
He gave me lots of good guidance about my attitude and my altitude and my heading. You know, he was paying attention to enough of the stuff that I felt comfortable, and I started noticing things. I started seeing my airspeed slowing down. I'd speed it up.
Okay, pull the nose up.
He got me into this zone, and I was able to land the plane. This was so much fun.
See, he has had 0 hours in flight sims.
We'll be there in a second to help you.
When a civilian like me lands
See,
in
I'll
my
land no
office, if
problem.
it's ever happened, I'm sure the fire trucks are on their way out, if only to bring champagne.
Just like Jamie, it's mission accomplished. So it's hats off to Terry.
You are a great teacher.
His expertise helped avoid calamity. But as he's about to explain, there's an even easier way to land a plane.
What?
So Terry, we did this the old-fashioned way. You talked me down. I operated all the controls. I told you what I was doing. A lot of back and forth. It worked quite well, but is that how you would really do it today?
Not really. Today's aircraft are so sophisticated, there's so much automation. It'd be as easy as setting up a couple switches and then just turning knobs to land. Basically, you turn on the autopilot, you select a speed, you control your heading, your altitude with
Yeah.
these knobs,
Yeah.
and then eventually when you're ready to land, selecting the approach.
Wow. So that's it. You just kind of sit there and watch it happen.
Yes, the systems today are made to
We gotta actually land it. We can't do that.
The autopilot of modern planes can not only fly, they can land too. So that means that a passenger being talked into land is just never going to happen.
So how are we going to call this one?
Well, you and I both failed miserably when it came to landing a plane on our own with no help, but Terry was successfully able to talk each of us into a safe landing.
Well, we can't call it confirmed because it's never actually happened.
Nor would it ever have to happen these days. If that situation ever arose now, modern planes are so advanced they could virtually land themselves.
So we call it plausible.
I agree. Plausible it is.
The team has been flying high, testing skydiving myths from the action movie.
We already know
Point
this
Break.
one works.
But it's not been going well. So far, the movie is 0 for 2, which just leaves the biggest and most dangerous test to come. Myth number 3.
Adios, amigos.
The grand
Just get us there.
and will be falling, and Tori takes a moment to get focused.
I just gotta remember to breathe, not my pants, not throw up, not pass out, not scream like a little girl.
So we found that just by changing your... So we...
Here we go.
There's no turning back. It's time to make like Patrick Swayze and say, adios, amigo.
The plane hit 15,000 feet. Tori's reminding himself to breathe and his eyes are bugging out. The tandem skydiver pushes him to the edge right outside the door. He jumps.
Tori and his buddy assume the spread eagle position, and a small control chute ensures their terminal velocity is 120 miles per hour, matching Swayze's speed in the movie.
Hey! I count 15 seconds until I can signal the catch-up skydiver to jump out after him.
The moment catch-up skydiver Nick bails, Tori was already 3,000 feet away. But by assuming the bullet position, Nick hits an incredible top speed of 250 miles per
Jesus
hour.
Christ.
More than twice the speed of Tori, and very, very dangerous. Incredibly, after only 20 seconds, and just as Tori is about to deploy their chute, Nick not only catches up, but he actually overtakes them. It's a mind-blowing result.
Oh my God.
Totally back down to earth, dude.
250 miles an hour.
Don't stop.
That's insane.
So, did the guy catch up to you or what?
Yeah, we jumped out. 15 seconds later, he jumped, and right.
Where is he?
He was like right
Where the
next
hell
to
is he?
You're kidding.
He ain't kidding, Greg. Even with Tori's 15-second head start, Nick, the chase skydiver, covered nearly 7,500 feet in only 20 seconds. Catching up with Tori just in time.
Right before we pulled our chute, I looked over, and the guy had caught up. We pulled our chute, and he kept going. So we.
All right. All right, that was Mythbusters. How we doing? How we doing in the plane? How you doing? Looking good out there? Where are we at? Wait, what is this? That's not how long we've been going. We've been going way longer than that. Just a little bit off to the side. But we're way past this. Wow. We're coming in fast. I mean, we're right here. We got like two heading adjustments there. And then we're coming in. Not too bad. Look at all the planes over there. Why is there nothing out here? What's going on over here? Not a damn plane in sight. All right. Nav mode is entered by pressing the heading knob if you have a flight plan, but fly however you want. I mean, all we're really doing right now is just adjusting the fucking the heading. This your number one sure the 180 plus hours watch. Oh yeah, man. Thanks for watching. Pretty sure we're already doing nav mode. We're already, like, this is already auto adjusting. This is already pressed in. Did you check the Twitch recap? I think on mobile, you go to your profile and then I don't know how you do it on desktop. Yeah, we're chilling, man. We're chilling. How long does it say on here? 3.5? Ooh. I don't know how accurate that is. It feels like it might be faster than that. With how quick we've moved. I don't know if it's taken into account how quick we're moving. I don't know. This whole area I felt like took a long time to get out of. That was also figuring out how to fly the plane, so maybe that's why. And we were not nearly up to speed. We were going like I want to say less than 200 knots for like this entire bit over here. Also, I don't know how this expected us to get all the way here with like 36% fuel. That seems insane. I don't know what the fuck that was about. We're gonna go 259. Maybe it just gets more and more efficient the less fuel we have. I mean, it definitely does, but maybe just a lot more than I think. I don't know. $620 hours, yeah. There's like a streamer one too, and it has me, let's see what it says. 220 streams, 1,519 hours.
Excuse me, Captain, when will we be landing?
That's a great question. Maybe in 3 hours.
Because I don't want to raise any alarms. We lost a tire a little bit ago.
How is that? Our landing gear has been up.
You tell me. You tell me. I've seen it all this flight. You tell me. I'm gonna head back to the back of the cabin and just ride this one out.
Okay, give that guy that's locked in the bathroom the peanuts. That I had over 7,000 hours of watch time. I don't even know what my viewer watch time is. I have 678 hours watched. It's over 20 hours a day every single day. How is that possible? Multiple streams. It definitely does count multiple streams because my top category as a viewer was Helldivers, and I don't think I watched any Helldiver stream outside of like the casting thing that we did when he had that event that he put together. And I had like 6 streams open at once for like 4 hours for like 2 or 3 days. And that was somehow in my top 2 categories. Is there any other good stats? 259.6K total hours watched. 138.2 thousand chats sent. Biggest fans of the year. It only gives the top 9. Page Racer, Russo Gosun, Mushroom Man, Zafira, Nerdy Albatross, G Shorty, Double Text 2, Reza, Nissan S13 Coupe. Shout out to those guys. And top collaborators. Mecha 9. I think just from the fucking I think all of those were from when they integrated the what do you call it, that new system, the knocking system. That was all in like 1 month. Who rated you? Marco rated me 8 times. Ooh, I think last year I said I wanted to do more raids than I raid more than I received. I received 45 and I only sent 35. We were a good 10 short. But I rated Marco more than he rated me. And I rated Eli. He didn't. He's not even in. He hasn't. I see no raids from him. So I rated people more than they rated me. So take that. I just received from a wide variety. Oh shit, we got a heading change. Oh my god. 250. Oh my god, that's too much. 249 to get us there. I wasn't ready for this. okay. I think we're okay. But then there's another one coming up pretty soon. 485 knots is pretty far. Where are you seeing 485? What does that mean, though? Is that how fast we're... TAS is true airspeed? Ground speed and true airspeed. What the fuck? Why am I seeing airspeed 255 this entire time, then? 255 is indicated airspeed this entire time I've been going 485, and I thought I've only been going 255? Oh my god. I've been fucking maxing it because I thought we weren't going fast enough. Your plane handles like 255, but you're actually going 485. I see. Wow, that's great to know this late into the flight that we've actually been going the speed that people have been saying this plane goes, and I've been trying to get it up to this entire time. That's crazy. We had like a whole 2 hours of panicking about airspeed and getting to the right height and like constantly climbing higher and higher because it was never enough and we could never get it to go faster. And I was like, I don't know. It doesn't want to go faster than fucking 260. What I don't know what to tell you. Also, is this sun ever gonna set? Like, where are we flying into the... If it rises in the east and sets in the west, are we chasing the sun? So it's gonna take longer? Well, we got another change coming, and I think we're set for a good bit. And if we're going that fast, then it's going to be way less than 3 hours, I think, till we're landed. It's probably going to be like an hour and a half, 2 hours. My prediction. Which also makes sense why we've been going through fuel like crazy and why the engines have been so maxed out despite me. Okay, yeah. This all makes sense now. Now the real question is when we go to land, what do we do? There's speed brake, there's air brakes somewhere. Flaps. I think we can bring our flaps up and that'll slow us down. And there's also something with air brakes somewhere, right? Speed brake. What about air brakes? Those are a thing, right? Flaps are the air brakes? Gotcha. The speed brake is the air brake. Okay, I'm hearing two different things here. Flaps are different, but they do increase drag. Okay. Oh wait, no, this is 51 now. It's constantly been a degree off, and I think it's because of maybe the crosswind. Oh wait, no, that's... One, come on back. Just never mind. Okay, we're solid. Okay, so when we land, we bring down the speed by a lot. Gears down, obviously. Speed brake, flaps up. I don't know what kind of approach speed we need, but I'm sure we'll figure that out. $140, we can do that. It's easy. We can do that. All right. Another good Japan video we can take a look at. What's another good, informative video? Air flight mysteries. I don't know if I want to watch that. We watch How to Spend 14 Days in Japan. It could be a good one.
Away from the market. Visiting Japan for the first time is exhilarating, fascinating, and perhaps above all, confusing. Where to go, what to do, and where to stay. I mean, there's a reason this is the most requested video I've had for 10 years now. And so, the time has finally come. We're about to go on a 2-week journey around the country to discover how you can experience as much of Japan as possible in just 14 days. And rather than simply sit in a room and list off places, we're actually going to do the entire route. We'll get lost down Kyoto's ancient streets, wander the picturesque Sleepy Mountain village of Shirakage, and have a night out in neon-lit Osaka. From ascending smouldering active volcanoes to meeting the local wildlife at Nara.
God, I wish I could see the monkeys.
We'll reveal the best locations to stay, and of course, taste the local dishes along the way. And while technically there's
it's going to be the
right
biggest
way to
regret,
see
man.
If you're coming here for the first time, there's definitely certain places you need to see and experience.
I'm already regretting it.
Japan, past, present, and even future. But perhaps the biggest question of all is why visit Japan right now? For many coming to Japan, it is the trip of a lifetime, especially given it is so
this
far
is a year ago.
and it costs so much to get here. And yet, right now, the Japanese yen is the cheapest it's been in over 30 years, and so your money will genuinely go a lot further. But
it has been recovering though,
it's never been
a little bit. The last month, it's been the yen's been improving.
Whenever I'm traveling between the
It's
UK
not
and
good
Japan,
for
Skyscanner
me.
is always the first place I head to. It's the best way to search the web for the cheapest flights. Scanning the internet across 80 billion prices every single day. Just whip out your phone and open up the app. And thanks to their 1,200 partnerships across flights, accommodation, and even car hire, you can practically prepare your entire journey from start to finish, all from within your pocket. Grab the Skyscanner app now on iOS and Android or on desktop at the link below and find yourself the cheapest flights, so you can save all that precious pocket money for all the amazing things
300
we're
yen to
about to
$2,
do
yeah.
in 14 days across Japan. The vast majority of tourists flying into Japan arrive at Tokyo Haneda or Narita Airport. So our journey
That's where we're
begins and
going
ends in
right
Tokyo,
now.
where you have the daunting choice of choosing where to stay. In my view, the best two places are either Shinjuku, the chaotic or inspiring entertainment district, or Asakusa and Ueno in the east of the city. Personally, if you're new to Japan, I do recommend staying in Asakusa for the first stretch in Tokyo, where things are slightly more laid back around the Sensoji Temple and the old traditional streets.
1,000 to 1.
The first 3
Holy
days of our
shit.
itinerary will be spent in Tokyo. However, given we'll be back here at the end of our trip, we've actually made the entire list of things to do in and around the Tokyo area at the end of this video. So stick around to the end to find out what to do.
Oh, what the
While
fuck?
the Tokyo area can feel absolutely endless, there's still so many amazing day trips to be had just outside of the city, where you can catch your breath and recover from the traumatic
Higher
jet
currency
lag,
while it's
all
still
in a
low
more
if it's
relaxed
recovering.
atmosphere.
I mean-
And so today we're off on a trip to the ancient coastal town of Kamakura and the neighbouring port city.
We're only like a
of
month
Yokohama.
out.
With one long day,
It's not
possible
gonna
to
be-
explore both cities back to back.
I don't think it's going to change that dramatically in the next month.
And we start our day
Where it'll
at
matter.
Kamakura, a city that's often referred to as the Kyoto of East Japan. Despite being a relatively small city, Kamakura punches well above its weight. In the 12th century, the first shogun, military ruler Minamoto no Yoritomo, set up his military government here, ushering the era of the Kamakura shogunate that lasted 2 centuries. As one of Japan's 3 ancient capitals, along with Nara and Kyoto, which we'll be visiting later on during our trip. Unsurprisingly,
Shit, I got
you're
it.
spoiled for choice with the city's many shrines and temples.
I'm gonna be
But it's
adjusting the
jaw-dropping
heading while you guys are
Kamakura
watching
Daibutsu
the
that really steals the show. Looming overhead at 43 feet and
Yeah.
weighing an astonishing 103 tons. Gazing down upon
Making sure
well-wishers
the
and
height's
awestruck
still good.
travellers
All right.
for over 500 years.
All right.
And I'll never forget the first time that I laid eyes upon it over 10 years ago. When I first moved to Japan 10 years ago, I lived very far north. And my first trip within the country was actually to Tokyo. And after about 4 or 5 days, I was thoroughly burnt out in the world's largest city. And then I came here to Kamakura, and I saw the great Daibutsu statue that was first built in 1252. I felt something here in Kamakura that I didn't really feel in Tokyo. And,
Don't they have a couple
I
of
think if you
those-
end up in Tokyo 4 or 5 days, maybe
those
you'll
kind
feel
of
how I felt.
statues
Kamakura will be the
around?
remedy to being overwhelmed, as he will be in Tokyo. While Kamakura's Great Buddha might be the most photogenic, it certainly isn't the largest ancient Daibutsu statue in Japan,
That's
as we'll
okay,
discover
yeah.
later on during our trip in Nara. Kamakura is a very walkable town, and it's not uncommon to spot tourists darting around the quiet back streets dressed in kimonos, which you can rent at shops throughout the city. Tell the other bears what you saw. What is this? This is supposed to be a kimono
prefectures.
shop. Let's have a look more threatening. It's bears
Starting
just
Tokyo,
chained up
going
the
to
wall.
Osaka, and then day
Okay,
tripping
if you wanna
around.
get
I think we'll
dressed up
probably
to
go to
enjoy your time in
Kyoto.
Kamakura, this is the place to do it. Well,
Pretty sure.
Kamakura's most important Shinto shrine is Tsurugaoka Hachimanbo,
I don't know where
on a hill
else.
overlooking the city. Today we're actually
I
going to
haven't-
slip
I
away
haven't
from the crowds and visit the quaint and
Thought too much
unassuming
about
Hokokuji
places I
temple
want to go.
with its very own enchanting hidden bamboo forest.
I figured most
around the
people
back
would
of the
have like so
center.
much shit that they wanted to do that I wasn't gonna try and
It's
squeeze
really,
too much.
really bloody beautiful.
Especially if we weren't
I think
going to the
most people
snow,
know,
and I
yeah,
we,
that's
and I
the
can't
bamboo
I can't
forest
see the
in Kyoto,
monkeys.
which we're actually going to later on in this trip. But here, behind Hokokuji Temple,
No
Kamakura,
monkeys, I don't give a shit.
a much smaller but much quieter bamboo forest.
Don't even
with
know why we're
2,000
going.
trees to enjoy. Honestly, I think I prefer it. It's a secret. Don't tell anyone about it. One criticism of temples and shrines is it can often feel like a very passive experience, typically without seats to sit in and appreciate the atmosphere. But here you can sit, relax, and enjoy a piping hot cup of rich matcha green tea while looking out across the sensory retreat of Hokokuji's luscious bamboo forest. Of course, matcha is no lunch, and for that we head back to downtown Kamakura, to the teeming shopping street of Komakachidori, where you can pretty much find anything.
I don't even know where
including
this
the
is.
greatest food of all time,
Where is this
the ever
in
fluffy
Japan?
curry pan, literally curry bread. In this case, full of thick, gooey
Whoa.
cheese, a tourist destination in its own right.
I have it on good authority that this curry bread is the one thing to have in Kamakura. So,
That looks nuts.
oh yeah. It's very crispy. There's some cheese, there's some curry. This is good. Look at that. I feel curry bread doesn't get a lot of love when it comes to videos because it's not the most photogenic thing, right? But, my God, is it delicious. The crispy outer shell of the bread, the nice
Why has he got a-
thick
he's got a
curry
second
cheese
one?
inside. Definitely try this if you come to Kamakura. Giraffe. What a name. Giraffe. Why is it giraffe?
While it is time to head off to Yokohama, we've only just scratched the surface of Kamakura and its 80 temples and shrines. On my previous trip here, I actually rented some bikes and cycled around town. It might just be the best way to appreciate the atmosphere, the quiet back streets. And certainly, if you visit in summer, be sure to spend the afternoon down at Kamakura Beach, one of the most popular seaside spots in the greater Tokyo area.
1,000 torii gates.
Riding the train for 20 minutes, we arrive in Yokohama, the second largest city in Japan. A dynamic port town with a sprawling seafront, despite being so close to Tokyo. It has a strong sense of identity, forged as a trading
Damn.
city, particularly when Japan opened up to the world in the 19th century, and now with the futuristic district of Minato Mirai, built around the iconic landmark tower, the tallest skyscraper in Japan up until 2014.
Everybody loves Minato Mirai. That idea of being in a big city but also being able to escape the coastline. And Minato Mirai literally means future port. And it does have a bit of a futuristic vibe, maybe underpinned by the very cool looking
That looks
landmark
cool as
tower. Which
fuck.
looks like a giant chess piece. I love it.
While half of Minato Mirai's appeal is to walk around the waterfront, an even bigger appeal is the Cup Noodle Museum.
Yo!
An entire attraction dedicated to the revolutionary product regularly voted by the people of Japan as the greatest invention of the 20th century. And whether you agree or not, here at the Cup Noodle Museum, you can hear the story of how founder Momofuku Ando turned the idea of flash-fried noodles into the Nissin cup noodle empire that it is today, with the man himself nestled alongside history's most famous inventors the moment you enter the museum. But perhaps the real reason to visit is to create and customize your very own cup noodles. It's pretty damn fun watching your empty cups slowly be transformed as you choose the flavor of the noodles, whether it's curry, seafood, or in my case, the original soy sauce flavor, then watching it being carefully placed into the cup. Before picking the fillings,
Whoa,
in my
you
case,
get custom
cheese, fried onions,
fillings?
and the rather ominous sounding mystery meat. To this
Mystery
day, nobody
meat.
knows what it is, but it kind of tastes like beef, in my view anyway. The cup is then sealed and vacuum packed before being delivered to you, ready to go. Tomorrow's lunch sorted. I mean, I'd be tempted to have it for dinner today, if we weren't about to visit Asia's
Cool.
largest Chinatown district, Yokohama Chinatown. From 1603 to 1853, Japan was effectively closed to the world, as part of a bold isolationist policy called Sakoku, enacted by the shogunate to limit outside influences on the country. And when the doors were finally reopened, Yokohama became not just a huge trading port, but a gateway to the outside world, reflected today through the European-style red brick warehouses and the vibrant district of Chinatown. If, like me, you're into your nighttime photography, you'll be spoiled for choice down the colourful streets with lanterns blowing in the wind and steam rising from buns and dumplings being boiled and cooked at the many stands throughout town. It's the perfect place to enjoy some mouth-watering nighttime street food.
Yeah, it seems
Just be
kind of
careful
weird
if you
to
do
like
go for the
go to
dumplings.
Japan
They're
to
as
go to the
delicious as
Chinatown.
they are explosive.
After a pretty
That
chill
looks
day at
sick.
Kamakura and Minato Mirai, it's back to the action in Chinatown, the biggest Chinatown in all of Asia, after actual China. When it comes to Chinatown, of course,
China
you're
has
spoiled
an
for choice.
America
I've gone
town,
for
so-
these rather delicious pork dumplings.
I mean, I'm
Be
not
careful, they're
I'm not
insanely
shocked
hard,
that they
just
have a
obliterating my
Chinatown. I
mouth.
just mean if you're
Eat
like
with
going
care.
in the how to spend 14 days in Japan and experience Japan.
The juice exploded out
To
the
go to
dumpling and nearly hit
Chinatown
someone in
is
the
kind of
face.
a
Eat the dumplings with
Crazy
care.
suggestion,
Having
I feel
slept
like.
off our Chinatown dumplings, the next morning it's time to say goodbye to the Tokyo metropolis and hop on the Shinkansen bullet train 2 hours west across the central Japan.
Damn, that's only
Alps
2
to the
hours?
historic city of Kanazawa. So I've been to Kanazawa about 3 or 4 times over the years, and every time I do, I come down here, down the Asano River, with the old Edo-era tea houses, the Kazuemachi Chai district, and you kind of feel something here that's difficult to feel in Tokyo or even Kyoto. By coming here to Kanazawa, you can enjoy a mid-sized city, but a city that's very rich in arts, crafts, and food. It was once a merchant town, very wealthy, and that wealth is very much on display to this very day. During the Edo era, from 1603 to 1868, Kanazawa was ruled by Japan's second richest clan, the Maida clan, with wealth derived from the region's huge output of rice. And given the dangers of being the second richest clan in Japan, and so as not to arouse suspicion from the shogun and the all-powerful Tokugawa clan that ran the country, instead of spending their wealth on militarization, the Maidas plowed the money into cultural and artistic pursuits inspired by Kyoto, leading Kanazawa to be bestowed the title of Little Kyoto. And that historic relationship with the arts is apparent the moment you arrive at the station and step through the breathtaking Suzumimon Gate, modelled after traditional Japanese drums, which lights up in spectacular fashion at night. But the locals here can practically take their pick of nicknames for the city, from Little Kyoto to the envious title of City of Gold, given 99% of Japan's gold leaf production comes from Kanazawa. And the locals certainly aren't shy about sticking gold leaves on just about everything, especially including the food. As well as munching on gold, during our visit we'll also wander through what might be my favourite market in all of Japan, explore the impressive samurai district of Nagamachi, and taste the decadent matcha green tea confectionery. But for our first stop, we're heading to our traditional accommodation, which happens to be a very good reason to visit Kanazawa alone. After Kyoto, Kanazawa is the second largest Japanese city to be spared from aerial bombings during the Second World War.
Single war, a
And
major
given the
natural
region is
disaster in
unfortunate to avoid
430
natural
years.
disasters such
Oh
as
my
earthquakes,
god.
the city retains much of its traditional architecture, and there's no better way to appreciate the architecture than by staying in it. With the tatami straw mats, shoji paper doors, and exposed wooden beams, the natural materials
that's
instantly
sick.
cultivates an atmosphere of relaxation. And with the windows still letting light in while closed, you can shut yourself away from the world and have a quiet moment to yourself. It's almost like having a holiday within a holiday. When it comes to stress relief, there really is nothing better than a Machiya townhouse. With over 200 bustling shops and stalls, Omicho has been Kanazawa's largest market since the Edo era. And whether you're visiting for breakfast or lunch,
I'm
there's
from
a ton of
California,
street foods
man.
to
I
enjoy
know,
while lost
dude.
in the
I know.
labyrinth of alleyways and passages within.
I
Now
know
love
earthquakes,
Omicho Market,
dog.
You can pretty much find every Japanese food imaginable hidden away here. And the vendors are remarkably friendly, with hungry travelers queuing up in every alley. But maybe I'm just biased because I can't get enough of the unagi grilled eels. Typically, a whole eel costs an eye-watering 4,800 yen. But for just
Jesus.
500 yen, you can enjoy a skewer of the good stuff.
How much is that?
grilled to perfection
4,800?
And drizzled in the sticky sweet unagi tare sauce, made from sake, mirin, soy sauce, and sugar. For the love of God, if you go to the market, you've got to try this stuff. It's not all meat and fish though. Shala tucks into a freshly cut local
It's actually not
persimmon
bad. What was
and
that,
follows
like
it up with a whole orange with the inside shredded
15
into a
bucks,
thick,
18 bucks?
pulpy, delicious orange juice. With everything from crabs and craft beer to lavish seafood bowls of kaisendon, you'll have a hard time pulling yourself away from the market. But once you've stuffed yourself silly, it's time to head on over to Kanazawa's Old Town Quarter in the Higashichaya district. Kanazawa has 3 historic entertainment districts, the largest of which is Higashichaya. For over 200 years, Geiko, the local geisha, have entertained wealthy merchants and businessmen alike in stunning tea houses clad in the iconic lattice design called kimusuko. The carefully angled lattice design allows customers inside to see out onto the street while simultaneously concealing the interior from nosy passers-by. To this day, the Geiko still exists, serving loyal local clients, though many of their old tea houses have been converted into cafes. And as we wander the streets, dodging rickshaws along the way, one of these cafes tempts us with the promise of tasty green tea matcha-infused confectionery. How can I resist?
Yeah.
Look at that. Gold. 24 karat solid gold. I know, just blew it all away then. Oh my god, I'm blowing it away. What am I doing? This is gold. I should be eating it, not blowing it away. Across the road, you'll find Hakuichi, a shop serving up the visually striking gold leaf ice cream. Because the gold leaves are an incredible 1/10,000th of a millimetre across, the slightest gust of wind and it will likely blow away. So, eat it fast.
I thought she was
Eating the
I thought she
ice
was
cream
pressing her
itself feels
bare
almost
hand
like
against it. I was like, what the?
It may look golden, but the flavour is completely unaltered, and you can't even feel the texture of the gold on your tongue. The moment you touch it, it pretty much disappears.
Pointless.
Kanazawa is famed for its arts and crafts. It's the
Fucking
perfect place
pointless.
to grab some omiyage souvenirs for lucky friends and family back home. And for that, we head to Kanazawa Hakomachi store downtown. From meticulous handcrafted cups and glamorous chopsticks to Maneki Neko figurines and the star attraction, of course, a 24-karat gold leaf face mask, albeit for a rather pricey 6,600 yen. Is it worth buying just to look like a Bond villain?
What the fuck?
No, probably not. Still, for a more reasonable 2,200 yen, you can get what's cheekily described as the trial set. Naturally, I can't help myself. I want a taste of success. I want a taste of real power.
Is it 2,200 is like?
The real
I'm
power
doing
of
my
Kanazawa
conversion
used to
so
reside
wrong.
In Nagamachi Samurai District, where we head for a quiet stroll.
$2
around the
is
historic streets lined with
300,
colorful walls,
so
private gated entrances, and
16
narrow
bucks
lanes
for the
leading to
trial
buildings.
for the little patches.
The
What the
district
fuck?
offers a glimpse of what life may have looked like here 200 years ago. For a quiet, contemplative evening
That's
stroll,
nuts.
it can't be beat. I love it. We've got a samurai district dating back hundreds of years, full of history.
Oh, look at Cafe. That one
And then
chick
we've got
would
the
love
Moron
this.
Cafe. Why did they choose to name it that? We'll never know. Continuing our stroll, we find ourselves stumbling across Oyama Shrine, dedicated to Maida Toshie, the first lord of the immensely powerful Maida clan. And while the temple itself is pleasant, it's the distinctive gate that's the star attraction, with its European aesthetic designed by a Dutch architect. It may not have been popular when it was first built, but today it's a national treasure. And
You buy
speaking
30
of the Maida
pieces of
clan,
gold
while we
leaf
don't
for
have time on our trip
$10.
today, Kanazawa is also home to one of Japan's 3 most famous gardens, Kenrokuen. Beautifully maintained by, yes, you guessed it, the Maida clan, from generation to generation.
Well, that was a face
It's
mask just
absolutely
with
worth a visit.
gold
Its
in it.
photos and videos simply don't do its beauty justice.
It wasn't
As we
just
saw
gold
earlier
leaf.
At Omichore Market, seafood is kind of a big deal in Kanazawa. And for dinner, we head to Kirari Sushi, not too far from downtown Kanazawa Station. Conveyor belt sushi restaurants are typically associated with cheaper cuts of sushi, but here at Kirari, not only is the sushi high quality, but it doesn't revolve either, as it's whisked over to you on sleek bullet trains from the kitchen. Sourced from the nearby
Bullet
port,
train
fish is some of
sushi.
the best in town, though not all ingredients here come from the sea, because that's right, not even the sushi escapes the 24-karat
God.
gold tree.
Oh, good God. Gold leaf sushi. This is not oguro. Black throat fish. It's the local fish of Kanazawa. And they're so proud of it, they drenched it in gold. Let's taste it. Ice cream's one thing, but fish with gold, it could work. You know that?
I mean, it could work. You don't taste it.
That's Charlotte's piece. Yeah, you can't taste the gold, thankfully. It just tastes very good fish indeed. But if you want reasonably priced sushi at a good place, and gold sushi no less, come to Kirari Sushi. Pretty good place.
Well, it's been a fun day here in Kanazawa, and having eaten half the city, it's time to retreat to our cozy Machiya townhouse.
Get the hell
where
out
we
of
can
this
finally
town.
have my long-awaited soak.
What is that fucking bucket tub? That does not seem relaxing. They're like cramped in there.
It's time to leave Japan's west coast behind and head inland to the central Japan Alps. Our destination, the mountain town of Takayama, about a 2-hour train or bus ride. However, we're taking a detour first, because right in the middle of Takayama and Kanazawa lies the most picturesque town in all of Japan. It's called Shirakawa-go, and it's a settlement that was once hidden
Whoa.
away from the rest of Japan by the surrounding mountain peaks. Today,
Damn,
thatched
that
roof
place
farmhouses
looks
and
fucking-
carefully tended fields have been awarded World Heritage status, and the unique way of life opened up to the world.
That looks
The
insane.
first time I saw a photo of Shirakawa-go, I thought it must be Photoshop. Surely it can't be this good. And then I came here, and it really is as jaw-droppingly stunning as it looks. And while it does look best in summer when the rice is in full bloom, it's pretty damn nice in autumn as well. And winter, when it's caked in snow, it's got a very cosy vibe going on. I think no matter what time of year you come to Shirakawa-go, you'll certainly be rewarded. It really is. Hi, I'm here, Zaki. I say it a lot, but this time, it really is.
The
Shirakawago's
mountains
statuary
look
buildings
nuts.
include
The
Yashuo
buildings.
and they're not just
What
aesthetically
the
pleasing, but
fuck?
absolutely essential, handling amongst the highest snowfall on the planet in the winter months. When looking at the village, you may notice all the buildings face the
cool,
same
dude.
direction,
Holy
north to
fuck.
south, a direction specifically chosen to help minimize wind resistance. But what makes
Wait,
the
they
town
get
so
snow out
special
that way?
is that it's not an open-air museum, but a real lived-in town with a local population. In fact, if your schedule allows it, the best way to enjoy Shirakawa is to actually stay the night in one of the farmhouses. But whether you're here for the night or half a day,
All Japan
you'll
gets
constantly be
snow?
surprised by the picture-perfect nature of the village, and admittedly, the rather random goat just standing in the
I thought they were
street.
too
Don't know how
southern
it
to
got there.
really get it.
You often see people sharing videos of fish in the waterways of Japan, but actually it is quite rare outside of mountain towns like this,
Whoa.
Shirakawa. But here, abundant, which is pretty damn cool, though. Adds to the whole vibe. And there's a goat over there randomly just walking the streets as well. So the wildlife of Shirakawa. You never know what you might find.
If there's one dish to try at Shirakawa, it's actually a dessert. Japanese custard pudding, served up in impressive glass jars at the aptly named
So
House
small.
of Pudding. And my God, is it delicious. It's easy to see how
Don't
it
walk
recently
while you
won the
eat that.
title of
Oh.
Japan's best pudding.
Oh, what the fuck is that on top?
The House of Pudding. We had to stop. Good God. That is so creamy. Oh my God. The aesthetic jar as well.
He's got sunglasses on. I bet he's gonna
Don't
stand
come
up
to Shirakawa for
and
the nice buildings or the goat. Come
walk
for the
and
House
eat that.
of Pudding, because it really is that good. It's just insanely delicious.
Somebody's gonna come up and punch him in the face. Rightfully so.
Heading a further 50 minutes into the central Japan Alps and stuffed full of treats from the House of Pudding, at last we reach the mountain town of Takayama.
Is this
Takayama
place gonna
might
be
just
fucking
my
crazy?
Favorite town in all of Japan.
That
I mean,
bit-
the journey
it
through
already
the
looks
towering
sick.
central Japan Alps to get here alone might just be worth it for that. But with its gushing streams and traditional architecture, it's no surprise a lot of travellers coming here say it's a bit like stepping back in time. And the fact that every street food here pretty much features the local Hidawagi beef is also a pretty big bonus as well.
Despite its isolated location, Takayama has long enjoyed a level of prosperity thanks
Oh,
to its
it's not that
high-quality
cool
timber
looking.
and expert craftsmen that led to the region being directly controlled by the ruling Tokugawa shogunate for the duration of the Edo era. They really did want that timber. Today, there's an undeniable retro vibe around town with its old-school signboards and the Showa-kan Museum celebrating 20th century Japan. Meanwhile, even convenience stores like Family Mart attempt to blend in by shunning their bright green logo in favour of a more sleek wooden design. Checking into our accommodation first, while it may not be quite as spacious as the Kanazawa Machiya, the view certainly makes up for it as we gaze out across the Miyagawa River and the old town quarter with the crisp mountain air blowing down the street. Takayama Old Town, like Kanazawa, has done an impressive job preserving its old buildings, filled with shops, restaurants, and even a sake room, with travellers queuing up for the many street foods on offer. And I can't help but join in the fun after spotting a stand selling the
another quick
local
adjustment.
Wagyu beef on a stick. Wagyu steak at a restaurant will set you back about 6,000 yen, typically.
Oh my
Here
God.
You can enjoy a stick of the good stuff for a mere 600 yen. What a bargain.
100 bits, thank you.
The one street food you need when you come to Takayama. You won't regret it. What I love about Hidagiri is they're not very snobbish about how they use it. A lot of places, when it comes to Wagyu, you have to have it in a certain way. Here, they serve it on a stick, they serve it on sushi, they serve it in buns. They're not afraid to use it, and they're very proud of it, and I can certainly see why. My God, try this. Try this when you come to Takayama. Thank me later.
If there's one place worth stopping by in Takayama, it has to be my favourite museum in all of Japan, Takayama Showa-kan Museum. While the Showa era spans the reign of Emperor Showa from 1926 to 1989, it's most commonly associated with the post-war era, when Japan experienced an economic miracle as the economy boomed and the arts flourished. It was a time Japan found a renewed sense of identity, and today it's looked back on incredibly nostalgically, especially as the bubble burst in the early 90s and the country went on to face the lost decade. The attention to detail in the museum is genuinely breathtaking, with entire shops and districts faithfully recreated with old memorabilia. Eagle-eyed viewers
That's
may
sick.
even recognise it from the Dr. Jelly commercial, which we filmed on location here in the Retro Diner.
Where history was made, Dr. Jelly 2 commercial, shot right here about 3 years ago now. Can't believe it. Well, I love the way there's just these little sets in every part. This one's a diner, you've got a cinema, a school, 1950s house, hairdressers. Such a cool place, my favourite museum in Japan, by far. It is like coming back in time. The attention to detail is ridiculous.
Honestly, for the museum alone, a visit to Takayama may well be justified.
If I could live one place in Japan, it would be here. Every day would be the 60s. Every day. Here.
Travelling back in time is hungry business. Fortunately, just across the road is a quaint and somewhat random Scottish-inspired cafe.
What the
aptly
fuck?
named Bagpipe. Of course it is. The interior is filled to the brim with clocks and trinkets, with the atmosphere of Mrs. Doubtfire's sitting room. Having just travelled back to the 60s at the Shaw Museum, Bagpipe feels like a natural extension. But with its delicious menu of desserts, sandwiches and coffee, it's a pleasant spot to sit, relax, and enjoy looking out onto the streets of the old town quarter. If you're not able to make it to Shirakawa-go, Takayama is also home to the Hida Folk Village. While it's not a real lived-in town such as Shirakawa-go, the impressive open-air museum
That
is
still
definitely
looks
worth
sick.
a visit, so you can explore the Gasho Sakuri homes firsthand. It's also a lot easier to get to than Shirakawa-go, just a 5-minute taxi ride from Takayama Station. It's been quite the journey through central Japan, but it's time to say goodbye to Charlotte and head 3 hours west by train to Kyoto, the first of 3 cities that we'll visit in Kansai region.
There we go.
Kyoto is the soul of Japan, as the nation's cultural capital. The antidote to the modern concrete jungle of Tokyo, it's easy to spend days on end wandering through the city's 2,000 shrines and temples.
2,000? What the
enjoying a
fuck?
quiet meal. Arriving in Kyoto, we meet up with my good friend, the ever-cheeky Natsuki, who, as a resident of North Japan, hasn't ever explored the cities of Kyoto, Osaka and Nara. It's certainly going to be a lot of fun living vicariously through Natsuki's reactions to some of Japan's most spectacular sights over the next few days. And our first stop is to head to our accommodation. With an abundance of options in Kyoto, the best location to stay is arguably Higashiyama, on the east side of the city, where you'll have easy access to the largest historic quarters. And while hotels are in abundance, we've decided to stay in a Machiya wooden townhouse. Machiya townhouses are sadly on the decline, with nearly 800 lost every single year. The one silver lining is the city's booming tourism sector is helping to keep them alive, with many being renovated for travellers looking for their own private slice of Kyoto. Wow! And with the all-natural materials and enclosed garden,
Listening to his
hopefully you too
voiceover
will
makes
find
me
your own
feel
peace and calm
congested.
in the middle of the bustling city.
Very small, like a hobbit.
And when the rain gently pours off the Kawada roof tiles, as you gaze out into the tiny private garden from your bath, you too will know you've made the right choice choosing to stay in Machiya, the quintessential Kyoto experience. With Natsuki's early afternoon soak out of the way, the rain finally clearing, we head to South Kyoto to climb up the city's most famous shrine, Fushimi Inari. With 10,000 red torii gates snaking up through the luscious forests of Mount Inari, Fushimi Inari is an ancient shrine dating back to the 8th century, before Kyoto even became the capital of Japan, and it's dedicated to Inari, the Shinto god of rice, agriculture and fertility. Given Mount Inari is 233 meters, you can reach the summit in about 30 to 40 minutes. But here there's no
Oh my
real
God.
destination. It's the breathtaking journey through the gates that's the reward. You might be wondering where all the gates come from, and they're actually donated by companies and individuals looking for good luck, with their names and the dates of their donations inscribed on each and every gate. And unsurprisingly,
Damn,
that
so
Torii
they
gate
still
of Fushimi Inari
put 'em up?
certainly doesn't come cheap. How much do you think one of these gates costs, Natsuki?
10,000 yen.
It's cheap, isn't it?
Cheap.
One small gate is 400,000 yen.
What the fuck?
That's big.
A big gate is about $1 million yen, $8,000. You've got a hair salon there, your business. Why not get a gate for your business to help you? Yeah, for your hair salon. How much money have you got? What have we got here?
5,000 yen.
5,000 yen. We just need.
Miniature, doll size.
We just need another $8,000. Oh dear.
You know, that's not too bad.
Torii gate drinks seemingly
2,700
shattered,
isn't
and
too
dinner will
bad
cheer
for.
As we return to Higashiyama, and the finest tempura restaurant in all of Kyoto, Tempura Emblem.
For a whole ass
Every time I find myself in Kyoto, I visit the
arch,
restaurant, and I've
whatever the hell.
essentially bribed Natsuki to join our trip with the promise of crispy gold-battered wonders that lie in store. From the moment you step inside, you're hit with the tantalizing rich aroma of the batter. Similar to a sushi restaurant, each dish, whether it's fish, vegetables, or meat, is battered.
They
one at a
maintain
time
it forever. I mean, that's not too
And how
bad.
does it taste? Well, I'll let Natsuki give the verdict.
But if your business fails and then it's just there, and then they're just stuck, they're just maintaining it forever.
The next morning we head to Arashiyama, a 30-minute journey to the north of the city, and home to many of Kyoto's most treasured temples and shrines. As you cross the striking Togetsukyo Bridge and wander along the banks of the Katsura River, you'll find what may be my favourite spot in the city, with boats quietly drifting upstream against the scenic backdrop of the neighbouring Arashiyama Mountains. Our first stop is the Bamboo Grove, the cool morning breeze blowing through the forest. It's an almost otherworldly ethereal sight as we follow the winding path through the trees. Stroll through the forest and you'll soon come across the World Heritage Site of Tenyuji.
Surprised we haven't hit
Japan's
new
greatest
heading yet, man. I thought we'd already have hit one.
14th century, dedication to the recently deceased Emperor Go-Daigo. Tenyuji's beautifully landscaped garden and pond have been practically untouched for 700 years, and it's a place to sit, relax, and enjoy a quiet moment of contemplation. But don't get too
Where's that
comfortable.
fucking photo?
As we climb Mount Arashiyama, and the reward at the
Yo!
top isn't just the incredible
They got
panoramic views over Kyoto, but an encounter with
Wait.
120 snow monkeys that call Iwatayama Monkey Park home. It's quite a sight being able to get
Wait.
up close to the monkeys as they walk around the visitors.
Wait,
without
where is
care of the
this?
world. But it's important to point out they are wild, so don't get too close, and certainly don't look them dead in the eye, unless you want a
This
trip
is a
to Bison.
Kyoto monkey?
Oh, I should have known.
Yo.
It wasn't the temples, the culture, nor the history that attracted Natsuki to Kyoto. It was the monkeys. Wow, great.
I thought they were only like way up north.
Heading back down the mountain, it's time to visit Kyoto's
Yo.
most extravagant structure and the darling of every Japan guidebook front cover ever made, King Kakuji, aka.
Dude, we gotta go there. I think we're only doing like a day trip over to Kyoto. We gotta carve out a good 2
The
hours.
pavilion itself is tragically burned down twice, most recently in 1950 by a fanatic monk before being rebuilt in 1955. King Kakuji, Golden Pavilion, shimmering in the afternoon sun. It is stunning, but you'll have to fight for a space to see it, as we are had to queue for quite a while. But the view's most certainly worth it. It really is pretty spectacular. What do you think?
I feel so rich man.
You feel so rich, man. And you will too, if you come to the King Kakuji Temple. In the late afternoon, an hour before dusk, we return to Higashiyama to catch a glimpse of Kyoto at sundown from Kiyomizu-dera.
Gotta do a quick adjustment
Higashiyama
here.
is absolutely huge, and the journey through the maze-like streets really is half the appeal of exploring the area. The moment we arrive, we're instantly rewarded with a view of the Asaka Pagoda, a remarkable five-story
I'm gonna
pagoda which has stood
check
here on the
the
hillside for over 600
heading real quick
years.
too.
As we continue our walk
Okay.
up to Kiyomizu-dera,
Yeah, we're close.
we increasingly find ourselves sidelined by the many shops that line the streets selling confectionery, pottery, crafts and sake. It's only a matter of time before the inevitable. And Natsuki's just bought a terrifying mask to scare the locals. It's not one of the nice ones either. Brace yourselves. Natsuki. Oh dear.
Nice.
That's certainly one way to stand out in Kyoto's crowded streets.
Oh, I should get a mask, like a good one. James and Amber gave me like probably a mask they got from like a tourist trap when they were in Italy, but
is the towering wooden stage that rises 13 meters
be
above
pretty
the
good.
ground, built without using any nails, giving visitors
Put it right next to it.
spectacular views over the cherry and maple trees that span the mountainside. From here, as you gaze across Kyoto, with traditional architecture in the foreground and the monolithic modern-day Kyoto station in the distance, you'll truly be able to appreciate Kyoto's story, past and present. And for just 500 yen, you can also appreciate your fortune, as Natsuki grabs an omikuji, literally a message from the gods, written on a paper slip, and often found on sale at Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples. Moment of truth.
Shit! True fucking bug.
If you hadn't have bought the bad luck, you wouldn't have had it. And if at first you don't
He
succeed,
spent money to
buy
get
another
bad luck. He
message
bought a.
from the gods.
Is that how it works?
What have you got this time? All right, drum roll.
Good.
Is it good?
So good, very,
Very good.
Yes.
Does it cancel it out? Good
Yeah.
fortune, bad fortune?
Good fortune. 運はね、自分自身で掴むものだ。
Having successfully manifested some good luck, admittedly with the help of his wallet, it's time to manifest some dinner. When it comes to dining out, Kyoto's Pontocho alleyway is home to more bars and restaurants than just about any other stretch in the city. It's well worth a stroll for the atmosphere alone. However, we're going across the bridge into Gion to a restaurant serving up the local Omi beef. It's said to be one of the 3 great beefs of Japan alongside Kobe and Masasaka. Here, we're able to sample the buttery rich A5 Wagyu as it's gently and delicately sizzled before us by the master chef. Omi beef is typically cheaper than its rarer cousins of Kobe and Masasaka. There is somebody who's consumed a formidable amount of Wagyu in the last 10 years, and admittedly on this trip, it's less to do with where the cut is from and how it's grilled and prepared. And once again, I'll leave the verdict to Natsuki.
Omi beef. Omi God.
While we've only just scratched the surface of Kyoto, given how truly
So
overwhelming the
fucking good,
Kansai
dude.
region is for its sights, it's time we ventured off to our next
I'm gonna
city,
have the
ancient capital
chicken and
of
brown
Nara.
rice after watching all this, dude. Oh, this is the
Nara
deer.
is a much
This is the
smaller
deer
city.
park.
Its relaxed pace is much welcomed after Kyoto's somewhat frenetic streets, especially as many of the city's treasures are situated in the majestic Nara Park. As we stumble from the station to the park, we chance upon the most famous shop in town, serving up yomogi mochi rice cakes, deliciously fluffy parcels of rice that have been relentlessly pounded down, dusted with soybean flour, and filled to the brim with generous amounts of gooey red bean paste. The perfect breakfast.
Yomogi mochi.
Probably the most famous mochi in Nara. Every New Year's Eve you see this shop featured in Japanese news. They're pounding the rice cakes down. And yeah, it's very gooey. Very nice.
Bubblegum.
I like bubblegum. It's quite a dangerous sweet though. Many people actually die choking on the stuff every year, so
What?
be careful when eating it. It's very chewy. Don't talk while eating it as well.
As we make our way into Nara Park, we come face to face with the local deer. Admittedly, not that hard, given 1,200 Sika deer call Nara Park home. The deer are remarkably friendly, especially when they spot a fistful of crackers. Who'd have thought it? And before accepting the crackers, if you bow to the deer, they too will bow in return. Such civilized creatures. Well, not quite. Things can get out of hand pretty damn fast. Once they discover the crackers, the seemingly composed deer soon become, well, pretty crackers, as Natsuki unfortunately discovers firsthand. If there's one thing to see in Nara, it's a
I've seen
temple.
so many
But not just
fucking
any
like
temple.
everybody
This
goes to
alone
that
is a
fucking
good
deer
enough
park.
reason to visit Nara, the Todaiji Temple, one of the largest wooden structures on the planet. It's not just the fact the exterior looks like the sort of place you'd have a video game boss battle, but it's what's inside. One of the largest bronze Buddha statues in all of Japan, and it is spectacular.
Todaiji means Great Eastern Temple, and it was built in 752 as the head Buddhist temple in all of Japan. A colossal 49-foot tall daibutsu awaits you inside, weighing an astonishing 500 tons. Around the back you'll find a pillar with a hole in its base the same size as the nostril of the daibutsu. It's said if you
Why?
can squeeze through it, you'll be granted enlightenment in your next life. Unfortunately for Natsuki though, the next life isn't looking so good right now. After 2 failed attempts and having lost all his pocket money, Natsuki reluctantly gives up. Better luck next time. Todaiji is quite the blockbuster temple, and it seems only fair that it's matched by one of the most visually impressive shrines in the country. On the opposite end of Nara Park, we discover Kasuga Taisha, Nara's most celebrated shrine. Built to protect the city and famous for its 3,000 stunning lanterns donated by worshippers hung from the walls around the shrine. If you want to see the lanterns illuminated, they're only lit up twice a year in February and August. Something I imagine the monks are fairly grateful for.
Shit.
There's certainly a lot of matches.
You'd fit. I could definitely
Now,
fit.
after the chaos of Kyoto streets, it's been really damn pleasant wandering Nara's
Guaranteed I
mountainside
fit.
temples and quiet streets. But now, it's time to dive back into the grit and the glamour that is Osaka, my favourite city in Japan.
Osaka, the nation's kitchen and the party capital of Japan. Grittier
Party
and more laid
capital.
back than its bigger brother Tokyo, Osaka is in its element at sundown. The city's billboards burst into life, around the Downton Canal.
Sick.
Luckily, we're staying nearby, but before checking into our somewhat unusual accommodation, we first let Natsuki take it all in, given somehow it's his first time ever to set foot in Osaka.
My God, Osaka at night. I think it's the only place that can rival Shibuya Crossing in Tokyo for the wow factor. For that moment where you take one big look and go, oh my God, where am I and what's going on? I think this might well be my favourite spot in Japan. But
Yeah,
the
that
best
place
thing about
that
Osaka,
is
of course,
dope.
is that it's known as the kitchen of Japan. So it's time we sampled some of the things in the kitchen.
Street foods in an abundance around Downton at night. Yakitori skewers, pancakes, and of course the most famous street food of all, takoyaki fried octopus balls. Chopped up octopus, drenched in batter, and doused with tangy Worcestershire sauce, green onion, pickled ginger, and mayonnaise. With 8 balls, all for the price of 600 yen. What an absolute steal. But be warned, the food does come with one ever so slightly dangerous downside.
Yeah, the first mistake of takoyaki, wait about 10 minutes because it is like molten lava.
Oh my god. 地獄の温度だこれはもう。何これ。Be careful. Oh. 無理無理無理。
Oh dear, we'll
Fuck,
never learn.
dude.
Having incinerated our mouths, it's time to check into our accommodation. The area surrounding Dotonbori is, in my view, the best place to stay in Osaka, so you can enjoy a night out, but also because it is well connected. And tonight we're staying at the Henna Hotel, staffed entirely by robots.
What the fuck?
Wow, robots. As we're greeted at check-in by 2 multilingual robot dinosaurs.
2 legs.
The hotel chain can be found throughout Japan. It straddles the fine line between being cool and gimmicky, but the rooms are good value for money.
It
Don't be
sounds like
deterred
it's just
if you're not
gimmicky.
someone who enjoys robot dinosaurs. What a sentence to say out loud.
Oh, and a hotel stand.
Ew. What the fuck?
The next morning we visit the city's most important landmark, the enormous Osaka Castle. With its traditional architecture, quite the contrast against the city's gleaming modern skyscrapers.
Oh, that's sick.
Osaka
I think we've
Castle
seen that
might
before.
not be the best preserved castle
In another
Japan.
video.
That title goes to Himeji or maybe Matsumoto. In fact, the entire inside of it is a museum. It's an elevator, which they certainly didn't have back in the Edo era. But what you'll find when you come here is a visually
How's he know
striking
that?
castle that is
Why is he wearing
breathtaking in
sunglasses
scale.
again?
The fact that it's got the moat still there that surrounds the castle.
What's his problem?
Huge sprawling gardens. It really is a sight to behold.
Osaka Castle played a huge role in the history of Japan. From 1614 to 1615, the ruling Tokugawa clan fought a lengthy battle involving several 100,000 troops, laying siege to the castle against Toyotomi Hideyori, the son of the general who united Japan and built the castle. The defeat cemented the power of the ruling Tokugawa shogunate and ushered in the Edo era. Similarly, when the castle fell in 1868 during the civil war to imperial forces, it marked the end of an era and 200 years of rule by the Tokugawa dynasty. While the view from Osaka Castle is great, the queue isn't quite so appealing, and so we head to the retro
There's a
district
line
of
for it?
Shinsekai and head up the...
Hold on, let's wait. We gotta pay attention to flying real quick. We're gonna be changing heading. I also want to look and see where we're at. Okay, we're coming down. We're coming down towards Japan. Getting pretty close. We have another 1, 2, 3, 4 heading changes, and then we're gonna be on approach. It looks like. Still at 40,000 though. Watch 786 hours of your stream. Damn. Damn. It's about half of what I streamed, I think. Half of my total hours. Pretty nuts. Oh, we're a little over. 48, which gets us at 249, and we're chill. The sun's still way up there. I don't think. I thought we were gonna land at night, but I don't think that's gonna happen. That's why jet lag going is so bad. I don't think it's gonna be that bad for me. I feel like I'll be all right.
Sudenkaku Tower for an equally
Retro
impressive
district
view of Osaka's vast cityscape. Admittedly, it may even be better, given you can see the castle itself. Developed in 1912 and originally inspired by Western architecture, Shinsekai literally means New World. Today, however, its vibrant and evocative billboards look more like a foreigner's imagination of what Japan might look like.
Oh, すげえこれだよこれ Bad Sailor Pirates.
It's here in the colourful streets around the Tsutenkaku Tower that you'll find restaurants selling one of Osaka's most iconic dishes, kushikatsu, deep-fried
See
skewers.
the toes on that guy?
So sour. Perhaps the only flaw of the dish is it's pretty damn hard to discern what it is you're eating. While it all looks the same here, we've got cuts of pork, beef, onions, potatoes, shrimp, and my personal favourite, cheese.
They gotta stop. They gotta stop doing this to me.
Take a skewer, dip it into thick tonkatsu sauce, essentially Worcestershire sauce, and never look back. My God, it's good.
Beautifully crunchy batter.
And a nice friend beer.
Oh.
Good combination.
Nice friend. Nice friend beer.
Oh yeah. Lunchtime on beer. Great time.
Well, it's good to know Natsuki is so easily won over. But it's at this point in the trip you've got to sort of choose your own adventure stage. With an extra night to spare, you can either visit Hiroshima and the island of Miyajima in the west, or head back towards Tokyo with a stop off at the hot spring town of Hakone. And seeing as we've covered Hiroshima in a dedicated video before, linked below, we're going for Hakone. Unsurprisingly, I don't want to share a bloody hot spring with Natsuki, which means it's time to say goodbye to Natsuki and hello once again to Charlotte.
I can't get over it. His voiceovers make me
Hakone is 1
feel
hour outside of
congested.
Tokyo by Shinkansen, and yet from the sheer change of scenery,
I have to keep
you'd
like
hardly
breathing
know it's
through
on
my
the doorstep
nose to
of the
check that
world's
I'm not
biggest
the one
city,
that's
as skyscrapers are replaced with luscious
whose nose
towering
is
peaks,
plugged up.
and if you're lucky, even a glimpse of Mount Fuji itself. In
freaking
fact,
me
when
out.
riding the Shinkansen Tokyo bound from Osaka or Kyoto, be sure to pick a window seat on the left side of the train. You may just be rewarded with the quintessential Japan view. Hakone itself is nestled within the complex volcano of Mount Hakone, encompassing 2 overlapping calderas, several peaks, and the glistening Lake Ashi. It's perhaps no surprise that the seismically active national park is some of Japan's most famous inns, so eagerly exploiting the precious onsen hot spring water bubbling up from below. And for a one-night excursion, it's the perfect place to experience a Japanese ryokan, a traditional inn. The key distinction between a ryokan and a hotel is that a ryokan is a holiday destination in its own right. A mini break with the food, the hot springs, and the relaxing surroundings of your room all serve to let you escape, relax, and unwind. Whatever ryokan you choose, when checking in, the ritual is typically the same. Shoes are removed at the entrance, your dinner and breakfast time chosen in advance, a brief tour of the characterful lobby, and finally escorted up to your room. In this case, we find a beautifully illuminated room. And tucked away on the balcony, a Rottenburo outdoor bath, the star of the show,
Another
overlooking
bucket
the
bath.
mountainside scenery. And before
Man,
heading down
that
for our
looks
kaiseki
sick.
dinner, how can I resist a cheeky dip? Kaiseki means traditional multi-course dinner, and hot springs aside, it really is the star attraction of staying at a ryokan. And admittedly, the reason the experience costs a lot more than a regular hotel, with an emphasis on fresh seasonal ingredients, and so beautifully preserved, you may even feel a sense of guilt devouring it. There's a good chance it'll be one of the finest meals of your trip to Japan, so choose your ryokan wisely. Here we're served up an assortment of seafood in no less than 12 immaculate dishes, followed up with the most picture-perfect sukiyaki hot pot, topped with marbled A5 Wagyu beef.
What
I
the
don't know
fuck?
whether to eat it or take a photo of it and mount it on my wall. Actually, no, I'll definitely just eat it. Breakfast is no different either. At 8 a.m. the next morning, we awaken to find yet another artistically prepared meal of fish, omelette, mushrooms, and rice awaiting us downstairs.
You gotta
As we
chill
head
out
after
with all this
breakfast to enjoy
food,
the Cash
man.
Kitty onsen. While all ryokan of hot springs separated for men and women, Cash Kitty means reserved private bath, allowing couples or families to enjoy a large private bath all to themselves. We've managed to reserve it for a whole hour, although at 45 degrees Celsius, around the 20-minute mark, while submerged in the creamy mineral-rich waters, you'll start to transition from relaxation to boiled frog fairly fast, so be careful not to enjoy it too much. After drying off, it's time to head to the very source of the hot spring water that's been spilling into our bath. 3,000 years ago, Mount Hakone erupted, leaving behind the sulfuric hellscape that is Owakudani, literally the Great Boiling Valley, at 1,040 meters in the summit. Today, thousands of travelers ride the Hakone Ropeway daily to see it firsthand, with the cable car rather ominously almost directly over the fuming vents below. But seeing as we rented a car, we just drove up. Admittedly, a far less impressive journey, but ultimately, with the same
What is
rewarding
up
view
with those
of Mount
roads?
Fuji, magnificently looming, 3,776 meters overhead.
My God, we got lucky today. One of the best views in all of Japan from the top of the Hakone Ropeway, Mount Fuji itself. No matter how many times you look at it, it always takes your breath away. Especially when it's caked in snow in the early winter months. Yes, you have no idea how hard it is to get this shot. It's always in the clouds, so I'm very happy today.
Meanwhile, over by the ropeway, crowds gather to gaze upon the Great Boiling Valley. Up until 2015, visitors could actually hike through the valley, but due to volcanic activity, it was subsequently closed off, serving as a sinister reminder Japan's seismically active landscape is as treacherous as it is captivating.
Jesus, it's like Mordor down there, the gateway to hell itself, all the sulfuric steam puffing out, billowing across the mountainside. Well, the view is damn good, not only Fuji, but also looking out towards Tokyo, with the cable cars going in front. This is actually my first time to ever come up the Hakone Ropeway, and I've been really impressed by the views, the atmosphere. Can't recommend it enough. Definitely come up here. And if you're lucky, as we were today, you might just get the best view of Mount Fuji in all of Japan.
If you're feeling peckish, be sure to try kuro tamago, literally black eggs, placed into baskets and dumped into the 80-degree hot spring for an hour, the iron in the water turning the shells black. According to local legend, it's said that a hard-boiled kuro tamago will extend your lifespan by up to 7 years. Not bad for 500 yen. If we hadn't spent an hour stumbling around trying to find
500
black
yen
eggs, we
for
might have been able to go to
an egg?
Hakone Shrine that sits on the shores of Lake Ashinoko. It's here you'll find one of Japan's most photographed torii gates protruding
boiled
from the water
egg?
after a short stroll through the quaint forest. Meanwhile, beyond the torii gate, you might spot the Hakone pirate ship quietly sailing across the lake. Why not hop aboard and enjoy the local scenery while living out your one-piece fantasies along the way? While we rented a car from Odawara Station and drove 45 minutes up the mountain to Hakone, the area is incredibly accessible without a car, with buses and local trains available. But with that, it's time to return to Tokyo. Well, it's been quite the journey, but we're back where we started in Tokyo, with a few days to explore the world's biggest city. And this time we're staying on the other side of town, in Shinjuku. Shinjuku is the Tokyo you've seen in the movies and anime. Intense, futuristic, and relentless. The good thing about exploring it all on the tail end of the trip is you've kind of settled in at this point, so you can appreciate it better. Hopefully you'll feel a lot less confused than when you first arrived. And given we're here in Shinjuku in the evening, it's time to discover what makes Japan's largest entertainment district worthy of the title. Explore the narrow alleyways of Umide Yokocho, literally memory lane, and sample the 60 tiny bars and restaurants within, with grilled yakitori skewered chicken in abundance. Or grab a drink in Golden Guide, a conglomeration of tiny retro bars with an undeniably cyberpunk atmosphere. For my money, Shinjuku is the best place for a nighttime stroll in Tokyo, but please be careful
it's
not
just
to follow
every
the street
recommendation
tags.
is just, you
On the
know,
street
hey, just go
encouraging
get
you
some
to visit
food.
their bars at discount prices. They're often linked to terrible scams, with drinks being
Whoa.
spiked and credit card bills
What
being
the
run up
fuck?
by unsavory characters. In fact, I've made a whole video dedicated to this that I'd strongly urge you to watch before having a night out in Tokyo. After Shinjuku, Shibuya
Why is
is
this
also
the
a great
first
place
I'm
to spend
hearing?
the night out. While not as
How
big
many
as
videos you
Shinjuku,
watch? This is the first I'm
Tokyo's
hearing?
most eclectic shopping district is home to the iconic crossing, a sight to behold with dozens of billboards blaring out overhead. But your final days in Tokyo are a chance to do the many things you may have missed on your travels across Japan. And given everyone's tastes are completely different, there really is no correct way to experience the city. So, rather than reel off a list of neighbourhoods you need to explore, I want to end our journey by sharing with you 10 things you need to do while you're in Tokyo. Number
Alright.
1, stay in a capsule hotel.
I don't know.
Somehow we
I
haven't done
don't-
it on this trip so far.
No thanks.
And there's more capsule hotels in Tokyo than any other city. It's a unique way to spend the night that you simply won't find outside of Japan. So do it while you can. Number 2, why not stay at a love hotel?
What?
Don't be fooled by the name. There's nothing inherently sleazy about it. Love hotels can't be booked and are first come, first served. Just walk in and grab a room for 2 hours. In fact, you may want longer. The rooms are far more playful and fun than regular hotels, with karaoke and jacuzzi bars included. And speaking of karaoke, number 3, go to karaoke. It's cheap, fun, and all you can drink. When showing friends around Japan, all good holidays end slumped over a beer in a karaoke booth. Number 4, get a jaw-dropping panoramic view of Tokyo. While Shibuya Sky is the new kid in town with perhaps the best views of the city, the queues can be over an hour. The alternative is
What
to
the
visit Mori
fuck?
Tower in Roppongi. Visit the rooftop sky deck, where you can stand 238 meters above Tokyo and truly appreciate the ridiculous scale of the world's largest city. Number 5, visit a game center. From Mario Kart to the iconic Taikon or Tatsujin Ultimate drumming game, it's the best place to blow off steam and get immersed in a world where the fun never ends.
fuck?
Until they close at 10 p.m. Number 6,
What
take
the
the
fuck was
monorail
that
over
table
to
game?
Odaiba, a futuristic district on a reclaimed island with sweeping views over Tokyo's skyline. From the eye-catching Fuji television building to the 20-meter to scale replica
Whoa.
of a Gundam robot. But it's the monorail that's the star of the show, winding through Tokyo's skyscrapers and across the Rainbow Bridge. Number 7, go souvenir shopping in Ginza, the trendy upmarket district. I never know what to buy friends and family back home, but umeshu plum wine always seems to do the trick. Regular Nihonshu sake is a bit more of an acquired taste. Number 8, stroll through Tokyo's many parks, whether it's Ueno Park with the zoo, Yoyogi Park for the people watching, or Shinjuku Park for the carefully tended gardens. They each have their own charm, although I think Shinjuku Park is probably the nicest to spend a couple of hours strolling around. Number 9, go shopping for retro second-hand goods. Nobody does second-hand goods better than Japan, where people actually take care of their possessions. Whether it's Super Potato, the video game shop in Akihabara, where you can pick up a Super Famicom as if it's practically brand new, or the cavernous Nakano Broadway shopping centre, filled to the brim with rare items you simply won't find anywhere else. And number 10, eat some ramen, because somehow we forgot to do it on the rest of our trip.
What the fuck is
Ichiran
this
is a
lad?
tourist favourite.
He ran
although
out
my
of things
view,
to do in
it's good,
Tokyo.
If not a little bit overrated. Go to Ippudor if you want to visit the chain that all the locals go to. Or better still, visit an independent family.
He got the 9, didn't know what to say.
Which you're pretty much sport for choice, given there's thousands across the city. And then finally, the hard part. Get on the plane and go home. But don't worry, you'll be back. Many thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed our epic 14 days across Japan. But what was your favourite place we visited? Remember, most of the locations we explored on this trip have actually got entire videos dedicated to them, such as Osaka, Fukuoka, or even...
Alright. Alright. How far along are we on this one? We're actually nearly at the next heading change. We still got a couple. Wonder how long this says it is. Is it 2 hours? I don't think it'll take that long. Another hour, you think? let's try and get into blue while we're here. Let's do a bit of flying. Do we have we just had like a crosswind this whole time? Is that what's been knocking me over? Because we've been 1 degree off. I feel like half this flight now. Pull up a little bit. Can we see anything? No. I thought we'd be able to see some land, at least on the horizon, but nothing. Okay, we're about lined up. Let's hit that. A little bit of turbulence, don't worry about it. 248. Let's put this one more down. Get us 247. Nice. Perfect. Everything's looking good. I really don't know what this timer is. And the sun looks higher up than it was a while ago. Why are we going up so much? Oh, reset when you're refueled. Oh. Really? Because I've refueled like twice. Okay, we leveled off to at 40,500. Cool, cool. We're like slightly off. Sun visors and going, oh, there we go. That didn't block a damn thing. Why is the sun going to right through the visor? You're a little off course. I mean, kind of, but it keeps it's fine. It's on sticking to the middle. I think we have some winds pushing us around a little bit. Maybe, I don't know. The wind is coming from 269. Okay. I don't know where I see that, but I'll believe you. You know what's crazy? We haven't had warning lights in how long? Not in hours. Under GS. Oh, that 272. I see. Gotcha. Okay. We're doing pretty good. Nothing too crazy happening. Everything's smooth. Cockpit door. Lock. Norm. Unlock. Oh. Hello? Can I get up? Can I walk the plane? I want to get up. Oxygen mask. No, I probably don't need that yet. Window handle not opening. Weird. Pull to adjust pedals. Tray pedals. I don't know what that does. Okay, we're getting approaching our other adjustment already. And this wind is annoying. Okay, now it's down to 1 knot. Fly back into that. Keeping these lines up because I don't know exactly when they want us to descend. I feel like we got to descend kind of early since we're up 40,000 feet. Use the arrow keys for what? Around your cockpit. Why would I? Oh. But I'm using the stick. I'm already looking around the cockpit. Why would I use it? Arrow keys. What? The arrow keys move the camera. What? Does the same thing as a stick. What? Why would I need to use the arrow keys? Supposed to free move it? Is moving it the same? It is free moving the camera around the cockpit. I mean, Shift or Alt. No. You're trying to get me to actually move around the plane. I don't think. I don't know if that's an option. I mean, this is literally moving the arrow keys, same as moving the stick. Approaching age die, agility. Is this gonna move around the cockpit cabin? Come on. We're gonna have to adjust here first. This looks like it's gonna be about 250. 56. Wait, no, 252. 251, 252. And we're getting blown that way, so we gotta do like 254. That should put us right on course. Yeah, we're good. How to move around the cockpit. What is this thumbnail, by the way, for this fucking video? What is this? This is AI. Why is there a dog? Why is there, what the fuck?
If you've ever wondered how to move around the cabin in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I'm going to show you how to do it, and it's very easy.
This is a
Using
year
only
ago.
the
This
arrow
is the
keys on the
old.
keyboard, pressing the down arrow will move the camera perspective
This
down.
is the
Pressing
old
up
flight sim.
will move it back up. Let's say today we want to fly this airplane from the co-pilot seat. An easy way to do that, only using the right arrow key, we'll move over.
Yeah, this is for the old flight sim, I think. Drone mode, which is another keybind. 3? What the hell? And we don't really have. We got wind from 270 still. 250. Drone mode. Okay, let's see. Drone mode. Toggle drone depth of field. Set drone depth of field. Drone roll access. Pitch roll drone. Increase drone zoom. Toggle drone camera. Toggle the drone camera. I don't know. Alt C. The fuck is this? How do I get back? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I can't undo it. I can't undo it. It won't let me undo it. Oh no. It won't let me undo it. It's supposed to be toggle. What? Camera? Cockpit camera? VR camera reset? Load custom camera? Save custom camera? Camera reset, shift space. Oh. Okay, he's just going back. Okay. That was panic inducing. What is this camera? What is it? I don't know what Shift H is doing. I'm just trying to get in the back. I'm just trying to go in the seats. I'm just trying to take a peek at you guys in the back. Just want to get back there. Control B. Oh my god. What the fuck was that? Why? Speed. What's happening? Overspeed. Flap lever not 0. Why? What happened? The hell are you guys trying to do to me right now? Fuck you guys trying to do? Yeah, that brought us down pretty fast, speed-wise. Now our engines have to work harder. And our fuel's at 17%. We're gonna be trying to land with like 10%. % fuel. time to target. We still got a bit. Still got about like an hour, I think. This is how far. Damn, look how far. What a flight. Supposed to be some sort of smart camera. Well, I think it hit a keybind. I think one of the keybinds that it hit was also what puts my flaps all the way down. Right, insert. Nope. No warnings came up from that. No fucked up issues from that. What is this? Captain VHF. I don't know what that is. Shift T is pilot position. Oh my god. There I am. There's your pilot right there. On a commercial airliner, you wearing that flight helmet. How do I get back in my... Oh god. How do I get back to my regular... How do I get back? Oh god, not this again. Shift and WASD. Oh. Oh. Here we go. Shift space to reset. Wow. Here's the peasant seating. Wow. How you guys enjoying the flight? Where's the bathroom where we got Marco holding up? Is it this one? You all right in there? Damn. Shift space. Uh-oh. It still has me here. It still has me in this position. Hold on, if I go into settings and back, will it reset me? Nope. Guys, how do I get back in the cockpit? Shift G. Okay. Is there a menu? Yeah, there's like, oh. Oh my god. I didn't like that. We're fine though. Everything's fine from that. I don't know why that would fuck with anything. this? In Tokyo Center on 134.25. Why is that mess with my fucking... Why do I bounce around when I do this shit? Okay. It's FCA. FCR. Ghost record instant replay. What is happening? Turbulence? Why we got turbulence? You do any custom keybinds? Yeah, when we were like fucking with shit earlier, I had to. I think we're all right though. Oh my god. Turbulence is freaking me out. Yeah, we still got a while before we're at 1 moo. Airspeed 485, so we're going pretty quick still. Jesus Christ, why? This is freaking me out. I don't think there's any way in hell that I would actually make it all the way here, 36% fuel. That would have been impossible. I think it had to be like 50%. Might be possible if you reduce air. Yeah. Yeah, I think if we got to like the ideal airspeed, and if I like set the height correctly at the beginning, and we did it, if we did everything right, maybe, right and perfect, maybe it gets done. But I don't think that was ever happening for me. What is this? Oh, I can open it in like a new... Uh-oh. That really fucked with my capture. It like opens up in an independent window. I could have it on like my other monitor. You can get nuts with this. Nice, we're getting like perfectly in line with this. As we get kind of fucking pushed around by this wind. Oh, what a feat. Flying this far. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Co-pilot did great. had a rough start. I thought it was going to be a lot smoother after we kind of figured out a lot of the main stuff. But that was not the case. Fresh with the tier 1 3 months. I don't know where my alerts are. Thank you. これはわかりましたね. No clue, man. No clue. No fucking clue. Have you seen the 10 Bells new Exit 8 type game? Oh, no, I haven't. The 10 Bells. It's just a demo right now. Oh, wait, no. Wait. Is it a full game? Why did it say demo? Oh, just because it has a demo? Ooh. I looked it up and it just had like a demo thing on it, I thought. But it looks like it's a full game. Yeah, this could be good. Be a good one to jump into. Add it to the list. I really need it. I gotta figure out what we're doing at 3,500, man. You mind if I put this down? I don't think you're really looking at much. Oh, this isn't even like a... Okay, I feel like they should adjust. Because I know this isn't supposed to block, like, everything. It looks like it's supposed to be transparent, but, like... Come on. What the fuck is that, dude? Why even have the sun visor? And the center sun visor doesn't even go down? What the hell's that about? Maybe if all of them are down, maybe it goes down. No. What the hell? Feels like there's just so many buttons on this plane that are just unnecessary. Landing gear gravity extension guard. Is that necessary? What the fuck does that mean? Like if our landing gear gets stuck, we can just use gravity to drop it? What does that mean? Dest Ifa below min. Control. Oh, yeah. Probably don't do that. Toggle catering. think you should open all the doors. Mecca, I have gone too far to do this now. See how far I've flown? I have flown this in real time. We are almost there. I was not looking at love hotels, man. Wait, what is this? What is this? I've been before. Wait, what? What? Main thruster lever CLB. What? Oh, wait. Manual. Wait, why is it on manual? What happened? Where did it get to manual? There we go. I don't know how that happened. What the fuck do you mean you've been before? Huh? Also, we're not going. We're not going to one. We're watching a video of 10 things to do in Tokyo. I don't know how to elaborate. I guess don't. Okay, everything looks as it should. Is there an onsen that can fit 10 people? I don't know. I have looked into next to nothing. I have been watching Japan travel videos during this flight, and I have only recently found out that Kyoto has monkeys. And that has been my only interest. Food, shopping, and monkeys have been my only interests and will continue to be my only interest. Beyond that, I'm along for the ride. Spec wants to thrift? Hell yes. Spec and I are gonna go fucking nuts. Do you want to go too? You down to thrift? Yeah, hell yeah. I don't know how many people are going to be down for certain stuff. I figure we're going to split up a lot. Monster Hunter Cafe? Oh no, not the cafe, the cafes. Yeah, I'm down. I watched a video. One of the videos that we watched was just this chick who just kept going to fucking cafes. She was like, things to do in Osaka. Go to this cafe. Hey, you can also go to a cafe. You can go to a cafe. And Monster Hunter food. The Monster Hunter food does look good. You want to go to a maid cafe? I figured that would probably happen. Do I want to go? I think I'll end up there regardless of what I want. The muscle bar. Protein shots. I'm gonna feel more lanky than I normally do. I've seen that. I've seen a good amount of people go there. I've seen, yeah, I feel like everybody that I've seen go to Tokyo goes to that muscle bar. I really wish this sun visor worked at all. Like, what the fuck is that, dude? What are you doing right now? Why I'll never raw dog a flight? This is insane. Well, for a while we were watching videos. We were, for the majority of it, we were watching videos, but right now we're just like slowly getting the approach. I ran out of travel videos to watch. So now we're just chilling. Do you think pilots watch YouTube video? I tried to find the answer to this during this flight. We were looking up videos of what the pilots do. I got clickbaited like 6 different times by videos that just refuse to answer the fucking question of what they do when they have nothing to do. They spent the entire time talking about how much they do, and I just wanted to know what they did when they didn't have anything. So you still don't know? They're like, well, we talk sometimes, and then one pilot said, after in a 16-minute video, he finally answered the question by saying, well, sometimes when we have a third pilot and I get a 3-hour break, I will pull up Netflix. That was the closest they got. But I guarantee you that they're pulling up some fucking videos and they're watching some shit while in here. I mean, look at this. You kidding me? You tell me they don't fucking pop up the iPad on that bad boy? This guy's been raw dogging the whole thing, though. This guy has been going through it. piloting is autopilot. Yeah, and they just kept saying like, well, the entire time we're looking at weather and we're like mapping and whatever. Dude. Did you see the vid about the bean lady on the plane? What? About the bean lady on the plane? What the fuck is the bean lady? Bean lady on bean lady plane? What do I look up for this? They'd have a flight attendant who walked up to a person with their feet up on the seat in front of her. Bare bean, probably. What the fuck? I am not finding. I'm not finding this bean video. I'm getting Mr. Bean on a plane. And that one, like, airplane freak out lady. No bare toes. That's a flight attendant telling the story. Oh, you sent it to me? Okay, hold on.
Rightfully so. So yeah, I was working the flight. There were 3 of us flight attendants, and it was an early morning flight. We had already finished cart service, so we were all kind of in the front of the airplane, the forward galley, just kind of hanging out, shooting the shit. And I looked to the back of the plane, and I see the bare feet up on the headrest in front of them. So I was like, so I'm gonna march back there and tell them to get their dogs off the damn seat. So I'm walking back there, and I'm ready to tell them, and I'm not joking, pants, underwear around her knees, feet up on the seat. Okay, not me walking by a school during recess telling this story. Pause. Okay, we're in the clear. I walk up and I see her in all her glory, and I mean, her eyes were rolling in the back of her head.
What
she was
the fuck?
Not there. I go,
that's what you meant by bare bean?
Nothing. She's still going for it. I grab a blanket and I throw it over her. And I'm just standing in the back alley like, what the fuck do I do? So I call the pilots and tell them, and their first reaction is just think I'm joking, because who's gonna believe that? I go, pal? I've never been so serious about anything in my life. And it was at some point during the conversation with the pilots that she finished. And so
what?
asked me in
Why
the
would
comments,
you?
how do you know she finished? Well, I have ears. she immediately fell asleep with the blanket over her.
Bro,
Luckily,
what?
it was a relatively empty flight, and she had, you know, people move around to have extra room on the plane when it's not an empty flight. She had moved herself to the back row for some privacy, clearly. So there was no one really around her within like 3 or 4 rows. And if they did hear any commotion, they were doing their best to act like they didn't, fair enough. So she stayed asleep for the rest of the flight, and it wasn't until final descent, you know, where we're going around and making sure everybody's seatbelts are buckled, that I felt all the other flight attendants are like, this is your, you're in charge of this woman now, unfortunately. So I tap her on the shoulder. I said, ma'am, I need you to buckle your seatbelt. By the way, the pilots had decided to call the authorities, and police were going to meet her on the plane when we landed. This is a 2-hour flight, okay?
2
This is
hours?
LAX to Seattle, like,
Bro, why? What, you couldn't?
what are you doing, girl? So I'm waking her up to be like, hey, buckle your seatbelt.
It's a 2-hour
Put your pants on.
flight?
And she
How
just
does this happen in a 2-hour
so
flight?
So confused. And she's sitting up. I could tell. You know, I give her a minute.
I thought at least it was like a fucking like
I'm sitting in the jump seat.
12-hour,
I'm
14-hour.
sitting, we're landing. I said, do you remember anything during this flight? She goes, no. And I said, well, I have to let you know to stay seated when we land because the police are coming. They're coming to get you, girl. And she was just shocked, and I told her what happened, and she was still kind of out of it, but I think the shock was really kind of waking her up. But yeah, as we were landing, she just kept like trying to explain to me. She took Ambien, like she doesn't remember what happened, but that was it. And we landed. The police came and got her. People were asking like,
about to take some
oh, she on the
Ambien
no-fly
on
list?
the,
Like, does she get a
on the
registered
Japan
sex offender,
flight.
whatever? Like, I'm a flight attendant. They don't tell me shit, you know? All I know is the police escorted her off the plane, and we had to write a report, and that
What the
was
fuck?
that. That was a beantail.
Beantail. Jesus Christ. Did you get arrested for jerking on the plane? I don't know. The hell? Why? Yeah, do you get arrested if it's an international flight and you're flying over international waters? Technically, isn't it until you land? It's like you end up on you absolutely end up on a no-fly list. There's no way that they fucking let you jork it. And they say, yeah, you can get back on a plane after this. That's what I was gonna say. I think until your plane like lands, you're still you're still American law. The dude that peed in the aisle, dude, that's nuts. $800 plus fine and added to the no-fly list. That's only $800 plus. And surely they have to send you back. That's if you're not planning on going on any other trips, you pay for the flight there. And then you do what has to be done. You get on no-fly list, and surely they have to send you back. They put you on a ship, no shot. What ship? what ship do they put you on? Depends if other, but if they are literally deporting you out of the country, like you can't stay in whatever country you land in, and if they deport you, then I think they auto put you on a plane. I didn't even get off no-fly list. I don't know. I've never had to look into it. Yeah, but those are government planes on there. Oh, okay. Well, then there you go. You probably have to apply. There's probably like a amount of years you have to wait. Guys just banned from flying in the US? No, I would assume that you're like banned across the board. Like that has to be like across all like just airlines share that shit, and there's like no. Worst place to do it is over Michigan airspace. Could be up to 2 years in. Wait, what? There's like ideal airspaces for you to be jorking in? LAX wouldn't care. Yeah, that every flight, every Spirit Airlines flight out of LAX has at least 4. They have a section for it. You see all the Denver airport conspiracy theories? No. I'm not on conspiracy TikTok. I don't know how I got here. I think it started with the fucking serial killer shit you. What are the Denver airport conspiracy theories? It's gone deeper than that now? Jesus Christ. Still no land in sight. By the next one, I think we should be able to see. Should be able to see the coast. Japan. don't know where to begin with the Denver airport stuff. There's a whole list. Right. Oh, we're so close. There's 0 passengers. Yeah, man. I'm the only one that needs to get there. I wanted the least amount of weight. I was concerned about fuel, so we didn't take anybody. And also, I tried to add them, and I didn't know how. And I think it's through this menu somehow. See, now they're here, I guess. What was the free camera again? Shift something? Shift G? Oh god. No, that was not it. What the hell? Any passengers? I loaded them. I loaded them midair. There they are. Wow. Okay, how do I... What's the fucking cute shift space? Wait, how do I get back? Shift G? There it is. Where's the master caution? What did I do? Fuel. What? Fuel ZFW ZFCG disagree. FMGC values confirm. What? What does that mean? DFCG disagree. FMGC values confirm. Hold on. I'm gonna eject. I'm gonna eject these passengers real quick. And adjust the fuel real fast. Yeah, that fixed it. Yeah, that fixed that error. Oh, we just had to get rid of them all. We're good. center of gravity? What did they not? What, are they not auto loaded correctly? Zero fuel weight calculation. Was that just means that they don't think that we'll have enough fuel for what I'm doing? Oh. Gotcha. Yeah, well, what about this? How many of us are on this flight? Like, there you go. I don't allow jerkers on the plane. You're the one that knew about the fucking bean lady, okay? I didn't know about this. It ended up on my For You page, man. Well, it did. Listen, I don't use TikTok, but I use YouTube Shorts, and I don't get nothing like that on my YouTube Shorts. Okay. I don't get no talking about bean ladies or local murderers. All right. Hopefully better. My takeoff was fine. The takeoff was clean. It was the ascension after the fact that had some issues. Dude swallowing late. That was a full-length video, and I was looking for something else, okay? That just ended up... That wasn't a short. Triggers long ago memories from my childhood before you were born. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it, man. What were the 80s like? Keep waiting to see land on the horizon. Nothing yet. We got everyone aboard. Live gross weight. Planned weight. Max weight. Ever play Kerbal Space Program? No, I think that I've seen it. I think that would take way too much. I don't think I have what it takes. Cargo moves the center of gravity backwards. So if you add more packs, you need to add more cargo. Huh. Not that bad if you can do this. I think that it's I think it's way different than this. This flies itself. This I haven't had to do anything since figuring out autopilot. I've had to turn a knob every like 30-40 minutes. I want to say after this next one, our descent should start. And I think we have to, I think I should free fly it. Where's that 800 feet? What does that mean? Is that the... What the hell? What? What does it have me doing here? So it has me going here. Straight to it and then out here and then circling back. That looks like an aggressive fucking circle. I can't do that. What the fuck? This is not a I thought it was just gonna straight. Just turn the handle. No, it. You see how tight of a turn this is in this fucking plane? People are gonna die. Why is it not just lining me up with the fucking runway? Runway 34 right. Should we change runway? Runway 4? Or is it gonna do that regardless of what we're at? all aircraft circle down. Yeah, but not like that. I don't think they do it like that. I don't think you understand how tight of a turn that was. Try different runway. Okay. Runway 4. Did I hit something? Or is that just regular? Okay. Whoa. Okay, now it's got us doing... It's got us flying here and then going... Turning out. This guy's doing a similar thing here. That ain't right. Ugh. What is that turn? Add arrival? What do you mean add arrival? What? We just gotta. I think we just gotta wing it. I think we just gotta look for an open runway and hope for the best. I don't know what else we could do. I don't. So close. This approach feels worse because I have to do like these fucking rough turns. I think I'm gonna ignore this RW05 because I think by that point we'll have a good view of HME. Wait, why is it HME? We should have a good view of it, and we should be able to line up with one of the runways from there. if you ignored HME, it's just a gradual turn to RW05. I think the problem is the approach after the fact. Then we're doing that. If I removed, what if I removed both of these? You think that would be good? And then we got just kind of like a less aggressive turn there. If I remove HME 28 and Cezanne. See what happens if I do that. Procedure direct. BFR pattern. Oh my god. What the fuck? Okay, well, I think we're gonna just have to decide in the moment what happens. Because this doesn't look great, and I can't seem to just remove like one or two of them. So we're just gonna have to see what happens, I think. I don't know what these orange lines are. If we see a good runway when we're like in this stretch right here, I think we just go for it, you know? And if not, RW23 might work. Jesus Christ. Oh. That looks all right. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that, because this looks like the runway. It should be run north-south, I think. Well, this one looks good. If that's the runway, I don't know what all the extra blue lines are. Taxi lines. You think I'm taxiing across? You think I'm taxiing all the way over here? I don't think those are taxi lines. We're a little off course here. Any land yet? I don't think I see anything yet. Lubby. Gummick Lubby. Alright, we're just going to trust that that's going to work out. We are getting close, though. And it looks like a pretty straight shot once we're... I mean, slight adjustments from Lubby. But it's looking pretty straight on from there. I almost guarantee that we started a descent after Nikon. I'm pretty confident I can land this. Sun visors down for maximum vision. There you go. Would hate to be blinded on our way down. Although it is rude to wear sunglasses. I don't know if we... Becca sent me her recap, and I'm only number 2, which I think is an improvement from last year. I think I overtook Lyric. Huge. I don't even know. My viewers, I don't think any of my, when it was you, then Eli, Sips, Chiblee, and James. I don't even know if anybody I know is in my viewer recap. Yeah, no. I had none of it. I don't watch anybody, man. I don't watch any. I don't. I don't watch them. Land ho. We see land. Oh, that's land.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you look out to the right side of the plane, you will see land. It's the first time we've seen solid ground in the last 7 hours. So, both good news and bad. That does mean that we are going to start our descent here in the next maybe 30 minutes, which means I will have to land this plane. There's only 3 people on board this aircraft as passengers, so loss of life will be minimal, worst case scenario. So buckle up and tray tables up. Thank you.
We're approaching this next one. This is it. Wait, this one doesn't. I don't see a descent happening on this next one, which has me a little concerned. Turn then descend. Yeah, but I can see like it up ahead. I can see the turn. Maybe not. Maybe it's still too far ahead. We're free balling it. Free flight. I think the thing that I'm most concerned about is getting to the brakes quick enough when we touch down. Because I feel like I won't get to the runway at the right spot. And I'll land like somewhere in the middle, and then I'll be panicking, trying to slow down as quick as possible. You know where the brakes are, right? Yeah, man. Brakes are right here. speed brake lever. We also got flaps. I can pull the flaps if I need extra drag. Thank you very much. You know your stuff. Damn right, man. I've had hours to prepare for this exact moment. Okay, I see the turn coming up. Is there going to be a descent associated with that, or are we going to freehand that? I don't know if I'm seeing a descent on that. We got a long way down. You'll need the guide. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's aggressive. Here. It's all right. A little bit much. Still no descent. I feel like I just start descending, you know, on my own. I'm a little worried. Because if we get too close and I'm still like 40,000 feet up, it's going to be a problem, no? Just circle? I don't want to circle. Dude, our airspeed is fast. I'm gonna turn this down. All right, we're just gonna stay on the pink line, I think. And I'm just going to do a gradual descent. Hold on. Wait, is this one? Is it? Is that descending with me? I actually can't tell. It feels like it kind of is. Pull up a little bit. That's aggressive. I want to switch your range selector to 100. I don't know what the fuck that means. So I'm not doing it. Knob at 10. I don't know what the fuck that does. Okay, this is descending with me because this is now at 35,000. Yeah, I was picking the right time to descend. That's instinct right there. Increases the map scale. We don't need that. I got eyes. I got a pilot's eyes. Here we go. We get one shot at this. You only get one shot to land a plane. We're already almost down 10,000 from where we started. I know it doesn't really feel like it, but... Whoa. I didn't even get a 30-minute nap like that pilot said he got. We did this raw. And he didn't help a damn bit. Where can I send a video? Right now we're on a descent, man. What do you think this is time? Or is that he didn't need a third pilot for 30. He said he got 30 minutes just with the co-pilot. Like a 1-minute vid. I am free-handing this. Tray tables up, man. Don't you have autopilot? Not on descent, man. He announced it? I already did. I already did announce this. He drinks his flight is ending. We're on a descent. You guys had so long to get all this done, all right? $28,000. No one's letting the beans out, man. You can't do that here. You're just sending too fast. I'm literally following this. That's it. You guys gotta calm the hell down. Backseat piloting. Okay, we're doing just fine.
Juice is pretty good.
What the fuck? I don't even know who did that. What was that? That was like a Discord sound effect. I'm on controller. How close we are. Oh, the land. Oh my God. Nice and easy. I really want to land this after flying this long, man. If I don't land this, I'm going to be so disappointed. Is there a landing checklist? Yeah. Wheels down. Stop plane. – is a slow ass descent. I'm gonna deviate from the flight plan. We're going down. Not in a bad way. In just a more rapid descent way. Ooh, watch the airspeed. You don't want to overspeed. Rip this fucking plane in half. Which Tattoo won, by the way? The Tattoo Marbles hasn't finished yet. That's on the 14th. About 20,000 halfway down. God, I'm feeling how tired I am, and this is gonna... If I crash, it's because I'm tired. It's been a long flight. Real pilots have that. I'd give it to them. I think that's fair. We do change the scale. That's not helping at all. Yeah, it's not helping the damn thing. Dive into the ocean? Shut the fuck up. You know who can dive into the ocean? See this? Who's diving in the ocean now? James, you think we're ejecting first class first? There it is. What a flight. Mostly ocean. I'm hoping this is... I don't know what amount of speed is going to be too slow, but... might be a little too slow right now. Go 185. We're going to something. What are we doing after the flight? I don't know what the fuck you... I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing. The pilot... going to fucking sleep. Alright? Going 290? I don't think... $250. Tachi General Hospital. I bet the bean lady would be there. Okay, I think that body of water on the other side, that body of water, I think is where the airport is, or maybe it's the other one. Maybe it's the larger one. Fuck. Just pick flat land. I'm not picking flat land, man. Okay? Gone too far. I've flown too long to give up now. I'm landing this fucking thing. Please start the flight. No. No, we either canonically die during this landing, or we all have a great vacation. There's no in between. Pray for whoever's flying with you. It's you fuckers. Okay? That's chat in the back right there. Okay? Police department. Red Cross. There's another hospital. Keep track of those hospitals, guys. You're gonna want to. Mount Fuji. Oh. Wow. Is that actually it? It doesn't look like it. That looks too small. I don't think that one's it. That's Mount Fuji. We're flying over an airport. I should have just landed there, man. It's not too late. It's a little late. We're 10,000 feet and directly above it. There's no... This is not... I have to land the fucking plane, man. You're passing airports. Title is LAX to HND, okay? That is not HND. Sun's in the worst possible spot. Yeah, I'm actually really disappointed. The timing on this flight was awful because it was daytime the full fucking time. I was hoping we get like a good night flight, night landing. Would have been great, but I didn't think about it. I would have changed it from real time if I thought about it. There's another airport down there. Passing up a second one. That was an aggressive adjustment there. Aviation Equipment Research Institute. If you look directly right when you're landing, you'll see Mount Fuji, which is go to descent is IRL. I don't know. I don't know if we will. There's another airport. Why are all the things airports? We are getting low. 6,000. Another medical center. My music going? Oh god. Why?
Your little stream is so tiny.
Spec raid. What up, man? Just in time for our final descent. It's been a long flight. We're currently seeing if we survive. see the next adjustment coming up. That means we are very close. I don't know how fast this thing can slow down. Slow down now. I'm worried about falling out of the fucking sky, dude. Stay above 180. All right. Bring us down to 200. Holy fuck. Funabashi Emergency Control Center. We will be needing that. Tokyo Bay. I don't like how many. I don't like how it just shows me hospitals and other runways. I wish there's more fucking shit it showed me. Add speed brake to slow down quicker. Like 29. Oh. Oh my god, yeah, that's going down quick. You see that descent up there? Oh my god. Okay. All right. It's getting a little real now. Tokyo Bay Tokyo Hotel. Oh god. We're at 200. Slight adjustments. We are coming in quick to this runway. Mount Fu. Oh, you can see it kind of out there in the horizon. Yeah, center up. flaps. Oh my god. We are like there. Oh. Air traffic.
Yeah, this is a flight from LA. We're already landing. I hope it's okay. I don't. Landing gear coming out. Please, clear the runway immediately.
Oh, okay. I feel like we're a little fast. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're not gonna do this. My hands are sweating. Why are they? Cut the engines! Cut the engines! Cut the engines! Brakes! 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 What happened? Oh, fuck! And we're here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tokyo. Thank you for flying. Please enjoy your stay. Please clap for the pilot. Thank you.
Well, there we go. Thank God they made this so shallow over here. Oh my God. I forgot about turning the throttle off. Well, there it is. 6 gallons remaining. No. You forgot how to stop the plane? Well, there's like 8 things that I could do. I had to put the flaps up. I had to fucking put the brakes on. I had to drop the landing gear. I forgot about just the engines. I thought we had more time, honestly. Oh, fuck. God damn. Well, there it is. Thanks for flying, folks. Oh, that was long as hell. That was a long fucking flight. Game's pretty cool. Yeah, man. It ain't bad. It ain't bad. Not too bad. Dono goal completed. Yeah, yeah. Got to figure out what's at 3,500. And so on and so forth.